Do you want to type that
You're a rock star. We appreciate it.
that we're talking to Congressman Joe Walsh? We're about to get him over here. Yeah. Congressman? Yeah, please. Nice to meet you. My name is Jessiah. Yeah.
Jessiah, thank you.
Please have a seat. So many of you may recognize this gentleman here as former Republican Congressman Joe Walsh, who I think also Joe Walsh was a member of the Beatles. Or no, the Eagles. Eagles. There you go.
Oh my God.
So there you
what a blunder that
Listen,
was.
okay, they're famous. They're famous musicians, all right? I did my best. So,
yeah, but were you an Eagles fan? I was an Eagles fan.
I did. As a matter of fact, my favorite song by the Eagles was written, I think, after 9/11 called Hole in the World.
Oh, good. Great song.
Great song. Phenomenal song. See?
Yeah.
We're bonding already.
Done.
So, what's it like being at the Democratic National Convention as a former Republican congressman? Did the doors just shudder when you approached, or did they open normally?
I'm not going to fucking lie. This is, in many ways, this is bizarre. I'm not just a former fucking Republican congressman. I'm a Tea Party hellraiser.
Yes, sir.
12 years ago, man, boom, boom, boom. And here I am 12 years later doing and doing everything I can to help the Democratic nominee win. It shows you how fucking much my former political party has changed and where we are as a country. I'm glad to be here, though.
I just want to ask real quickly, how do you get your Republican Party back? Because I don't even think getting rid of Donald Trump at this point, sending him to prison, or, God forbid he has a medical emergency, I don't think that's the end of it for the MAGA takeover.
You two are young. I'm an old fart.
Yeah.
I don't think my party's coming back.
Ever.
Oh.
Not my lifetime. I really don't. It's Trump owns the party, and I look at it like this: could I ever run as a Republican again? Hell no, because I'm so publicly opposed to Trump. The base of the party is middle-aged, older white people. Older white people die sooner than younger white people die, and I don't see the party replacing itself. So I don't see the Republican Party ever fixing, healing, or being saved.
So what replaces it then? There's got to be something that represents these more conservative people in the country. They're not coming on board with us, and they're not getting the coconut pill.
No. Look. I said this when I went to Congress 8, 9, 10 years ago. We are living in a revolutionary period. I think there's a fucking lot of change coming. The two-party duopoly, I think, is in its last phase.
Wow.
I can easily see a center-right party. I mean this, with real money behind it in the next 2 to 4 years.
Wow.
So I think we're going to see a real shakeup.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I hope.
So for context, Congressman, if you could just give our viewers a background, when you started in, when you were in the House of Representatives, and basically just what was the political context at the time? You said the Tea Party. What was life like then? So we can compare it to the Republican Party of today.
So I went to D.C. in 2010, Congress in 2010, part of that Tea Party wave. And most of what drove the Tea Party there was, at that time, we were 12 trillion in debt. We were fucking bankrupting future generations. And a bunch of us went to Washington pissed off at Republicans and Democrats for all of this government spending. So we went there, I was a Republican, thinking the Republican Party is all about limited government, keep spending down. Well, bullshit. They didn't give a damn about spending. So we went there and didn't do shit. And then some of the uglier aspects of the Tea Party came out. That's what helped get Trump elected to the point. But we were like the precursor to the Freedom Caucus.
Right.
Now that's all gone. Now it's all about authoritarianism.
Yeah.
It's all about using government to go after your enemies, using big government to change the country. So it's the antithesis of what we were.
Yeah.
I thought we were.
It's interesting you say that, because the Freedom Caucus, I know you said that the Tea Party is like the progenitor of the Freedom Caucus. How much do they have in common now, do you think? Do you see any resemblance in the Freedom? Because the gentleman from, the one who retired, I'm blanking on his name.
Ken Buck?
Ken Buck.
Ken Buck.
Ken Buck, okay. Ken Buck sometimes struck me as somebody who would feel at home in the Tea Party.
Oh, absolutely. The Freedom Caucus then and now don't share a fucking thing. Because like the Tea Party movement, like the Republican Party, Donald Trump co-opted and grabbed and took over everything.
Yeah.
Trump took over the Freedom Caucus. Oh my God. Most of my former colleagues, with a few exceptions, all got down on their fucking knees and bowed to him. Justin Amash was different. There were a few that were different. But yeah, he took it over. I mean, it's the antithesis of freedom.
Right. Yes, and I should say Ken Buck, for context, very conservative Republican. I mean, he had very strict views on climate change, abortion, the 2020 election, and he's not a rhino by any stretch, which
Not
is
at
what
all.
you're called. Everybody calls you a rhino now. Does that frustrate
Which is
you?
fucking bizarre.
I agree, yeah.
Because
You're
like
the real deal.
I'm still a hardcore Tea Party guy now. Full disclosure, I've become woke. My eyes, and I'm proudly woke.
Yeah.
My eyes were opened when it comes to climate change.
Okay.
I was a dick when back in the day when Black Lives Matter, and I do some of the popular, the culture war bullshit. But I've always generally been libertarian in my leanings.
Right.
And now this Republican Party again is nowhere near that.
Would you go ahead.
I want to ask about, we talked about Ken Buck, he retired. Adam Kinzinger is out of Congress, but he's a high-profile Republican out there. Is there anybody in power right now that's a Republican that you think is doing the right thing? I mean, it's not a popular position to be in. It's actually dangerous, and I don't blame anybody for not doing it, but is there anyone in power that you think is actually doing the right thing on the Republican side?
No.
Wow.
And by the way,
That's crazy.
I laugh a lot. We all laugh a lot about how Kinzinger and me and a few others, it's not easy to do what we're doing.
No,
because
I
we get
applaud you.
threats every single day.
Right.
And I've been out here now for 5 to 6 years going at Trump.
Right.
It's hell. So if you're still a current member, unless you want to write off your career, end your career,
Right.
you don't. And I can't think of a Republican in Congress who's a hardcore never Trumper and is still a viable Republican.
That's scary. That's wild to think. I mean, I think Mitt Romney said that there were some members who would have voted to convict Trump in the second impeachment trial, but they didn't because of their personal safety. They're saying, what kind of democracy do we have if what's going on?
Yeah, that's scary. It's also bullshit. Like when I came out against Trump 5 or 6 years ago, and when I primaried him in 20, a bunch of my former colleagues privately reached out. Joe, I agree with everything you're saying privately, but they were afraid to say it publicly. I understand the personal threat because I live with that, but don't use that as a fucking crutch.
Really?
I think some members use that as a crutch. Oh, I'm not coming out against Trump because I'm worried for my personal safety. Bullshit. Most of them don't come out against Trump because they want to get reelected.
Wow.
Period.
Somebody that,
Period.
Well, you were talking, some other names that came to mind. So one that I know Congressman Kinzinger has talked about a lot in terms of his disappointment is Representative Elise Stefanik, who she began her political career as a kind of a New York moderate, and does such an impression of a MAGA cultist. Like I don't know, or you know her obviously. I don't know if she's a true believer or if she's just really good at impersonating a true believer, but she seems to me as somebody who kind of embodies the notion of putting ambition ahead of country. Do you think she is kind of typical now of the Republican Party, or still kind of the more extreme version? Like, are they as devoted as she is?
It's a great question. So here's what's changing. 4, 5, 6 years ago, I would have told you that 70% of the Republicans were just being political, and they all privately thought Trump was a piece of shit privately, but they wouldn't say it, and they just went along to stay elected. And maybe 20 to 25% were true believing crazies. The percentage of true believing crazies, like a Marjorie Taylor Greene, has gone up.
Yeah.
To the point where I think in our caucus now of Republicans in the House and Senate, I think it's closer to 50-50. I look at a guy that I got to know well, Mike Lee, senator from Utah.
Oh, wow.
Fucking
Wow.
love the guy. Fucking love the guy. He was the most principled conservative in the day. And I would have told you 4 years ago, it's all bullshit. It's a game. He is now a true believer.
He's a nightmare.
He's a nightmare, but he's a true believer in this stuff.
So he has become. He is like over time.
And
He believes it.
Yeah, he believes it, and there are more like him who become that way. That's what's scary.
That's why I wanted to ask you, like, why was the Republican Party vulnerable to Donald Trump being able to come in and do this? And is the Democratic Party vulnerable as well? Like, what happened? Because you were there. You were the Tea Party.
That's my favorite fucking question.
Wow.
This is the one thing Trump really got right.
Yeah.
Was how weak the Republican Party was. How fucking weak the Republican Party was. Like, he knew he could come in.
Yeah.
Look, okay, so what created Trump? Crazy Tea Party people like me got the base all wound up.
Yeah.
And we helped lead Trump. And I've apologized for that profusely. But a fucking weak Republican establishment, guys like Jeb Bush and John McCain, and by the way, Mitt Romney, they fucking ignored their base for years.
Yeah, true.
And so the base then, because I come from the base, felt unloved and not listened to, which is why they clung to Trump.
Wow.
Trump understood how weak the establishment was.
Yeah.
He got that right.
So one of the things that we hear...
Pardon my language.
No, don't apologize. We love it, yeah.
We love it.
One of the things that we hear is we need not fear a second Trump presidency because, when Trump tried to do nefarious things in his first term, the system, the guardrails held, Congressman. The system stopped him. We even had 10 Republicans vote to impeach him in the second impeachment effort. There were a number of Republicans who voted to convict him of that impeachment. Your former party will stop him if he gets reelected and goes too far. What do you say?
Well, I don't believe that, and I think if he's elected again, I know some people spew bullshit, but when I say he's a real threat to democracy and he'd try to run again and he'd try to use the military or local law enforcement to help him do whatever he wanted, I mean it. So I think he's more of a threat. I think he's learned. I think he's angrier. I think he'd feel like reaffirmed. If he got elected again, he'd be fucking unchained.
Sure.
And he would put strong people around him. So I do actually think it's a realistic threat that the institutions would not hold. By the way, to answer your question, coming from the right, I think my right is more susceptible to an authoritarian or a dictator than the left is. You asked, could this ever happen to the Democratic Party? I don't think it could. Because, and again, because I come from the base, like they've told me now for years, when I bitch and moan about Trump wants to be a dictator, these folks will tell me, Joe, I don't care that he's a dictator because he's given us the America we fucking want.
Right.
So there's something on the right that is drawn to a king.
Okay.
It saddens me. I don't think you see the same thing on the left.
No, yeah, I mean, certainly as somebody who is proudly a partisan Democrat, we have our problems, but I appreciate you acknowledging that because
that's a difference.
One of the things that frustrates me immensely is how far so-called principled conservatives, both in elected office and elsewhere, have really rallied around Trump in ways I never thought. So again, let's look at the word Republican, and yet they seem to have monarchist attitudes, like that recent Supreme Court decision effectively making Trump a de facto monarch, giving him some watered-down version of sovereign immunity, the thing that we left when we emancipated ourselves from Great Britain, when we had the revolution. They want it. And there have been polls about this, Congressman, I'm sure you've seen, where people say, okay, do you agree with the Supreme Court's decision? There is a percentage shift.
Yeah.
If you change the question from, do you think presidents deserve immunity? Most Americans say, no, of course not. But if you change it to Trump, the number of Republicans who agree jump up. Do you think that once Trump is gone, either because he loses, because he fades into the background, or eventually when he passes away, do you think that attitude will dissipate, or do you think some other demagogue will step up, maybe even more competent, and kind of exploit it?
So I think, and by the way, I'm a weird guy because I come from MAGA. Like, I don't know any other never Trumper who comes from MAGA and now opposes him. So I still talk to MAGA all the time. And they've given up on democracy. Like, again, we're primarily talking about middle-aged older white people. They want the America they want, where you can say fucking Merry Christmas, and the job in town, my job at the plant is right down the street, and men were men, women were women, men married women, women married men. Right? I understood life. They want that back, and they no longer believe democracy can get it back for them, which is why you and I talked about, they want a strong man to get it back for them.
They don't care about democracy. It's more about the end result. Don't care how we get there.
It's the end result.
Yeah.
So they're okay if if a dictator gets it for him. I think the cat's out of the bag, though. So I don't think, I think another demagogue would come along. I think the base has been radicalized.
I wanted to ask you about how do you influence people? What's your approach to changing fellow Republicans? Because I don't think browbeating people or telling them Trump's a fascist, a racist, how could you vote for him? I don't think that works. So what's your approach to trying to convince people, hey, this guy's bad for us and this isn't working? What works for you?
I'm a reformed MAGA gangbanger. I got out of the cult. Every week, I get a couple out of the cult.
Really?
And the way, what I do, and most just tell me to go fuck off. But
of course.
I get some out, and what I do is I listen to them, and I try to put nuggets of truth into them, in front of them, like who really won the 2020 election. And we walk through, and I try to take them to the end of that road where they don't have an explanation. The other thing I found that bugs them is Trump thinks they're pieces of shit.
Right.
Trump treats them like shit. Trump lies to you every day. You're better than Trump thinks you are. When I respectfully have that kind of conversation with some of his voters, sometimes the light bulb will go off.
Wow. Yeah, we heard from Stephanie Grisham yesterday, his former press secretary, that they called them basement dwellers. So
He believes that. I mean, you can't. He lies to them every day. You can't do that and have respect for the people you lie to.
See, I see them as my fellow Americans. I'm a partisan Democrat as well, but I think that they are being flooded.
Booyah!
They're being flooded with misinformation. I love them. I want them to join me.
Fuck
so
yeah!
I'm not yelling at them.
I go after Trump with everything I got every day. I will never go after Trump's supporters.
Right.
I was a Trump supporter. Who the fuck am I? And I like these people. These people used to be my voters. They're good people. As you said, they were fooled. They were deceived.
Yeah, and it could happen to any of us.
They were taken advantage of.
Yeah. Did you have any other questions?
So, I've got one.
Done yet?
No, I've got one more, Congressman.
This is utter bullshit.
Listen, we have a former congressman and a member of the Eagles here, Joe Walsh, not the Beatles. So, okay, here's the final question.
Yes.
Will Joe Walsh ever, you know it's coming, return to politics professionally?
I'm going to give you a total no bullshit answer. I'd love to.
Yeah.
I would love to go back. I don't have a team right now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll become a conservative Democrat. Maybe there'll be a new party.
Wow.
Maybe I'll be an independent. I'd love to go back. We'll see.
So you're open to it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
God, yeah.
Congressman, I appreciate
You guys
it. Thank
rock.
you.
We appreciate your
Thank
time,
you, man.
really.
Thanks for all that you do.
Her salary should be increased tenfold.
We will take care.
We're all volunteers. She's the only paid one. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Thank you, Congressman. Yeah.
We really appreciate you stopping by. And
Yeah.
It's great talking to you.
Seriously, appreciate it.
Thanks for primarying Trump in 2020. That was brave, you know.
Also,
Sure.
if we ever wanted to have like a more in-depth conversation, because I know you do a lot of interviews, what's the best way to get in touch with you?
I got his voice.
You got it?
Yeah, I'll take
so
the mic.
you got his boss's contact.
No, that's it. Totally. Hey guys,
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Perfect.
Well,
Yeah.
that
I like
was cool.
guy.
That was
Yeah.
fun.
You guys will have Hartman in about 2 weeks.
Perfect.
Hartman,
Yeah,
2 minutes.
Thom Hartmann. Oh, I'm
So
excited for
make
that.
sure when you're done. Joe
Yeah.
ran off that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So
He was a fireball, huh?
yeah. So what's great about Congressman Walsh and Congressman Kinzinger? Please.
Oh, please.
Everybody, this is Thom Hartmann.
Hey,
of the
my name's
Hartmann
Guy.
Report.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for joining us.
Sure.
Here, I'll give him Mike to
Cool.
sign.
Introduce him.
Yeah, so this is really big deal for me. So this is Thom Hartmann of the Hartmann Report. He is one of the biggest progressive commentators, one of the most tenured. He was before David Pakman, before Brian Tyler Cohen. There was Thom Hartmann, and a very prolific author. So I appreciate you sitting down and talking with us.
Thank you.
So-
Nice to be here.
One of the things that, in addition to you've written like the secret history of the Supreme Court, the secret history of the
Hidden
Second
history.
Amendment, hidden history. What has, after all this time, excited you about the Democratic Party now? Because it's in a state of flux, it
Yeah.
seems like, compared to where it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Are you more optimistic now than you were a month ago?
Yeah, dramatically. A year ago, I wrote a book called The Hidden History of Neoliberalism. You know, how Reaganism gutted America. And back in the 70s, when Friedman's pitch for neoliberalism, which, you know, for people who don't know what that is, it's, you know, free trade for corporations, but not for persons. You know, no borders for corporations, but keep keep borders for people so that you can have islands of cheap labor all around the world that corporations can exploit, number one. Number two, austerity, do away with as many welfare programs as possible. The whole idea that government shouldn't be doing these things. Do away with Social Security, Medicare, privatize everything possible, bring money into politics, let big money buy politics. It's just this whole neoliberal agenda. Destroy labor unions, let the market decide all these things. Milton Friedman and Frederick Hayek and these guys were pitching this in the 40s and 50s and 60s, and it really started catching on in the 70s. Margaret Thatcher rolled it out in 78 in the UK, and Jimmy Carter did to some extent in 79 when he deregulated the airlines and the railroads. And then Reagan came in and just made it policy. And so for 44 years we've had, or 40 years, we've been operating under this neoliberal paradigm, and it was adopted. It was embraced by both Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. Obama backed away a little bit, but like for example, his Obamacare, it's a total neoliberal program. It was written by the Heritage Foundation. The original program that became Obamacare was written by the Heritage Foundation for Republicans, and Mitt Romney put it into place in Massachusetts. Right. So it's a Republican program.
Yeah, one of the things I've heard is that Romney Care was like the progenitor of the Affordable Care Act as we know it.
Virtually identical. And so in my book I pointed this out, and it's time for the Democratic Party to abandon neoliberalism and go back to Keynesian economics, classic economics, the economics of Adam Smith and David Ricardo and Franklin Roosevelt, the economics that built the first middle class in the history of the world that was more than 50% of the population, which was what FDR did. And at the time I wrote the book a year and a half ago, I was kind of concerned, although I've been really, really excited that, or actually it was, I guess, 2.5 years ago I wrote the book, really excited that Joe Biden has basically abandoned neoliberalism. Neoliberalism also says there's nothing wrong with monopolies. In fact, monopolies are, quote, more efficient. It's all BS. Right. So we've lived this 40-year experiment, and now we see that it doesn't work. In fact, it's destroyed the middle class. We've gone from 2/3 of us being in the middle class to 43% of us now. The backlash to that is Donald Trump.
Right.
And he correctly diagnosed the problem. He doesn't come out and say I'm against neoliberalism, but he
couldn't define it.
Well, yeah, but he said an end to this free trade nonsense, and people were like, yeah, among other things. And so, what really excites me, back to your question,
Sure.
What am I excited about with the Democratic Party, is that by choosing Tim Walz, what Kamala Harris did, what she said, what she demonstrated for all of us, is that she's not going with a Clinton-style neoliberal Democrat. She's going with a genuine FDR-style progressive Democrat. And if the party holds to that, they're never going to lose another election.
So, and at any time if you want to jump in, let me know. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about the ascent of people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, somebody who came in as, rocking the ship, shall we say, and she has since become more part of the establishment, but in a good way, meaning a vice-ranking member on the Oversight Committee, and she seems to be kind of pushed out a little bit by the progressive movement as well. And I'm just curious what you think about her rise in power and her journey, her short journey so far, and so quick, so meteoric too.
Well, she's another Democrat who repudiated neoliberalism, right, and has embraced genuine progressive policies. As she becomes more and more powerful, frankly, for lack of a better word, more part of the establishment, there's going to be some people who are like, just kind of reflexively anti-establishment.
Right. How do you solve that, I guess?
Yeah. I think that's a kind of a fringe worldview or fringe perspective. I would love to see her run for president in 4 years.
Do you think she could?
Years. I think she could. I think there's a very good chance. In fact, I think her speech the other night, I think there was, a real analogy between Obama's 2004 speech and her speech.
Wow.
Was it last night or the night before? I forget.
It was two nights ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kind of all blurred into one thing here.
It got a lot of praise for her speech. Yeah.
With good reason.
But you brought up a great point, is that once people actually get into power, even with progressive ideas, even pushing for progressive things, they're pushed and pushed against, because they are part of the establishment that they rallied against almost to get into that position. So, but you're saying it's a fringe element and it should be ignored in that sense?
to some extent. I mean, some of the criticism. There's also the catch-22 of the fact that ever since the Supreme Court legalized political bribery, starting in '76 with the Buckley decision, '78 the Buckley versus Bellotti, First National Bank versus Bellotti in '78, a decision written by Lewis Powell himself, basically putting the Powell memo into effect, saying that corporations are persons and corporations can fund politicians and political campaigns to whatever extent they want. And then, of course, Clarence Thomas being the deciding vote in 2010 to make that, to triple down on that, put that on steroids with Citizens United. Now we live in a world where, and they just completely blew up all the good government stuff that came out of the Ford administration, frankly, after the Nixon bribery scandals and whatnot. Now we live in a world where you've got to have massive amounts of money in order to acquire or maintain political power.
Sure.
Ironically, it's going to take massive amounts of money to get political power, to get the massive amounts of money out of politics. Right? I mean, that's the huge irony here.
Sure.
But you can't not play the game.
Yeah.
I mean, Bernie Sanders is raising money.
Got to bring a gun to the gunfight.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Congressman, I'll say this to your point. Congressman Khanna, I think, recently, actually in a conversation with Kyla about a year ago, said that, even though he wants to get big money out of politics, he also doesn't believe in unilateral disarmament, right?
Exactly.
Because Republicans
you can't
won't do it either.
It's suicide.
Yeah, right.
It's suicide. Yeah, I mean, you have to play the game by the rules that are established. And in this case, the Supreme Court established the rules that whoever has the most money is basically going to win 9 times out of 10. So, job one is to get the money. Hopefully in an ethical fashion. I mean, Ro Khanna will not take money, for example, from corporate PACs,
right?
Which is a great step. But he's not going to go all the way and say, "Oh, I'm going to plead poverty."
Sure.
He would last 6 weeks in Congress, and that would be the end of his career. So
and then what good would it have done?
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
So what you've got to do, if you're going to exercise power, first you have to get it, and then. But there's no doubt in my mind that, given an opportunity to reverse Citizens United. Ro Khanna, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, frankly, even Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and certainly Tim Walz would do that. And I believe that that's going to be at the top of their agenda if they're elected president and vice president coming up this next year. It has to be. That's the core cancer that's destroying our politics.
One of the things that has been a consistent theme of your content is you have, in my opinion, rightly tried to signal boost the accomplishments of the Biden administration, which in my opinion, because of the asymmetric media landscape that we have, they tend to gloss over the Biden administration's accomplishments, hyperfixates on his blunders, grade Trump on a curve. So you've been screaming into the void about that. Do you think that the selection of Governor Walz, who has a very progressive legislative history or governing history as governor of Minnesota, do you think he'll take it further? Do you think we'll see a major shift in trajectory? Will the Harris-Walz administration be more aggressive with their power if they were to take it than the Biden administration?
They certainly are saying that they will.
Yeah.
And I think, Joe Biden, he was neoliberal most of his political career. He went through a conversion experience when he became president. I would love to know the details of that. But maybe it was just he figured out, hey, that doesn't work.
Sure.
Like a lot of us did. It's very clear to me that Tim Walz, look at what he's done in Minnesota.
Right.
That he's an FDR Democrat, and that's what we need. We need to get back to FDR Democrats. And I believe Kamala Harris is also has also gone through that conversion experience.
Right.
And that gives me a lot of hope, frankly.
I have questions for him about the Supreme Court, but before I get on that whole tangent, do you want to ask him anything about the election or politics?
I do have a question just about the media landscape. You're someone who comes from legacy media. Now we have a lot of people getting their news from TikTok. And how have you adapted into this new environment to reach people? Because you still want to be heard, but it's not easy nowadays.
Well, when we started the show 21 years ago, it was on radio. We were on a network called IE America Radio Network, which was owned by the UAW.
Oh, wow.
And it, eventually went away when the president of the UAW died and got replaced, and it was a whole thing. But that got me on Sirius XM and about 30 radio stations. And then I wrote the original business plan for Air America Radio.
Oh, wow.
And helped start Air America Radio.
Cool.
And was on Air America Radio until Mitt Romney bought up all the stations we were on. We were leasing stations from Clear Channel, and so when Romney decided he was going to run for president, Bain Capital bought up Clear Channel, bought them out for $1 billion, stripped them dry, bankrupted them, and took all of our stations and flipped them to sports, which bankrupted Air America. So anyhow, in the meantime, what I've done is try to get my show in as many places as possible. We're on Pacifica stations all over the country. We hooked up with the Pacifica audio port, so people can get our show through Pacifica. We've been, we have a presence on YouTube. We have a presence on Twitter. We have a presence on Facebook. We do Facebook Live. The areas that we haven't done yet, and it's just because I don't have the staff to do it and whatnot, has been TikTok and Instagram, which I really probably should be spending more time on.
TikTok's inevitable. We're going to see a Thom Hartmann dance style on TikTok. It's going to go viral.
Well, I just wanted to ask you briefly, have you been on TikTok? Do you use it? Do you use Instagram
I have an account,
or any of them?
Yeah, but I haven't used them in any consequential way.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I should.
So another thing that really draws me to your content is you are a vocal critic of the United States Supreme Court, both in its current configuration and I would argue just institutionally at this point. I read the hidden history of the Supreme Court. You call for reform to the court. What do you say to people who are like, Thom, the Supreme Court was meant to be an apolitical body. By imposing reforms, you are politicizing it or politicizing it further. That's just a step too far.
I'm depoliticizing it. And you're right, it was the intent was that it would be an apolitical body. The intent was that they would have no loyalty to any political party. The intent was that they would be the weakest of the three branches of government, as Hamilton says in Federalist 78 and again in Federalist 81. It's in fact, in 1803, when John Marshall handed down the Marbury versus Madison decision, which they struck down part of the Judiciary Act of 1798, and or 1789, I guess. And in the process of doing that, they took on a power to themselves that they were not given in the Constitution.
Judicial review.
Yeah, exactly. There was a debate about this in the Constitutional Convention, and they decided not to give the Supreme Court the power of judicial review. And Hamilton notes that in several places in the Federalist Papers. And Jefferson went nuts. He said, if this decision stands, then the Constitution has become a suicide pact, a filler to say, a suicide pact. He said, under this construction, the Constitution is a thing of wax to be molded in the hands of the judiciary. There was so much blowback to the Marbury decision that the next time that the Supreme Court struck down a law or changed a law or created policy claiming that they were doing it based on the Constitution was long after all those guys were dead. It was 1856. It was Dred Scott.
Wow.
And then the blowback, and then what did Abraham Lincoln do with Dred Scott? He said, I'm not going to enforce that law.
Right.
Screw the Supreme Court.
Non-acquiescence,
right,
yeah.
Which Andrew Jackson had done twice, by the way, in the 1830s with the Second National Bank of America and the Trail of Tears. So, but by the 1880s, 1890s, as Reconstruction was failing, the Supreme Court started using this more and more, to the point where by the 1920s they were using it maybe a third of the time.
Yeah.
Now it's all they do.
Right.
And it wasn't part of their original charter.
No.
And frankly, I think it's and then you get these people like Sam Alito coming out in the Wall Street Journal and saying, nowhere in the Constitution does it say that Congress has the right to regulate us.
Except Article 3.
Section 2, right. Article 3, Section 2 says, the Supreme Court shall operate under regulations and exceptions defined by Congress.
Right.
And it's like Sam Alito lying through his teeth to hang on to his own power. It's just insane what has happened to the Supreme Court.
I completely agree. To me, I had the privilege of, about a week or two ago, interviewing Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, who was a crusader.
He gets this stuff.
Who was a crusader for judicial reform. And I told him to his face, Congressman, I think that under this current paradigm, the Supreme Court's effectively your boss. There's this canard about three co-equal branches, which isn't true. It was Congress supposed to be supreme, and
co-equal appears nowhere in the writing of
the
first 2 centuries of this country, or the first 2 decades of this country.
But now we have the system where the Supreme Court is the de facto boss of government. They can tell the president what to do. They can tell Congress what to do.
Yep.
And we have 9 unelected philosophers.
And they just made the president a king.
Right, with just awful Supreme Court decision, Trump v. United States. My question to Cenk Uygur, who I had the privilege of talking to yesterday, was how much of Supreme Court reform should be a staple of this campaign? He opined, even though he favors Supreme Court reform, he doesn't think it should be a frontline issue in the campaign. He's worried it would frighten people off. I actually feel like we should make it more of an issue. Where do you fall on that? How much do you want this to be a Harris-Walz campaign issue?
I think it depends on how you treat it.
Okay.
If you go after specific Supreme Court decisions, or if you go after the Supreme Court in a more generic fashion, you are going to come across as attempting to politicize the court. If, on the other hand, you simply point out how political the court has become and how corrupt the court has become and keep it to that, then I think it could be a very successful campaign issue.
Gotcha.
It's all a matter of doing it the right way.
Perfect.
Well, we really appreciate your time, so thank you for sitting here answering our questions. I'm curious if you think a Supreme Court justice could be impeached in the next couple of decades, maybe next couple of years. We're starting to see some rumblings about that. AOC, in fact, introduced articles of impeachment. Didn't go anywhere in this 118th Congress, but maybe the 119th Congress will pick it up. We've also seen a focus from Biden on Supreme Court reform, introducing a code of ethics, and even Dan Goldman has introduced a bill for a new office to investigate them and such, I believe. So I'm curious, do you think we'll actually see an impeachment of a Supreme Court justice? We've only seen it in Samuel Chase, I believe, a long time ago.
1805, I think it was, or whatever the year was. It was one of the first 2 decades there.
Nominated by George Washington.
Yeah, exactly. Although he was, basically an ass and a drunk. But that, he was not convicted in the Senate either.
Right.
So it didn't even work.
But it did alter the behavior of the Supreme Court, right?
That's right. And just like in 1937, when Franklin Roosevelt said he was going to pack the court, that altered the behavior of the court. That was the point at which Owen Roberts changed his vote, and suddenly, the four horsemen were all alone. Yeah. And thus we got the New Deal. I think it's extremely unlikely, although Clarence Thomas has committed such egregious acts that are so worthy of impeachment, that it's astonishing that it hasn't happened, that something hasn't happened or gotten more energy up to this point. I think if we get a substantial majority in the House and Senate and hold the White House, and I think those things are possible. I'm not sure they're probable, but I think they're possible. Then, in that case, at the very least, we need major Supreme Court reform. And yes, I would love to see Thomas impeached. My guess is he's going to resign soon anyway.
I think so as well, yeah.
He clearly wants to, and it's one of the reasons he and Alito have both expressed a desire to resign. But they're doing the Sandra Day O'Connor thing. I mean, she admitted, she said to her biographer that the reason that she ruled in Bush v. Gore wasn't because she thought that it was the right thing to do, stopping the Florida Supreme Court. They really didn't have the legal authority to stop the Florida Supreme Court. It's a violation of the 10th Amendment. But instead, she did not want to have her successor appointed by Al Gore. Yeah. I mean, it was just pure selfish partisan, behavior, and I'm guessing she wasn't the only one.
Right.
So,
wild.
We'll see where it goes. I'm very skeptical about the ability to impeach a Supreme Court justice.
What about term limits? Do you think that's something we could see in our lifetime?
I think that's very likely.
Yeah.
Term limits and a code of ethics, that's low-hanging fruit.
And I think that would lower the temperature in America as well, and we would all benefit from it tremendously. And I believe there's no other Western nation that has lifetime appointments for their Supreme Court, so it's kind of an antiquated thing that we got here, which we have a lot of in America, sadly.
I don't know if that's the case, but I know a lot of countries do not allow their Supreme Court to interpret their Constitution, but they have a separate court. The Netherlands and Germany, they have a separate court that looks at constitutional issues.
Okay.
And that is constructed in a way that's very nonpartisan.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was my final question.
I'm going to throw one last wrench into it, okay? I can't remember where Thom falls on this, but so have a long-standing disagreement over Attorney General Merrick Garland. I like Merrick Garland. I don't think he was a good Attorney General for the moment that we needed. I don't want to misrepresent Guy's views. What are your thoughts on Attorney General Garland?
I honestly don't know. I hear, I'm forgetting her name, who writes Mueller, she wrote, and she's like, no, he's doing the best, but and I get it, that he inherited a Department of Justice that was packed with Trump people, that the FBI is institutionally, because it's a police agency, is filled with authoritarians essentially and right-wingers, that there was a lot of pushback and a lot of fear that going after Trump right after he left office would A, set a bad precedent, B, politicize the Justice Department, and C, that it sure looked like Trump was just going away. Because for that first year, he was just quiet. He was like, hey, it looks like I got away with it. I think I'll keep my head down. And it wasn't until he realized that they were coming after him that he decided to run for president. And I think that was an attempt, a hope that it would cause the Justice Department to back off. It didn't, but that was his hope. So I could build a case for Merrick Garland having done the right thing and the reasonable thing, and on the other hand, the law is the law. Donald Trump broke the law. I mean, he broke the Hatch Act. He after he left office, he broke the Logan Act. He broke the Emoluments Clause. He stole classified. I mean, there's a long list of actual crimes this guy committed, and I don't think that you ignore crimes for 2 years, even if you're gathering evidence, just because you're afraid that it's going to make your agency look political.
Right.
So a net is, I would much rather have seen Sheldon Whitehouse in that position.
Interesting.
He's the guy that I've always wanted as Attorney General. I think he would make a great Attorney General.
He was, I think, Attorney General of Rhode Island, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
I don't recall, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And he certainly knows his stuff. And so, at a certain level, I've been very disappointed. But on the other hand, he finally did the right thing. He appointed a special prosecutor, and he's been kicking ass with regard to the January 6 people. Even though, again, I mean,
the Supreme
they
Court,
should have been arrested in the first day or weeks. But of course, Trump was president at the time, so don't hold your breath.
Well, I just briefly wanted to give my position and see what you think. I think he spent the first year or so going after the muscle, the people on the ground that would react violently if Trump was pursued. And he broke up the 3%ers and the Patriot Boys and all that, Proud Boys. And so that's why I think he didn't go after Trump. But do you think that's some BS or what? Do you think I'm coping, as we call?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah?
I just don't know. I've never talked to him. I have no inside sources. It's an agency that doesn't leak very much.
Right.
And so, all this entire conversation is speculative.
Of course, it's all just for fun. Yeah.
Well, that was a great question then. So he's kind of ambivalent. He can see it both ways. Listen, we could talk to you for like 3 hours, but I really appreciate your time, Thom. Thank you.
Thank you. For your time. Really appreciate it.
Honor to be with you.
And could you tell everybody where they can find you, especially your YouTube channel, since we're live streaming on YouTube?
Oh, just plug in my name,
Thom Hartmann.
Thom Hartmann, you'll find it. And HartmannReport.com is where I do all my writing.
Perfect. Thank you, Thom. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Have a good one.
Keep talking because I'm going to see if I can
Okay.
see you later.
Okay, well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope I have a pinch of success that gentleman has had with his career, because he's a huge successful guy. Do you know who we have coming up next? Okay. No, I was just curious. Did Madison finalize things with you? Madison? Okay, so we have something set? Yeah. Okay. 4 p.m.? Oh, great. Okay. So we're 3 p.m. right now. Okay. What's up, everybody? I want to say hi to Mr. Beats viewers out there. He had another event this morning, but he's be joining us, I think, at 4 p.m. Oh, we're not live on his channel? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, well then let me just say to Mr. Beats viewers, you can kiss my I'm kidding. We love Mr. Beat. I got to hang out with Mr. Beat last night. This guy gets stopped every 5 minutes here. This is like the Mr. Beat con, I swear. Like,
it's the DNC.
Everybody loves Mr. Beat here. It's incredible. Like last night hanging with him, everywhere we went, he gets stopped.
I will say there was that one time where he was rudely heckled. We did see a guy.
What?
So you didn't hear about this?
No.
So I saw a guy in a suit with glasses walk up to Mr. Beat, start hurling all kinds of invective and profanity at him. Said his name is I'm really important.
Oh, yeah. I was drinking that day. My bad.
He says,
I
hate you, Mr. Beat.
I did apologize for that.
Yeah, you're a changed man.
Yeah.
You're reformed. You're reformed, much like former President Trump clearly is, right?
I believe in second chances.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
So that was Jesiah's fangirl moment. I've
had two now. Jessica Torlov on Fox News. Thom Hartmann of the Hartmann Report. I got, do you see what I'm saying? Like a font of just like in 1805 in the third paragraph of the Supreme Court of like he just knows his shit. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I look up to guys like that because they've just had such a storied career and they're so successful and they've influenced so many people that if I can have that, a pinch of that influence, I think it'll all be worth it.
Well, he talked about, I totally forgot, like Air America, that's where Sam Cedar got his start, too, and stuff like that. So Thom Hartmann is kind of like, I think you make the case like the progenitor of progressive commentary online. So I love it. And I was actually surprised he gave his answer about Merrick Garland, because I couldn't remember where he felt, but he was somewhere in the middle. He was for a brief moment.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, we don't know.
Right.
And also, I meant to bring this up. That's the largest investigation in the FBI's history. So it consumed a lot of resources. And so, going after Trump, I get it. But at the same time, you got thousands of criminals out there, and you know where Trump is, and you know.
So
these are dangerous people.
I do want to say, and I think I've made this case before. I don't make the argument that Merrick Garland's an idiot, or that Attorney General Garland made obviously bad choices. The decisions he made had a sound logic to them.
Of course.
I just disagree with the final result, and I guarantee you he's disappointed in the final result, because, and I think Thom Hartmann made a pretty good case here, that we know that some of Attorney General Garland's decision making was, I want to restore faith in the DOJ.
True.
And faith has not been restored in the DOJ as a consequence of his actions, so it's like it was all for naught.
How do you measure that, though?
Polling. Yeah, so
okay, I haven't seen polling.
If you look at the polling is basically the same. In some cases, it's worse. More Republicans now.
But can it change? Has it been higher? I'm curious about that.
Now, that's a good point. I don't know, like, the historic approval rating of the DOJ.
Right.
I imagine, if I were to bet, I imagine it was seen as less partisan, 2 decades ago or whatever, because now you have a demagogue in the form of Donald Trump constantly saying that the DOJ is coming after him. So that's the frustrating thing. It's like, Attorney General, you did all this in part to lower the temperature, but the temperature is higher now despite your efforts.
Right.
So maybe in hindsight, you just should have thrown the book at the guy the way you would have anybody else. And that's where I get frustrated. Again, the sound decisions either way.
Yeah, I just hear like Congress historically has low approval rating. Like they're like 20% and sub 20% all the time. You know? And so I wonder how high the DOJ can really get anyways.
It's because IRI hasn't run for Congress yet. As soon as I'm really important becomes Congressman really important, then the approval rating will skyrocket.
I get asked this question a lot, once a week, maybe more. Will you run for office? I don't ever imagine running for office. I worked for an elected official, New York City councilman. It was in the leadership years ago, and it just wasn't for me.
Rudy Giuliani?
No, he wasn't there. He's a state senator now. He's a cool guy, but it just wasn't for me. I don't know, but I do want to get more involved in some way or another.
Yeah, well, like even stuff like this and going canvassing and the stuff, like, it feels good. It feels good, like, not just the media angle, but like Wisconsin, Progressive Victory is doing an event in Wisconsin in early October. I know I'll be there for that, knocking on doors. Wisconsin's huge, it's battleground state, and the canvassing efforts of Destiny's Community and Progressive Victory in times past helped elect Janet Protasewicz, Justice Protasewicz, which gave the liberals a majority on the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and that has had enormous ramifications. We've undone gerrymandering in Wisconsin because of that election. Elections matter, and so does activism. So I agree. I think it's so important.
Yeah, and we will be hopefully speaking to the Wisconsin Attorney General in maybe I think an hour or so.
Okay, that's cool.
So that's an awesome guy to talk to. I mean,
imagine if we could get Tammy Baldwin too. Tammy Baldwin, Democratic senator, running for re-election against Eric Hovde, a MAGA Republican from California.
Yeah, Orange County, California.
Yeah. So she's leading in the polls, though, so that's good.
Yeah, she's been leading. It seems like a pretty easy race. And, in the end, Janet Protasewicz won by 11% or something. Yeah, so it was double digits.
But again, it's so important that people remember that. I wish it were so that we could basically put in the hard work and then call it a day. But unfortunately, especially at the deficit that we're running, there's going to be a lot of maintenance and constant pushing. So what I'm saying is, the fact that we elected Protasewicz, that doesn't stop there. We have to continue the work, and I'm hopefully, what we'll see is what Thom Hartmann wants and what we all want, which is that we win the White House, we win the Senate, we win the House, and then Democrats leverage their power to reshape the terrain. I mean,
he sounded pretty optimistic about getting money out of politics. He actually said he thought that would be a priority for the Kamala Harris administration. I wanted to disagree with him on that because I'm not even seeing anyone talking about money in politics. Right now it seems to be on Supreme Court reform, if anything, and still cleaning up from the pandemic. Look at Kamala Harris's proposals. 3 million new homes, home purchase credit, down payment help. I don't see anything about money in politics. I don't see anyone even talking about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's also trying to figure out, kind of the chicken and the egg, what needs to come first. Because the way my brain works is I'm thinking, okay, if we wanted to make it easier for Democrats to win elections, not to sound too cynical, but like basically we have an asymmetric environment starting to correct that, what would you do? Would it be Supreme Court reform? Because anything you want to pass legislatively, a right-wing Supreme Court in theory could just strike down. So maybe you do that. Or maybe it's voting rights first, so you could maximize eligible voter turnout, making it more likely Democrats win elections. Then you go after this. What comes first? Some would make the case that the very first thing is you have to tackle money in politics, because money in politics has such an outsized influence.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. I think it would solve a lot of problems. I just don't see...
I agree that I don't see it as a priority at the moment.
I don't see anyone prioritize. I don't even see a messaging that could
maybe they
resonate.
Don't want scare donors.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's election season.
Right.
But I agree with him that you have to bring a gun to a gunfight. So let's get all the money we can right now and get the right people in. That's why people like AOC, I think, should be celebrated, because they are doing everything they can to gain power, and that's what we need right now. We need people who want to reform in power. Just like if you're Jamal Bowman and Cory Bush, you're not in power anymore.
Right.
So maybe you should have done something a little differently. People might disagree with what happened there, but still, they're no longer going to be in power.
So Hartmann, that's interesting too, because we brought up Khanna and unilateral disarmament of money in politics. It was at a previous Progressive Victory event in Washington, D.C. I think it was Emma from the Majority Report asked Khanna about that. Will you commit to taking like no big donors? And he says, no, I don't take from this particular type of PAC or whatever, but of course I'll still take big donors, because it's enormously important when you're running Republicans to do that. You can't unilaterally disarm.
Right.
And it reminded me that Hartmann also has like a weekly or monthly frequent engagement with Khanna as well, so that's something else to check out. If you check out his channel. But yeah, I like that. You have to take a practical approach. That's why I think AOC is to be applauded.
Right. She should be looked at as an example and copied,
Yeah.
And that's...
Because she is the future of the party, and people like that. She will eventually... you brought it up, I forgot that she's the vice-ranking member of the most important committee in Congress, which is the Oversight Committee.
Right below Jamie.
That's enormous.
Right.
Like, that just goes to show how much confidence they have.
Well, and the House, one of the major functions besides passing the budget is in oversight, investigations. And so the Oversight Committee is the core of that. So she could be head of that in a few years.
100%.
Jamie Raskin turned down a run for the Senate to keep that position so he could run that committee. That's how important it is.
I know, because can you imagine, in an ideal world, we'd have 6 years per term of Jamie Raskin in perpetuity.
He could have had it. He could have easily won, but he turned it down, I assume. I don't know.
Because somebody has to keep the House or somebody,
Well, I think he kept it because of how powerful that position is, because he's the ranking member on oversight. He knows he'll take over if we get the House in January.
Yeah, and also, hopefully we'll be talking later on with, we will talk with Congressman Khanna, who's on the Oversight Committee, and hopefully Jared Moskowitz, Congressman Moskowitz,
I think we
as well.
have Dan Goldman coming by too.
So these are 3 members of the Oversight Committee. The influence that these freshman Democrats, like Goldman and Moskowitz in particular, I don't think Khanna's a freshman.
No.
Yeah, but the influence that they've had on Jamie Raskin, I think, is profound. Like, they clearly look up to him, but if you look, Jamie Raskin is sassier, funnier, and more brutal than he's ever been, and I think it's because these freshmen did, our bench in the House is just phenomenal.
But it wasn't. It didn't have to be like this.
Yeah.
They brought something unique to it, right? Previous Congresses, the Democrats, when they're in the minority, have been kind of sheepish, and these guys said, "We're ready to fight."
Yeah, let's do it. Right, 100%.
And they mixed it up, and
And imagine what they'll be able to do with power.
Right. That's what I want to ask them about. What now? You've been playing defense. You haven't even had a chance to flex. What are you going to do now?
Yeah.
So.
Do we have are there any questions or anything or whatever?
Or what's our next?
Because I'm just flirting with IRI here.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock now. Who's our next guest? Okay. So we have an hour till Dan will be here. That's gonna be fun.
Dan,
since we
sorry,
both
I'm not a first name basis with.
Well, I don't think
Dan.
I am.
No, you just did it. Dan's really important.
Both
I'm really important.
Jessiah and I have interviewed Dan Goldman already, so this is going to be a lot of fun to do a follow-up interview.
Oh, you know what's going to be funny is Dan, be honest, which one do you like more? Come on, Dan, come on. Dan,
wow.
which one of us is more of your bestie, Dan?
Wow.
Yeah. It's obviously IRI. We're going to go mobile? Sure.
I'm up for it, but
I don't care.
hesitant about moving around before. Yeah, okay, we have some time.
Yeah, I don't
we
care.
We can go for like 30 minutes or something.
I'll probably find, like, I'll stuff my face too.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm getting there. This monster is.
breakfast? Hold on.
Oh, I did. I had a granola bar. So. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, you're all live in Mr. Beats.
Did you get a chance to check or text what's his face? I'm blanking on the name. Yeah. Hang on.
Yes. I did. I haven't heard back though yet.
Okay, that's fine because I hadn't either. It's probably busy, but just want to make sure.
Well,
So,
tell me about the DNC.
the
What,
BNC.
The DNC.
It's the Beat National Convention. Let's just be honest here. Have you
It
not
is.
been around? Like, have you not seen him
Just-
be swarmed?
Yeah, I have.
I know it's amazing. It's incredible. Like,
It's- I wonder what it feels like to know that like a core of your audience is DNC attendees.
I know. I'm waiting for President Biden to show up and make eye contact with Mr. Beat, and you show up and you're like, oh, I love your work. You know. But no, it's been awesome. Like,
Why do you think so many people? Because I feel like one of the most common things I heard like 2 years ago when I came into the Twitch space is being like, none of this matters, nobody's listening, and I was like, I mean, yeah, like your average bestiality panel, nobody's listening, but people are watching YouTube. People are watching, especially like YouTube and politics and sort of thing. Like, it matters to the point that they're like making an entire subclass of media category so that content creators can come in.
Yeah, I think that some politicians have been very shrewd to be early adopter to new social media. I think like the helixing of social media and politics is important. You'll see if we're able to land Jared Moskowitz, he's kind of like the embodiment of this. He's got wit and humor, and he knows how to leverage, the sort of meta of our times. Maxwell Frost, the youngest congressman, is 27 years old. He's a Democrat. He's also really big with this too. I think it's leveraging that relationship with social media, trying to make it attractive and fun. AOC was kind of like a progenitor of that too. She kind of led the way, making it relatable.
Yeah, she
because
did.
we see American politics as a bit of a gerontocracy, right? It is the Joe Bidens and the
What is gerontocracy?
the
Geriatric?
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a geriatric leadership, a gerontocracy, and
It's very disconnected from
right.
like the millennial and Gen Z.
Or
voter.
perceived to be that way at the very least. I mean, you don't want to throw them totally under the bus, but that's certainly the perception. I mean, my God, they have had congressional hearings where they haul Mark Zuckerberg in front of Congress and watching, these people try to have cookies, what do you mean, what are cookies, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's sometimes
embarrassing.
painful.
It's
Yeah.
really embarrassing.
So I think that's a huge part of it. And then you have influencers. You have people like Destiny and Hassan and others that add a charisma to it and all these things. So I think it's a combination of that.
Yeah.
We've even pulled Canadian content creators into talking about American politics. Did you ever think you would be as involved with American politics?
No.
Yeah.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Definitely not. But I'm an American immigrant now, so
Yeah. You're invested.
yeah, you can't even call me a Canadian anymore. Not truly.
Gosh,
Yeah.
you've left it all behind.
I have, yeah, it's behind me. The snowy days are better.
Yeah.
When you look at the way that they like run their candidacy and whatnot, what do you think AOC did that made her such a starlight that like nobody else was doing before?
I think relatively speaking, it was considered an unconventional background. I mean, she's tarred and feathered. She even mentioned it in her speech that, I was just a bartender, but it was considered an unconventional background for politics, number one. Number two, her youth. I mean, so she had this charisma, she had the youth about her, she had the unconventional background, and then the attitude, I think, too. So she was unapologetic in who she was. She was a disruptor, she was a fighter, she was a brawler. And I think it says something that you have somebody like Thom Hartmann, who's an older gentleman, who also has praise, oh my God, she has matured in her political career. So even though she's still a bit of a disruptor, she recognizes, like, if I want to affect change, I have
She's
to
very
have power.
team playery as well.
Yes.
Which I know has been upsetting a lot of her more further left voters.
100%. Yeah.
But I feel like it's made her so politically effective the last like 2 to 3 years that I've been watching her.
Yeah.
She's been really growing on me of just seeing her really about, I guess, how do you think about bridging the between like a political principle of like what you believe in versus functionality? Especially if you're going to be more progressive, you're always going to be, to some degree, making deals, not quite with the devil, but compromises to some degree. How do you see that as progressive, like young voters look at AOCs or whatever?
I saw ContraPoints. There's this meme associated with her. Like, there's some people out there who don't want power; they just want to endlessly critique power. I think if you are a progressive activist, what you have to do is disabuse yourself of the notion. You critique power to get power and then use power to make the changes that you principally want.
Yeah.
And so AOC, some people, to your point, almost punishing her for making compromises. But the fact of the matter is, she is not in a position to dictate the change she truly wants to bring to America on the United States government. She has to compromise. She doesn't have the numbers. And I think the proof is in the pudding. She is, as Guy pointed out, the second highest ranking official on the most powerful and important congressional committee. Unless she resigns from Congress or has an unexpected fall from grace, there will be, and eventually, a chairwoman, Ocasio-Cortez, running the House Oversight Committee. That's enormously important. The check that she would be able to impose on a Republican presidency, the ability to investigate, right-wingers or corporate greed, that the power there is enormous.
Could you maybe, for like those unawares like me, what power does a chairwoman have in the way that she can right now?
Yeah, so the oversight, so we have to go back.
Power balance
sure,
then?
so one of the constitutional prerogatives assigned to Congress is oversight of the executive. We have 3 branches. They're not co-equal. Congress is supposed to be more powerful than the president. If Congress is firing on all cylinders and they go up against the president loses 10 times out of 10. Because they're also supposed to be able to demand that executive branch officials come before them and questions and stuff like that. No, it's fine. Yeah. So the Oversight Committee is the committee that's principally in charge of investigations.
Audio's messing up. I gotta reset this thing. Sorry, it's like clicking the pop.
No, it's okay. So we're gonna have to reset here for just a second. Yeah.
It'll be back in like 20 seconds.
Check.
I think it'd be Dylan.
Or you call Dylan and Steven. Yeah. If you guys do call Steven, bug him about Wisconsin and canvassing.
It's canvassing? Okay, I'll try to remember. What's going on, buddy? I'm going to anything else him. So, anything else? So, okay.
I think you should be good now.
What do you think the crackle poppin's coming from? Is it the way we're holding it or something?
No, that's not. It's just a Rode. I think Rode devices.
I love Rode, really. They're like the... Dang.
I think Rode used to be okay, but yeah, they've just had major
Wow.
quality issues. I think. Go ahead and grab this tripod. See if I can use the other microphone.
Okay.
It's either this thing or the mic.
Check. 1, 2. Well, we have our next interview's at 4. So we have like 45 minutes. We're just chilling. I think... I cannot see chat, so this is a super awkward way to stream. I have no idea what you guys are saying, and I have no idea what's going on out there.
Yeah, I wish we could have something for you.
Oh, that'd be cool if we had like an iPad or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, probably wouldn't work. But
Use your phone.
yeah, could bring up a phone. Wow, thank you guys. I clean up well. Let's see, I can bring up my stream and see what's going on. But I'm sure Jessiah will be back in a moment. Okay, let's see, I have my stream up. Do you guys have any questions in my Twitch channel about the DNC? So let's see. How's the rock climbing going? That is not going at all, because I get too dangerous at climbs now, and I'm afraid I'm going to hurt myself. Are you having a good time? No, not at all. It's actually a very bad time. I'm kidding. Of course I'm having a good time. Thanks, Mom. How about that Joe Walsh interview? Was awesome. Yeah, Joe Walsh was interesting, energetic guy. I mean, he's in a weird position, right? Ex-Republican, came in on the T-wave, got to go against his party. Some people would say, well, he's taking advantage of a moment or something, but he ran against Trump in 2020. I think he's pissed, man. So good for him. I really think what he's doing is pretty brave. I can't imagine the grief that he gets. How's the atmosphere outside of the DNC? I have seen very little, and from the news reports I've seen, the protests are tiny, and the police are like overwhelming them, and there's been no protests inside. I've been expecting somebody to stand up and in the middle of the convention speech, but I have yet to see a single person interrupt anybody or anything. So I think the protests are like non-existent, honestly, at this point. Like, we don't feel their presence here at all. The first night, there was a delay in some buses getting in for people, but ever since then, nothing. Any favorite speakers? I thought Hillary Clinton tore down the House, man. They popped off for Hillary Clinton on Monday night. That was huge. Even more energy for her than Joe Biden, I kid you not. I mean, they loved her. And last night, Michelle Obama, place was rocking for her. You know, I missed the Little John, Georgia roll call, and I saw it later on Twitter. I thought, yes, I think that is like a real pivotal moment, that Little John roll call. So just been a lot of interesting things, and walking around, and you know, everywhere we go we see somebody we recognize, and so it's just been fascinating. No, I did not meet Little John. I got to meet my hero Manu Raju though. I got a picture with him, so that was dope. And then I was there when Jessiah met Jessica Tarlov, who I'm a big fan of too, so you know, we kind of fangirling right and left around here. Missed me covering the speeches. Yeah, well, you know, this is the next stage. Did you talk to Manu? He actually sat there and talked to us for a bit, which was cool. He didn't have to do that, you know. I also had like a 10-minute conversation with Khanna when I saw him, and he's going to be coming joining us on stream at some point today. But we just had a casual conversation about the House and the Senate, and what's going on with the presidential race. And so it's kind of cool to just talk to some of these people that we all look up to and that are in the arena fighting, and just kind of be friendly with them, and you know, them to kind of treat you as somebody that they're happy to talk to. Okay, so hopefully this sounds a little better. Might want to aim the mic up a little bit more, but
Yeah, I think we'll do that. You're going to hear a little bit more conventional noise, but
that's okay. I think, yeah. This is where I'm at, but I'll be sitting over here too, or so somewhere in the middle. Now I'll go over here when you get back and listen to see if it sounds bad, because since it's so much closer to us now, I might be totally out of it if I'm right here. Check. So let me know what it sounds like right here.
sounds great.
Okay. Perfect. So then I think we're good. Well, I'm not going to have chat up the whole time. I was just doing it while I'm by myself because I had nothing better to do.
Is there anything you think Harris is doing to turn off independents? I mean, no, the polls look pretty good for her with respect to independents. Not seeing this campaign's been run pretty impressive so far. I don't want to say perfect because I'm sure there's some things you could nitpick, but I have not seen any major moves to turn off independents from the Harris-Walz campaign.
Yeah, it would have to be some policy that's further to the left that would upset them. I think if anything, it's been her past comments from like 2019. So 2019, like when she was running for president, that she had more progressive policy positions. But that's it. I think I don't know.
Let's see here. This will be the greatest election ever. Certainly one of the most important. I teared up watching President Biden's speech. He's such a lovely human.
Yeah, it was nice to see him in person. I think the crowd showed a lot of love, and there's been a lot of thank you Joe's chants going on still.
I mean, listen, again, there will be a time historians are going to look really favorably on the Biden administration, but there's no question. I think that President Biden has been a very, very good president. I think if Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are fortunate, they'd be fortunate to be half as good, right? I mean, like Biden did more and got more accomplished in 4 years than most presidents do in 8. I think, with all due respect to President Obama, I think President Biden was a better president. So I mean, like that's how good he was. Like in terms of domestic policy in particular, he should be the standard at this point, where to take it and exceed it. But I'm honestly really, really excited that right now the focus is kind of on the future. I think it was important that, yes, as the sitting president, as the most powerful person in the world, is still the current leader of the Democratic Party. Vice President Harris is not the leader of the party right now. President Biden is. That he be there the day one to cap day one, and then let the rest of the convention proceed, as kind of like a moving on, so to speak.
I would argue a little bit, though, that he's the leader of the party now. I think she's inherited that at this point. Even though she's still the vice president, I think she's the de facto leader at this point.
I think it's in a state of transition, right? It's like, but I don't know. Of course, they would never be in conflict at that, at this level. But
semantics. But it does feel like she's commanding the party. They're taking the instructions from her.
This is like a week-long torch passing. It's like it's like the passing of the Olympic torch, but in slow motion span across 4 weeks, 4 days.
I will back up your point that it feels like people are ready to move on, and there's no nice way to say that, but there was the love on the first night, and I feel like the thank you Joes are getting a little less vocal, and it's not out of disrespect to Joe Biden. They're just more excited to celebrate Kamala, and that's fine, and it's kind of like the long goodbye.
No, like I said, he has his place in history for a variety of means. I mean, saving the country from Trump in 2020, getting us out of COVID, enormous strides with respect to fiscal policy in the United States, and again, going back to things that Thom Hartmann said, talking about a step away from neoliberalism. President Biden took us in that direction, and then stepping aside the sacrifice of I'm not going to seek re-election, I'm not going to seek my own aggrandizement, even though he could. The 22nd Amendment doesn't apply here. He's eligible for a second term. Most politicians wouldn't be able to do that. There are very few people who have that. But right now it's all forward thinking. He's off running the country right now, and people are campaigning. I think it's exciting.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's a lot of fun to be here with like the purest Democrats in America. Like these are the super fans. These are the giga fans, and to see them just so happy and so excited is so cool. Like we were up in the nosebleeds last night in this press-only viewing section, and the woman next to me, like back row, was still so wow going nuts. I mean, these people are fanatical. Wow! But she was so happy to cheer. I mean, from the highest seats in the stadium, usually the fans up there are like, Okay, but no, she was a super fan, and it's just, it's you know, you can't help but get caught up in it. And I thought I was a big fan. I think that's kind of my point. It's like you and I think we're the biggest fans because we get called out a lot for our partisanship and you guys are just deriding Biden and all that. Wait till you meet people at the DNC. This is another level.
Yeah, and I own it. I mean, like I make no bones about it. The Democratic Party has its faults. I'm not saying that you have to ignore those things, but if we have two choices effectively, and it's not much of a choice. There's a clear decision to be made. But yeah, there are people whose enthusiasm wildly outshines ours. Yeah.
You and I got nothing on some of these people. Yeah.
Some of us, you're probably some people are like, are you even Democrats? Like,
right.
Look at these two Republicans here. You know. Yeah.
Right.
Thing.
True. Yeah, that's funny.
Let's see. Anything in chat? From reporting I've seen, it seems as there's a wide swath of independents supporting RFK. I don't think they'd really be a rush to Trump.
Yeah, so what do you think about RFK is supposedly going to drop out at the end of the week and endorse Trump?
I mean...
Think it changes anything?
No, let me tell you something. I think if he does, I think first and foremost, Democrats should take a victory lap on that because there was a lot of people from the beginning noting the incestuous relationship between the RFK campaign and the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
And you had people, RFK supporters, say, no. RFK Jr., he would never support Donald Trump. He really wants, he has his own vision. And yeah, if that were to happen, I think first and foremost we should say, like, yep, called it.
Right. Obvious.
Could it impact? Sure. I mean, like anytime you have, you know, a multi-pronged race and it tapers down to two because one faction joins the other, yeah, that's going to present certain challenges, but we don't know. I mean, RFK does poll from Democrats. I think the polling has more consistently shown he polls more from Republicans.
Yes.
But Vice President Harris would likely also benefit somewhat if RFK were to suspend his campaign. It's possible. But yeah, I think that we just can't control it. We just have to assume that that's likely to be the case, or very possible, given the information RFK Jr. has given us. He constantly sucks up to Trump. He grades Trump on a curve. He's had high-ranked campaign staff publicly say that their goal is to either win or to be a spoiler for Biden, and that was when President Biden was the presumptive nominee. We have the video of that. Yeah. There's a video of Trump calling him and offering him a cabinet position. I mean, I would bet on it. I would say, kind of plan on it, hope for the best, expect the worst, and expect that RFK Jr. will eventually drop out and support Donald Trump.
Yeah. What a weird campaign.
What a weird candidate.
Yeah. Were we going to try to call into Dylan, or... Okay, because we don't have too much time, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think it changes much. I actually think it helps Kamala because RFK was a little bit of, there's an alternative pick, you know, and I still think there's enough people out there, a small pinch of people, that just see the name Kennedy and go, that's got to be good, you know, Democrats. As crazy as that sounds.
I mean, they're a political dynasty, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the American equivalent of the Windsors, right? You know, the House of Windsor. You have the House of Kennedy. House of the Dragon.
But yeah, I think it was only, they were going to go to Trump no matter what anyways. Nobody was counting on them coming to our side, so.
Yeah.
I think it also focuses the race a little more. Even though he wasn't taking much attention, it just becomes more about the two, Kamala, Trump, and that's good for us.
Which is what it was always going to be. Right. It was always going to come down to the Democrat or the Republican.
It just gets rid of any chatter about third-party candidates or any spoiler. I mean, it's just a little bandwidth it was taking up gets removed.
Yeah.
That's all.
All right, we're going to get Dylan in a second here.
Okay. So he's just calling in on Discord. He's not live or something?
Doing it live! It's a Bill O'Reilly reference. Do it live!
So we can hear him from there?
Yeah.
All right, it's probably going to be loud as shit.
I think we're pretty close between 4 and 6, and we're going to try to fill it.
Let me assume. Hold on.
Yeah.
Go for it, Dylan. Give it a shot. Can you say something? A little quiet. Sorry. I can adjust that.
Okay.
Dylan.
Can I hold him, or it's going to mess up with us?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, we just were curious if you're going to be caught on the mic, but that's okay. What's up, buddy?
I'm doing good. I've been enjoying the DNC so far. I think the vibes have been immaculate, definitely in comparison to the RNC. I don't know if you've been seeing the mashups, but my goodness, I think this is a much easier watch. I was watching it in the dead of night, the RNC outside of Kiev, and I wanted to die. The RNC was the worst thing that whole day, and I was having
I watched a lot of it. Yeah, I watched a lot of it. Did you see Little John in the roll call last night?
Little John.
Yeah, see Little John. Yeah, I saw the Little John.
Whatever, Little John. My bad.
Yeah, actually, they do want you to hold.
Gotcha.
Dylan, there you go.
Hold Dylan.
I like the roll call. I found it a little
Turn
boring
this
for
shit
me
down.
because I felt like I had nothing to add because I'm supposed to add commentary. I'm a commentator. That's the whole idea.
Oh, wait.
But I think that it was very fun for, I guess definitely everybody involved.
Okay.
People were super hyped.
Hold on, Dylan. So can they hear him on separate audio, or they're hearing him over the mic?
They're hearing you over the mic.
Okay, great.
So,
We good?
No, hold on.
so, Dylan, are you back in Ukraine yet?
No, I stayed an extra week so I could spend some time with my father and a few other family members, but I'm going back next Sunday for sure.
So I should say to those who are watching who don't know, this is Dylan Burns, political commentator and war reporter who
Yes.
frequently spends his time in Ukraine reporting on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And so, yeah, he's back in the States briefly to visit family and such. You said that the DNC's vibes are more immaculate than the RNC.
Absolutely more immaculate. Absolutely more immaculate by a million percentage points.
Is it mostly because of I and I?
I think it was not only the roll call, but the music, how it's presented.
Skip
but I
this.
also think just the themes that they were talking about. While of course they mentioned Trump quite a lot, there seemed to be a lot more positive agenda being offered than at the RNC contrary. And considering the circumstances of the DNC, which there's a lot of infighting behind the scenes leading up to it between the Biden camp and those who wanted to get him to step down. I think that it seems to be there seems to be a big emphasis on unity, and the idea that this would be kind of a really event with a lot of infighting, and it'd be like that one disastrous DNC event from the past once there was a contested convention. It wasn't anything like that. It was, so far it's been I would say almost like, North Korea style unity.
Wow.
Everybody's on
Come
board.
on. Nah, everybody, it's organic. Everybody's having so much fun. That's the thing that Jessiah and I can see here. That just people are so happy, and there's no long faces at all. Who was your favorite speaker so far, Dylan?
So far, I think, honestly, I like the UAW speech quite a lot. I think AOC was really able to add a lot of energy to the crowd. You could really feel her connecting with the crowd there. And it's good to see a member of the squad, climbing up the ladder, presenting the movement quite well, being received very well by a crowd of party insiders, and being able to climb up the ladder. I know it's been received differently online, but to me, this is how the progressive movement gets power in the long run. It's not by just getting 5, 6, 7 people in Congress or winning 1 or 2 elections. It's by getting people elected, keeping them elected, not getting them knocked out.
And putting them in places of power.
And climbing into powerful committee positions.
Yeah, it's about putting them in positions of power and then using that power to influence the overall organism. I agree. We had Thom Hartmann on here, and he said that he was getting he got the impression from her speech, the same sort of impression he got from President Obama's 2004 DNC convention speech, that he thinks this, she could be not just a leader in Congress, but she might be a future president of the United States.
I think he was overly optimistic on that one, but yeah, it's interesting to hear his opinion for sure.
I could see her running one day. I could. I mean,
president? Do you think she has national appeal? What do you think, Dylan?
I mean, this is not the first time I've heard this about this specific speech either, but was as doubtful as IRI is right now. I think that she showed a good face for the movement. I think she shows that her movement and the way she presents it can have broad appeal, not only amongst her district, but amongst the general party population. I think that it shows that she is I think a quite smart political operative, and she can speak to the general public quite well. So I think if anything, this shows that she's not just some niche outsider on the fringe, but somebody who has, I think, a finger on the pulse of the party a lot more than people give her credit for, and she knows how to transmit and energy to crowds and get them hyped up and talk to people much more than people give her credit for.
Yeah, but to me,
I don't know how much we can speak to it more than that, but I'm happy to see a member of the squad utilizing the position that they got.
Yeah, the reason that I'm open to it is that's how Barack Obama was. Obama was seen as a friend, certainly compared to Hillary Clinton, and he ultimately won. I mean, she still has room to grow, but let me put you like this. I don't think there can be any reasonable dispute that she doesn't have the raw talent. Maybe she needs to continue to be tempered with experience and time and these things, but I don't discount the idea that she has the raw talent to be president one day. So that's my opinion. What about Hillary Clinton's speech?
And the left will never forgive her for it.
Yeah, you're right. How dare you become president one day? What did you think of Hillary Clinton's speech? That surprised me, and I think it surprised IRI too. How well she was received and how well she did.
The place went crazy for her. What did you think?
I think in the context of the possibility of having the first female president again, I think the fact that, we're still in the Trump era, it's been 9 years since Trump come down the golden escalator, 9-10 years now. She was at the start of the fight. Kamala might be at the end of the fight. It started with the woman, might end with the woman. I kind of viewed this first night as a big torch passing ceremony. And I'm not the first person to say this. I know that there was the commentators from the New York Times saying it, but we had Kamala Harris briefly, talking at the event, but it was dominated by people like Hillary Clinton, dominated by Joe Biden and people around Joe Biden, like Chris Coons and others. And it seemed to be like not only a stomping around of these are our achievements that we've achieved, and I have blamed the Democratic Party multiple times for not being good enough at selling their achievements, but also seemed to be, a lot of when you were listening to Joe Biden's speech. I heard some critique that it seemed to be like too much of a, if he was getting nominated speech, and maybe it dragged on a little too much, but the emphasis on it was a and I think that the torch passing aspect, we go from Hillary to Joe, then the Obamas, and now to Kamala. You've got the whole trifecta.
Well, we're not quite done with it yet because President Clinton is speaking tonight. But yes, then after that, then it's going to be Walz and Vice President Harris.
Yeah.
Did we lose you?
No, I'm still here. I'm just thinking.
No, I understand.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something else.
Yeah, please.
There was a big USA chant the first night. The party passed out USA placards, so it seemed like they certainly wanted to lean into that. And there was some talk leading up to this event of the party kind of wrapping themselves in the flag. And I'm really happy at this development. I saw some people who are not super happy about it, but I'm super happy about this development. If you're running against somebody who's calling for the suspension of the U.S. Constitution in order to be reinstalled as president, if you're running against somebody who's calling for the vice president to usurp their constitutional authority, you're running against somebody who just blatantly does not really respect the democratic outcome of elections while allying themselves with authoritarians abroad. I think selling it as, hey, we're the ones that are patriotic, we're the ones that want to defend our crucial social institution passed down to us by our forefathers. We are patriots. I think it's a good selling point, and I think it's good that they're leaning into it, and they shouldn't be afraid to be a little bit of, flag waving around the election.
Oh, yeah, I was excited to see it. And I think it's coming off of the Olympics, too, where American pride and USA chants were popping off as well, and Americans did very well, too. And the Olympics is very uniting. Like, it brings us together, right? And so I love it. I was happy to chant USA as well, so I hope we see much, much more of it, too, because why should we cede patriotism to the right? There's no reason to. We're just as patriotic.
Yeah, I think that whether people want to admit it or not, as a general principle, most people want to say that they like their country. I think that patriotism, as we know it, really isn't unique to the United States. I think if you were to ask most people who live in Great Britain, for example, they would also want to say, yeah, I like my country. I don't want to feel ashamed of my country. I know people on the right, like Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire, say that we Democrats or we liberals and progressives can't love America because we want to change it so much. And he uses the analogy of your wife. He's like, you can't tell your wife you love her and then demand that she change so many fundamental things about it. I think he's got the whole thing wrong. The metaphor that I've used is a house. If you have a house and your house has a leaky roof or a shaky foundation, or if there's mold, or if it needs to be renovated, remodeled, expanded, you do it. And it doesn't mean you hate your house. You love your house. You just want to make your house better, and you're not going to ignore the flaws. And that's how I think that we on the left and Democrats need to approach patriotism. We love this country. We recognize this country is imperfect. We will not pretend that it's not, but we love it enough to change it. And whereas the MAGA Republicans, they would gleefully transform this country, this democratic constitutional republic, into a monarchy for the sake of Donald Trump. How can that be love? How can that be patriotism?
I mean, so much of Trump's rhetoric is kind of America bashing. It's America's collapsing. America, was great, and then now it's pathetic. It's awful. It's
we're a failing
military
nation.
Forces are crumbling. I mean, I was managing them 2 years ago, and they're fine then, but now they're crumbling again. And it's like a lot of leaning into, almost like punching towards the stars and bars. Now, of course, it'll be like, well, no, that's their America, not our America. But at the end of the day, it's still all the United States. And I do think that America bashing does come off badly, especially if the side you're bashing is leaning more into the stars and bars than you are. And there's no reason why we should cede that completely over to them. A lot of people view patriotism as love as one country, and if you're not considered patriotic, they question how much you love your country. So there's no reason for us not to lean into it.
And it doesn't mean America's better than any other country. It just means we're celebrating our own country. That's the way I see it. I'm glad that you picked up on that chant. The chants have been a lot of fun. One of my favorite chants I've been doing is "Lock Him Up," and that one was a lot of fun when Hillary did not tell the crowd to quiet down like Kamala's been doing. No, the courts are going to take care of that. Hillary just kind of smirked while the crowds chanted "Lock Him Up." So I indulged in that. I had a lot of fun.
No, she seemed like she was having a blast, and I mean, there's been a few. I mean, that was one moment the crowd did that naturally. The event didn't really encourage it. The other moment, of course, everyone's talking about now is that Obama movement with his hands last night, where he talks about compensating for something the size of his. He's implying he had a small ding-a-ling.
Yes, sir.
I thought it was pretty funny. I was laughing at it. I know it upset
Is that
Trump.
the medical term?
But there is a question. Some people have said, well, they go low, we go high. Like, this is an abandonment of that issue. That's an abandonment of that. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like a tame joke in comparison to, mocking Nancy Pelosi's husband getting beat over the head with a hammer.
Yes.
I feel like the scale of the tomfoolery that's being engaged in is a little different.
No, I totally agree. The fact of the matter is we don't have to go as low as they do. I'm not saying that we should stage insurrections or anything like that. But yeah, the rhetoric, it was actually, it's really good that you touched on that, because even former First Lady Michelle Obama, when she gave her speech prior to President Obama, it was a phenomenal speech. In many ways, a lot of people are saying it was even better than her husband's, but she didn't mince her words either, and she was the one who came up with the "when they go low, we go high" thing. I think even she's recognized, like, you know what, that is an ideal to be sure, but given the circumstances, it's okay to call this movement what it is, refer to Donald Trump as who he is, and make no bones about it, make no apologies for it. I totally agree. Because that's something, that double standard just drives me nuts. I know it drives other people in the space nuts. No, Donald Trump is what he is, and we're not going to pretend that he's anything else.
Yes, sir.
I did want to ask you, and I know you don't have too much time, but that RFK drop, I mean, I was hearing a little bit from a podcast from their VP pick about him dropping out, about his possibility of dropping out and endorsing Trump. What I was looking at, from the polling data I saw, Harris picked a bunch of people off of RFK once she entered the race. A lot of people who were undecided, maybe just leaning towards the Kennedy name. And I was kind of thinking, he only goes on right-wing podcasts, probably only pulls from Trump anyway. I don't really see how this is anything other than a wash. I see a lot of people panicking about it, though.
Yeah, I don't think it's cause for a full-blown panic or anything.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Neither of us think that it's going to hurt Kamala in any way at all. If anything, it gets rid of that tiny bit of bandwidth that was being used by the news to talk about him and a third-party candidate, and it focuses the race on the two candidates, which I think is beneficial for Kamala. And like you said, most of his supporters are going to go to Donald Trump because, they were already going to go to Donald Trump. It's not like Kamala's going to lose much.
Lastly, this will be the last thing I say before I leave you guys because I don't want to keep you guys too long. I think the leaning into her being a prosecutor is great. They couldn't do it in 2020 just due to the environment of the time with the protests, and since the Democratic primary doesn't really appeal as much to that subset of primary voters versus the general public. But now it's the perfect moment to, especially when you're running against somebody who's 34 counts convicted felon. And I'm seeing it from every single person on that stage talking about her being a prosecutor. So how far should they lean into Kamala? Do you think it's a smart strategy? I think
under normal circumstances it would be a really risky play, but I think under the current circumstances when you have a uniquely criminal candidate, yeah, I do. I think that they need to lean into as much as they possibly can to illustrate the divide. If it were up against oh my God, I can't even imagine this world because it's so far away. But if it were up against a Romney-like Republican, if that was the contrast, then I don't think she should necessarily emphasize her prosecutorial experience and inclinations. But up against somebody like Trump, I think it's the perfect dynamic.
Yeah, I think we should lean heavily into it. We back the blue. We on the left don't have a problem with the police. We believe in some reform, but in my opinion, that's to take some of the pressure off the police who've been asked to do so much, deal with mental health and deal with problems that social services should be dealing with. So I don't think there's any reason to run away from supporting the police because, crime is still elevated. It's come down tremendously, and we maybe see record-setting year for murder rate. Hasn't been this low since 2015. But still, I don't think we should run away from police or, law and order. So I'm all for it.
I do think it's great that we're seeing crime drop from the Trump crime wave because it was higher. It was very high under Trump. Yeah. I think it's so important to point that out.
Yeah, those are my thoughts.
Law and Order Harris.
Yes, sir.
And I can't believe I keep saying this will be the last thing. But what did you think? 4.5 minutes for Joe, standing ovation. That was. Hey. I mean, he hasn't had an event a convention where he could speak to a full crowd. In 2020 was COVID lockdown. This was his first big moment. Yep. It looked like he was crying.
Yeah, I wanted to be there, to be one of those people, because I felt like an obligation on behalf of the country to do that, and so many Democrats and people couldn't be there. I felt I have the privilege of being in this room right now. This is how America shows its love, and I was one of those people standing and hooting and hollering.
No, I thought it was very important as kind of like a passing of the torch, taking us all the way back to where you started with this, Dylan, acknowledging that President Biden still is the president, that he has been an enormously accomplished president, that he beat Trump once before, that he had the humility to recognize it was less likely he'd be able to do it again. He wasn't going to take the risk, pass the torch on to the vice president. And yeah, I think that that this is only possible, as excited as we are for the future, because of President Biden's decision. So yeah, I think he earned every second of it.
Yeah, and Dylan, thank you for joining us. We love you. To everybody watching, this is Dylan Burns TV on YouTube, on Twitch. He is a war journalist in Ukraine. He also talks politics a whole bunch as well, and we're both big fans of his. So please check him out, Dylan Burns TV. Thank you.
Give him a like
Dylan.
and subscribe. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you so much for having me, and have a great DNC.
All right, buddy. Bye.
The BNC for Mr. B.
I'm gonna use the restroom. Is that okay? Or?
Yeah, I need to stuff my fat. I'm gonna eat. So like as soon as.
Oh,
yeah.
we only have 15 minutes, so you better go now.
Okay. All right.
It's fine.
We're going to take a little break.
We're gonna take a little break before our next conversation. I'm gonna eat, and we'll be right back.
Okay, so we're going offline?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, guys, just chill. We got some big names coming up, guys. You don't want to miss this. Trust. BRB. Okay, let's bring up chat. Let's see what you guys are up to. So you guys have any questions, please let me know. We have a couple minutes here as we're waiting for our next guest. And this, I'd put them in my Twitch chat. So if people don't know, go by I'm Really Important on Twitch and YouTube, all one word, I'm Really Important. Looking very nice. Thank you, Jen. What speaker are you looking forward to the most today? I haven't seen the full list of speakers, but I mean, Bill Clinton sounds pretty awesome. I think Tim Walz speaks today, right? That should bring down the house. Nice. Yeah, glad you guys get to go along. I think I live life, dress for the part, the job you want, right? Dress for the job you want, but maybe I'm a little overdressed for like a content creator, but I feel good, so I enjoy it. I think men look best in suits anyways, and so any occasion to dress up in a suit, I think it's pretty good. Maybe since I don't have a tie, I should keep this button. Probably looks a little better. Maybe. I don't know. Yesterday I heard you people talking about the Senate. What about the seats in the House? Well, I mean, the House seems more likely to flip, and but it's a question by how many seats, right? Like, there's not a lot of seats up for grabs that are flippable, and so if we do win, what's that majority going to look like? You know, is it going to be 5 seats? Is it going to be 10 seats? It's not going to be 40, 50 seats and we can all of a sudden pass a bunch of stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. The jacket's supposed to be unbuttoned while sitting, I know, but because I'm not wearing a tie, I feel like the rules are, I don't know, it's a little weird. Nancy Pelosi and Buttigieg too. Yeah. Did that guy really just try to take a chair off our set? What the like, I'm like, he asked me if we're using all 3. I'm like on a set here. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Go away. No, you can take one of our chairs.
Where is he from? Recording him.
That's weird. Nancy Pelosi and Pete Buttigieg are speaking today. That's gonna be awesome. Nancy Pelosi's a powerhouse.
She? Who's your favorite, like, speech giver, rhetorician? Not rhetorician.
Yeah, I don't think.
Speech deliverer.
You know, AOC's pretty good. It's about who's entertaining to me.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to watch speeches, like even when I'm interested.
Really hard.
Yeah, like speeches are just boring way of delivering a message. It's about keeping it short. It's about being energetic. AOC's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, who do I tune into? I don't know.
Have you enjoyed the evening stuff?
Yes, like the program. Yeah, we just been sitting there taking it all in, and I just like I said, I feel a little bit of a responsibility to cheer as loud as I can because I'm the voice of all these people at home.
Yeah.
All these people that can't be there. Yeah. So like when Biden was on stage, I felt a responsibility to cheer as loud as I could and show the love for all you guys sitting at home because you're not there and he's not going to hear you clapping at home. So, yeah. This is not so erudite. She's a principal at Progressive Victory, and she's also a content creator herself, and she's the one who's been coordinating guest appearances and stuff like that. I clapped at home for Biden, based. We're gonna win. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. But if you guys have any other questions about the con or whatever, you can let me know. I'm happy to answer them. We did some IRL streaming yesterday, which is super cool. But you can let me know in my Twitch chat. That's what I'm looking at right now, the Twitch chat. Tried any different food? No, I had a few hot dogs though, begrudgingly. That's all that was available, really. Remember, we're inside of a basketball arena right now, and so like the food is not gourmet in any way at all. It's hot dogs, pretzels. There are some sandwiches, burgers. There's some food trucks outside that we went to, but I haven't been to any restaurants outside of the hotel or anything. I mean, I walked around the first day I got here and we tried one place, but that's it. I'm definitely don't have time to go see anything or do anything.
Why do these chairs flip up?
I don't know. I think it's like a stacking thing to make it easier on the staff to put them away maybe or something.
Smart.
Too busy to leave, yeah. I mean, I just get here and we go till late and then we take a bus back and that's it.
You go till super late.
Yeah, the first night we went super late. Last night we got back around 10:30. Yeah.
You're gonna go to any after parties?
I don't think so. No.
No, you don't have bump shoulders.
I would. I just don't think I have the energy or the excitement. They'll be able to tell I don't want to be there.
Yeah.
But I would love to.
The whole time you're like slyly scowling at them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were telling them before, like, they think we're partisan hacks and like energetic about the Democratic Party. Wait till they see the people of the DNC. Like, this is super fans. It is incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Like, I feel like I wouldn't be shocked if somebody was like, "Can you sign my tits?"
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I don't know.
To some random Congress member. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
You know, and we're walking around in the halls, and you see people, and you can't bug everybody, but you see some people being surrounded and people just walking, and you see all sorts of people like Jim McGovern. We were walking, and we saw him. If people don't know Jim McGovern, he's a ranking member. Jim McGovern, ranking member on the Rules Committee, but he goes out there and debates on the House floor on behalf of Democrats all the time. So if you're a C-SPAN junkie, you know him and you love him because he's a rock star. And so we see him just walking by. We had a chance to talk to Jared Moskowitz in the hall for a bit. It's just so cool to see all these people that you know in one place. Bridges Girl, yes. She's also the co-host with Destiny of Bridges podcast.
That's true.
Where's Mr. Beat? Mr. Beat had another event with some liberal organization this afternoon. He's going to be here pretty soon, I think.
He had to, go bump shoulders with some big names. I don't actually know. Might be no big names.
I don't know. Did you get a nice cool Pepsi? No. What's up, Gappy? Coolest person you met so far?
Gappy.
That's tough. I mean,
Cooler than you?
Yeah, for me, Manu Raju was awesome to me just because he's doing what I would love to do. He's CNN's chief congressional reporter on Capitol Hill, talking to everybody. He's got so much respect. When the press circles somebody on the steps of the Capitol and Manu speaks up, they all quiet down, and the Congress member will give him their undivided attention. So he's like the most respected guy on Capitol Hill, maybe him and like Jake Sherman. So to meet him, talk to him, and him to be a cool guy and pleasant, it was pretty cool. Because there's no guarantee these are normal people, right? Like they're,
Maybe just like super weird.
Yeah, just because you're a super good political reporter doesn't mean you're a good people person necessarily.
Yeah. Would be your like dream person to meet?
Well, I would love to meet this guy, Jake Sherman. He's he runs something called Punchbowl News.
Okay.
Punchbowl News is like the news site that everyone on Capitol Hill opens up on their phone first thing in the morning. They go to it. He gets all the scoops. It's like the top congressional reporting. So meeting someone like him, just because I'd want to get on his radar. Like, hey man, hire me one day, please.
Yeah.
But if I could meet some CNN producers, or I could meet some people that are over at the C-SPAN desk too, that would be awesome.
Oh,
I saw you guys, I was sitting here and Tia, one of the C-SPAN hosts, black woman, long braids, she walked by and I couldn't even help it. I was like, hi, and she looked at me like, and she just waved back at me, and I couldn't even get her name out. But I was so excited to see her.
A moment of like true parasocial fandom going on.
We have an emote of her in my chat, yeah. So if I see her again, I'm going to show her emote.
That's so funny.
Would you interview Charlie Kirk? 100%.
He's here.
He was. Is he? I don't know if he's still, but he was.
Today, yeah. And he said no one would talk to him, which I'm exceptionally dubious of.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, I have a feeling he was lying.
Though I could see people being kind of turned off. Like I don't want to deal with that guy.
Yeah, I don't think delegates would talk to him.
Yeah, and that's the vast majority of the people here, though. There's a lot of press, but yeah.
I feel like there's more press. Is there that many delegates?
So I read there were 15,000 media personnel here, and I think there's less delegates than that. There might be more. I don't know. Definitely less. Yeah.
15,000. Half the fandom is just press.
There's a lot of press here. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Who is?
We're just live. Yeah.
We're live. Yeah. We're waiting for a guest to come.
Yeah, we're waiting for our guest.
I think it's Dan Goldman coming next. Should be here 4.
North Carolina?
Maybe for later. If we have time later, I think we're booked from 4 to 6. Okay, awesome. So yeah, Dan Goldman is on his way, and we got 20 minutes. Hey. Well, I guess Dan's on his way, so we'll get ready here.
Yeah.
We have 20 minutes, so I think we just try to ask one question each, and he'll probably fill up a lot of that time.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'll see how it goes. I'm putting you guys away.
I am not putting you all away. I'm bringing you back up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. What do you think about that?
Bring them out.
Wrong person. Where's this chat? Where's my chat? Let's see. He's a weirdo. I assume you're referring to Charlie Kirk?
Agreed. He sucks.
He is. He is quite unlikable. J.D. Vance is also famously a weirdo as well.
You know, I saw the little clip going viral of Charlie confronted by that young guy from Georgia.
I still haven't seen it, but I've heard about it.
At the end, Charlie's like, I'm here to learn. That's what Charlie Kirk said. I'm here to learn and listen. I think he said I'm here to listen and learn or something. Like,
you know,
yeah, right.
You know what's hilarious? I'm sorry, sidebar. Something I've caught myself doing. I'm looking into the mic.
Yeah.
Instead of the camera. It's just, it's right there. Like, so guys, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree that Charlie Kirk is not particularly predisposed to learning. I think he's here to provoke.
I don't think he's here for educational purposes. Yeah, he's here to provoke 100%.
Do you believe the Supreme Court should expand to 13, and who would you recommend if so? Yes, I think that there should be one justice per circuit. Yes, I would support expanding the Supreme Court of the United States to 13. The Supreme Court size has changed multiple times. It's contracted and expanded, even during the time of the Founding Fathers. So anytime someone tells you Founding Fathers didn't want the court to be X, Y, and Z, you can just point out that President Adams, on his way out the door, shrank the size of the court to, stick it to President Jefferson, and then Jefferson expanded again. Those were 2 Founding Fathers. So even the Founding Fathers use the Supreme Court as a political football. If they can do it, we can do it. And historically speaking, it's been 1 justice per circuit anyway. We used to have 9 circuits, now we have 13. It's time to upgrade.
Dang. Think that would solve a lot of problems?
Might create some new ones, but listen, the way I look at it is I'm really never bought into this idea of, hey, we shouldn't do a thing that's good because if we do, Republicans will do a bad thing.
I don't buy that
in response.
Either. Yeah,
it's like they're going to do it anyway. And the example I always, if you use that logic, if you take it further, why have Democrats run for office? The very existence of a Democratic Party could theoretically provoke a Republican Party, trigger them. Oh, Democrats are here, we have to own the libs.
Right.
Maybe if there are no libs, there's nothing to own and Republicans will behave. Obviously, you agree that that's ridiculous. And it's ridiculous to do this too. We need to do what's right. We need to be smart about it, but do what's right and let the chips fall where they may.
I agree with that, yeah. We can't worry about what the Republicans are going to do. People say, if you open the door, they're going to do this. Okay, let them. Let the American people turn on them,
Yeah, that's one of the things like I heard.
Show their ass.
When Harry Reid, the late great Harry Reid, Democratic majority leader, basically our counterpart to Mitch McConnell. He was also a brilliant tactician. He was also quite ruthless politically. you know, a lot of people, a lot of centrists blame Harry Reid for Mitch McConnell invoking the nuclear option to expand the Supreme Court. And they're like, if Harry Reid hadn't have done it, then Mitch McConnell wouldn't have done it. But the thing is that McConnell did what he did because Harry Reid, he invoked the filibuster carve-out because McConnell was blocking all of President Obama's executive and judicial appointments. So it's like Reid was like, hey, listen, if you don't stop, I'm going to make it so we can pass it with a simple majority. McConnell didn't stop. Harry Reid did what he did. And then McConnell responded in kind. But it was the Republicans' bad faith that created this in the first place. So
well, and I don't think that justification stands. Like, just because you remove the filibuster for the lower court judges, what does that have to do with the Supreme Court?
Right. But precisely. I mean, it doesn't necessarily follow. It's just McConnell engaging in brinksmanship. So
it's just using it as an excuse.
Right.
Yeah. And look, I think in the end he'll regret that decision because look at this Supreme Court, look what they've done. They've galvanized the left, and Republicans may be out of power for decades. This may lead to
phenomenal.
This could lead to reform that keeps his sort of politics and his way of life out of power and out of control for years to come. So I hope it was worth it.
Yeah. I'd be down for that, totally.
That's the way I see it. I hope it was worth it. We'll see. Do they know how to find our booth? Okay. Oh, okay, cool. That's cool. I get it, yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Very cool. What else? So what's your favorite thing about Dan Goldman, since he's coming up, that he won't get to hear?
Well, my favorite Dan Goldman moment, talk about that. That was him basically debunking the Devin Archer testimony as part of the Hunter Biden investigation. So
he was in the room while they were like interviewing people.
Precisely. Yeah. So Dan Goldman's a former prosecutor. He was one of the Democrats' attorneys during the first impeachment, I believe, of then President Trump.
I think he was lead counsel.
Yeah.
Like, he questioned the witnesses himself.
And after that experience, he decided to run for office. He's a freshman Democrat, and he brings that prosecutorial energy to Congress. I think he's an excellent debater. He's very good at pushing back on Republican nonsense. When Republicans voted to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt for refusing to turn over the videotapes, the audio tapes of President Biden's deposition by Robert Hur, Dan Goldman said, listen, if you're really, I think it was when they voted to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas, Homeland Security Secretary. In one of those instances, Dan Goldman said, be careful what you wish for, because turnabout is fair play. If you're going to impeach a member of the executive branch over a policy disagreement, then we're going to do that to yours if you win the White House. Same thing with the Garland thing. You know, if you're going to hold our Attorney General in contempt and try to arrest him, you're opening the door for us to potentially do that to yours. And I love that he's being candid about that. We will use we will avail ourselves of the same tactics that you all use against us, so tread lightly. That is a posture that Democrats just need to adopt. And I think he brings that energy.
That's awesome. Yeah. He was a former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York, which is like the top office.
Yeah.
And he was a badass prosecutor for sure. And we're lucky to have him. I just think he's such a asset for the Democrats. You know, he's like out of a movie. He's one of these hard-hitting prosecutors.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about him is his bagel caucus. He has this gathering where he brings in people to enjoy bagels from New York, but it's bipartisan. And he actually does care about bipartisanship a lot and understands the value of that.
Yeah.
So, that's cool. I think we need more people like that.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult thing to try to manage, right? Because you want to work bipartisanly when and where you can, and also plow through if the opposition won't engage in bipartisanship. So.
Yes, we got him.
We get to meet in person.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Nice to
What's
meet
up?
you.
Thank you for coming.
Have a seat.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
We have Congressman Dan Goldman of New York. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Energetic, hyped, optimistic.
I've never been to DNC before, so.
Me neither.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
My first term, first DNC.
Yeah, okay.
So,
some things we got to get out of the way first. We ran into Congressman Moskowitz yesterday, and you remember?
Yeah.
We brought your name up, and I said that we'd interviewed Dan Goldman in the past. We want to interview you, and try to find out who's the better interviewee, and he's like, it's definitely going to be me. He says, yeah. And I'm like, and then I said, well, Congressman Goldman said it was going to be him, and he goes, oh, he's a liar. So, so there's now some competition there,
Now, Jared is one of my good friends, and he's always got the, good zinger that really, that not only is funny, but really encapsulates the moment and the message. So I learn a lot from him.
You guys make a lethal team on the House Oversight Committee hearings. I mean, it's impressive. You bring that. We're kind of giving everybody your background before you stepped up, and this prosecutorial background that you have, and then Congressman Moskowitz. The rhetoric, the zingers. He's also really good at weaponizing the GOP's own hypocrisy against them.
Yep.
So my first question for you, sir, is that we finally got the conclusion of President Biden's impeachment inquiry, the report that dropped. I'm told that he committed impeachable offenses, but they're not recommending an impeachment.
Well, I think the big question is, if an impeachment report drops in the middle of an empty forest,
does it
exist? Because that's pretty much, I think, what just happened, and it's just a recycling of their poorly executed, but mostly their really kind of devious and manipulative investigation. There was never any there, and they tried consistently to make hay of tiny little things that, of course, did not bear fruit in the end. And, it was a bit of a humiliating experience, I think, for Chairman Comer and the Republicans, and rightly so. The scary part, though, is they don't seem to have learned their lesson.
Right, I was going to say.
Because now they're going right into these investigations of Vice President Harris and Tim Walz. Just to be clear, it is against the Congress's ethics rules to use the official authority or official committee of Congress for partisan political electoral purposes.
Even like letterhead.
Yeah. I mean, but he's now opening an investigation, ostensibly into Tim Walz, who taught children in China English and has, had a long-standing relationship with China. But just because he's connected somehow with China, there's no basis for an investigation other than to help Donald Trump's campaign.
Well, I mean,
he's not a member. He's not someone that you would have oversight of. He's a governor.
And especially when you all, when it comes to nefarious relationships with China, I mean, even in an incomplete investigation, found evidence that Donald Trump received tens of millions of dollars from hostile foreign governments, including China. But they don't care about that.
No, and I mean, look, Ivanka Trump got 17 trademarks or something from China while he was president, while she was working in the office. There's the hypocrisy, and that's why Congressman Moskowitz is right to be pointing out to that. The hypocrisy knows no bounds. And sometimes I wonder, how can they look themselves in the mirror when they say things that they know are just not true?
But you're seeing them, you know them, you interact with them, you're friendly with them. I mean, how do they pull this stunt off? I mean, how do you deal with them? Because you still have to work with them, and I know that you pursue bipartisanship constantly. So how do you get past that and still find ways to work with them?
Well, look, you have to recognize that it's not personal. And for the most part, most of the Republicans don't take it personally either. And we can go in the committee hearings in the committee rooms and we can throw punches, metaphorically, and then we can step out and talk and be normal people. And building those relationships is actually important, because the more you are talking, you can find the 5% of things that you might agree on. And when you get that 5%, you get that rifle shot, you can work bipartisanly. But it is frustrating that all too often the Republicans are so eager and willing to flat out lie to the American people But on the flip side, I think we did a pretty good job in the Oversight Committee of exposing that and neutralizing what they were trying to do.
I've said it before, like in previous Congresses, the Democrats went high and just stuck to the issues. You know what, they ignore the partisan battles, but you guys really made a decision. I don't know if it was coordinated in any way, but you guys decided we're going to fight these guys. We're going to go toe-to-toe, and we're going to call them out instead of bringing it back to the real issues and then they go back to their partisan nonsense. Is that something coordinated, or you guys just kind of did it, it kind of happened?
I think a little of both. I do think you have a bunch of freshmen on the Oversight Committee who many of us ran to be a bulwark against Donald Trump and the MAGA extremists. So that was what we expected and why we ran for Congress. And so we're not going to sit lying down while they try to use their bullshit to get, to kind of do their usual thing. And then you also have Jamie Raskin, the ranking member, who is just brilliant and phenomenal. So we were pretty well coordinated. In many ways, we kind of each found our lane. Right? And so, you had Robert Garcia from California, who had a lot of good sort of pop culture, social media references. And then you would have Jasmine Crockett, who just has a wonderful way of exposing the BS.
She gave a phenomenal speech on day one, by the way. I mean, just really moving, powerful speech.
I mean, one of the best lines of the week is Kamala Harris has a resume, Donald Trump has a rap sheet.
Exactly.
And that's one that we will all remember. And then I generally would focus on the facts and the evidence to sort of undermine them, just using my background as a prosecutor and trying to really get to the root of the matter to undermine what their allegations were. And then Jared would kind of be the cleanup there and just get under Chairman Comer's skin in the best way.
A little bit. I think that there's a buddy cop drama waiting to happen between James Comer and Jared Moskowitz. You just wait. Next Congress, when you all are in the majority, that may happen. And on that front, I'll just say as a quick follow-up to what Guy said, I do believe that it's important that what you all have done in terms of style, Democrats like us, we want to know that our party will fight. That yes, they will focus on the issues to be sure, but that we're not just always going to turn the other cheek. We will expose the hypocrisy. We will do it in a funny, incisive way. We will shut them down. We will clap back. And then what happens when you have the majority? Will you still keep that attitude, that like the posture, the ferocity when you all take back the majority, hopefully in November?
I think so. I think that there are too many issues that are at stake. And, you talk, Guy, about, when they go low, we go high, right? And that was a Michelle Obama line.
Right.
Last night, when she was up on the stage, she framed it differently. And I think that she's right to frame it differently. It's when they go small, we go big.
Right.
And that's different than low and high, because we need to go right after the petty personal insults and grievances that Donald Trump has, but we also need to convey a hopeful message and an explanation as to why Democrats' policies will be better for young Americans, for working Americans, for the vast majority of Americans than Republican policies. And so it's a combination of not getting in the mud, so to speak, but also not being silent on it.
Right. No, I think it's so important, Guy. I'm sorry.
I just want to ask you, so it's looking pretty good that you guys are going to take the majority. I'm not going to count on it till it happens, and we're not going to back off working as hard as we can. But if we do get the majority, what are you looking forward to Oversight doing with the 119th Congress?
Well, it'll be interesting. It's so dependent on what the administration is.
Okay.
So if we're in the majority and there's a Harris-Walz administration, there are a lot of, I think, really important investigations that we can look into related to environmental justice issues around the country that really need some oversight. Housing, one of the issues I'm focused on in New York is public housing in New York, and making sure that the public housing authorities around the country are accountable and are effectively and efficiently using their funds so that people who live in public housing can live with the dignity that they deserve. That's something that, we could potentially look into. So there are a lot of options, but if Donald Trump is president,
yes, sir.
And then it's a totally different animal.
But it's worth thinking about and considering what you would do if there's a small chance, but if.
To be honest, the real good work, the policy work will happen in probably a lot of the other committees, where there's more legislative jurisdiction, right? So you'll see it in Ways and Means, and you'll see it in Energy and Commerce and the Judiciary Committee. And there's so much stuff that we can do in terms of gun violence prevention, obviously reproductive freedom, climate and renewable energy, making sure that we can do that in a win-win-win way, right? Which not only helps the climate, but also helps the economy and helps the U.S. job market. Lots of really, I think, important policies that will help families, that will reduce costs of healthcare, that will afford people to get childcare so that they don't have to choose between their child and their job, which will also help the economy, by the way.
Yeah, women can get back to work.
A lot of
parents get back to work.
Yeah, a lot of these policies are net positive for the economy. And one of the things that we have to make sure is that we tackle our deficit. But the deficit has two inputs. The Republicans only talk about cost, right? But there's also revenue. And so if you're generating production, then you're generating more revenue, and that can reduce the deficit as well.
I think that Republicans, to the extent that they ever had any credibility on fiscal responsibility, certainly forfeited that. I mean, there have been studies that come out even prior to COVID. The Trump administration, Republicans, by their own definition, were just fiscally profligate compared to Democrats in the Biden administration. I will say, while you were talking about the potential future under hopefully a trifecta government, because as I tell my viewers on my channel, as we've been talking about, we need to win the whole thing, right? It's not enough 100%. To just have the White House or even the House. Last thing I'll say is, what happens if if I got my timeline correct, the members of the House of Representatives would be seated prior to the certification, you know where I'm going with this, of the electoral votes. I'm a cynic by nature, Congressman. I've told you that in previous conversations. What do you say to people who are nervous that a Republican majority would not certify a Harris victory?
So I've been talking about this all week.
Yes.
You are the first one to ask me about it. So this is why you guys are lucky you have these guys here who are really on top of their game. The answer is that whoever gets the majority in the next Congress presides over the counting and certification of the electoral votes. So for many reasons, we need to have the majority in the House and the Senate. But to prevent another January 6th, we also need to have the majority so that the Democrats can make sure that the rule of law, that our democracy ultimately prevails over the personal vendetta and personal interests of one man.
So I guess for somebody like me who is worried about that, you would say it is a fair concern to have?
I think it's a fair concern. There are other ways, and the Electoral Count Act that was passed last Congress helps
clarify,
helps clarify, helps make sure that the states have more regulated and routinized processes to certify the votes. But who knows what shenanigans the Republicans would do if they were in power.
Speaking of your legislation, I think I saw you introduce the bill to make it easier on teens to pre-register to vote.
Yep,
is that correct?
Absolutely.
Where did that idea come from, and what do you think how do you think it helps?
Well, it's great. I mean, first of all, we're seeing so much more energy and engagement from younger people, and recognizing people really becoming more politically active, and recognizing, as your viewers do, that what happens in Washington has a material impact on everyone's life in our country. And so because people are getting more engaged, I for one, am doing everything possible to make voting easier. It's not a partisan issue.
No.
It's not a partisan issue. I would like for every single American to vote.
Agreed.
And we are doing all sorts of different things, including allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register. If they get a driver's license or something like that, then they can just be automatically registered so that when they turn 18, they get a ballot. And my first bill was the Early Voting Act, which would guarantee 14 days of early voting for every federal election in every state, and would put ballots and poll sites both near public transportation and near university campuses.
God
so
forbid.
Students can actually get to vote. So, and then if we have H.R. 1, which is the big sort of pro-democracy bill, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, we can start to tackle gerrymandering. We can start to tackle campaign finance, which is has just corrupted our system. There's so many things that we can do to make our democracy stronger and to put more power back in the people.
You heard it. You heard Congressman Goldman here emphasizing the stark contrast where one party wants to make it easier for everyone, including conservatives and Republicans, to vote, and another party who wants to get them away. Keep that in mind when you go to the ballot box in November. I appreciate it, Congressman.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Thank you for your time. Really appreciate you. Great to meet you in person, too.
Absolutely. Glad you guys are here.
Yep.
Excited.
Good.
We'll let you go here.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know. All right.
Yeah, appreciate it, Congressman. Thank you.
Yep.
Let's take some questions. How to donate to congresspeople? Well, Act Blue is usually the best way to do it. It's a convenient way. Basically, every Democrat uses it. You can also go to their specific websites. I'll be right back.
The answer to your question, Joe Walsh smells very good. If you would like to donate, you can go to Act Blue. I'm trying to think if there's any other questions that I saw. Let's see. Everyone is slightly shorter in person than I would expect. Every single Congress member that I've met has been shorter. I don't know why, but in my head they're all over like 6'2", but they're not. They're all sorts of sizes and shapes, which makes sense because they're all just people. I bet you I attributed height to them because of their like power status or something. I'm not really sure. What's super fun for you guys to know about your favorite streamers is all of the representatives and congressmen and journalists and everyone that they've kind of spoken to consistently always say that IRI and Jessiah and Mr. B give them like some of the most informed interviews that they've ever had, which is is exciting, obviously, because it means that the streamers you're listening to are kind of getting reinforced as far as they know their stuff, they know what they're talking about. Doesn't mean they're 100% right all the time, but it does mean that they are doing the right reading and the right thinking about things. But also, it's very interesting to hear that, people whose entire career is political journalism and whatnot seem to be not as in-depth informed about bills and policy. And, I think Dan even said to Jessiah, this is my whole thing all week and nobody's asked me about this thing. One of the most common questions I take I'm doing like a lot of their booking, like making sure that we get Syrians here. One of the most common questions that I ask people is, what's something that nobody's been asking you that we should have been? And they love that question, right? So I always try to like mentally note if there's like a topic that they say like, hey, it would be super fun if you bring this up on stream. It seems like interviewing skills is varied, and despite you being just a lowly, forgettable, unremarkable YouTuber, you're still pulling off better, stronger, more informed interviews than 20-year veterans.
It's because
very interesting.
It's purely because of IRI. It's that exposure. IRI exudes a pheromone, which
it's true. I'm smarter now.
It does. It sends like data packs of C-SPAN knowledge right through your nose into your brain. It's an airborne virus, which
but
is
in a good way.
From it. Yes.
More like a vaccine, an airborne vaccine, really.
Yes.
It inoculates you from.
We're actually reading off cue cards, giant cue cards that he is offering up as we speak.
We'll not turn this because we don't want you to see the teleprompter, but it's
really
just
embarrassing.
This massive teleprompter that we're reading off of, and IRI just writes everything. You might think the teleprompter and think the DNC is making us say stuff.
No, it's IRI.
It's IRI. He's just too smart.
Yeah. So.
Which is why the moment I sat down, one of the questions I saw right when I sat down is, did Tim Walsh smell good? Did Joe Walsh smell good?
He did smell good. Like, now I'm afraid this is going to get out and he'll never come back again. He's like, why the hell are you all sniffing me? But he did smell good. He smelled like a study. Like a private study, like with an oak desk.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There's like a line from New Girl to that effect. I was paraphrased. Did you ever watch New Girl?
I do.
It's a classic.
It is a classic.
So let's look at questions. Who's your favorite roommate in New Girl?
Schmidt.
It's tough. I vacillate. At his best, Winston to me is just the funniest because he's so random.
The problem is and Church. I actually loved Church. I wish he got way more seasons.
Coach, yes, but yeah, I love when Winston. One of my favorite Winston scenes.
I'm not good at names, okay?
As he goes into this restaurant, sees these like glass, like they look like little candies, and he's about to talk to the maitre d', and he pops on his mouth. He goes, "That was glass. You guys should put a little warning sign up. It's not a mint."
Yes.
Watch New Girl. It's funny. Chat says New Girl, heart emoji.
Aw.
Let's see here.
New Girl.
Sniffers for Walsh. That does not need to be trending at any point.
That does need to trend. And then tag Pondering Politics
no, please
every
don't.
time.
IRI, I'm really important. He has a much bigger Twitter following.
Because he's really important.
He is very.
And smart. He's so smart.
Let's see here. I loved watching President Obama playing Donald's invisible accordion. Did you see the moment that we're talking? So President Obama gives a speech last night, and
I remember the speech.
At one point, he talks about Trump's obsession with crowd size. He's like, "What's up with the whole crowd size thing?" And he makes very small and then looks at the camera, making some sort of Freudian implication, and it's gone viral. And now people are upset. Some people are upset that President Obama would stoop to that level. And I'm like, no, it's great. It's phenomenal.
First of all, that's not even stooping that hard. It's like the lightest little dig.
Right, the lightest. But yes, that's what they're talking about. Where is Mr. Beat, by the way? He will be here in
He is stuck on a bus. The busing here is rough.
Is he really?
Yeah, he was like, I probably should have Ubered.
Wow.
Yeah, the busing is it's not even like a 10-minute drive with no traffic, I should say. But the buses are 90 minutes.
Let's see. Kyla, what are your socials? Says Mark Pags in chat. Are you on Twitter still?
I am. Not so erudite.
Yeah.
Don't look at my Twitter, though. I delete it every now. Not. I don't delete it. I delete all my posts. A wise friend of mine once said, "Nobody who's ever doing anything good for you looks at your tweets from 4 months ago."
Yes, they're right.
Redact.dev if you want a very seamless way of removing your entire Twitter history like that.
Somebody's making a Canada joke in chat. Do they know that Kyla is being paid by Big Maple Syrup prior to interviews? Yeah.
I am. Justin Trudeau himself was like, "Hey, I know this has nothing to do with me, but please make sure Dan Goldman talks to Jessiah."
It's like, make it happen.
That's the big dollars I'm making. Yeah.
Make it happen. You want to pop in with us? Come on in. He's really important.
So important.
So what'd you think, man? That was our second combo with...
Yeah, I think it was I think it went well. Yeah, it's tough to get all the questions you want in that you had there, but I think we did fine.
Yeah. So as a reminder, I interviewed Dan Goldman. I will say you all didn't get a chance to see it, but when Congressman Goldman got up and we shook his hand, I did ask him, I'm like, so which one of us do you prefer? He was like, obviously you. And then he walked away. I don't even think he shook your hand, did he?
But he's got no receipt.
Reluctantly.
Yeah.
So you're confirming the story that he likes Jessiah?
I didn't hear that part. No.
Yeah, it could be me just hallucinating that. Yeah.
I think he enjoyed talking to us both.
That's right. Equally, some would say.
No favorites.
I just think it's fun that he goes from talking to us to CNN and he's on network TV. It's pretty cool. And he gives us the same respect and the same courtesy and he has as much fun with us as anybody. Yeah.
Real talk, kidding aside, I actually think he does have more fun with us because he laughs more in these kind of more less
you had
formal
a good
conversations.
Zinger. What did you say that just had him busting up? I was cackling in the corner.
I can't remember.
Well, I think he sees our true joy and excitement for Congress, and he shares that. I genuinely think he cares a lot about Congress, and he pays attention to it as much as we do. So for him, it's yes, let's talk about it. Let's get down to the nuts and bolts. So.
Yeah, I think they can all the different congressmen, and I was telling your chat while you guys were over there just how all the congressmen and everyone have been consistently very impressed with the interview quality.
Yeah.
And it's just very interesting how YouTubers, who are often very dismissed, Twitch content creators, they're dismissed, seen as kind of silly, heuristically not always for bad reasons. To be clear,
the evidence isn't on our side.
Is fair enough.
Yeah.
And yet your interviews are kind of outperforming 10, 15-year veterans, which is super cool.
Well, how about that?
They also their questions on the networks are put through a whole filter system, and they have to be a certain way. And then I imagine they get a lot of the same questions.
Probably get really bored of it.
Yeah, I think it's just get kind of bored of the same questions over and over again. Donald Trump a dictator?
Point,
yeah. So it's more fun to talk about the inner workings.
Trump a dick what?
Ooh.
Tater. Oh,
Tater.
Yeah. No, I think the one where I was happy he answered pretty candidly, even though I'm sure some people think it's very cynical, is when he answered the question about what a Republican-led House of Representatives might do if Vice President Harris wins the election, but we don't take back the House. He was very candid about that. There is a concern.
Well, and I think you have to plan for every situation.
Yeah.
Don't just sit around and Trump wins and now we have no plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's come up with a plan in case that happens. And, you know.
But I guess what I'm saying is it would have been easy to say, nothing to worry about.
Right.
Yeah.
No, he's been very cautious.
Yeah.
I've been watching him. He's always, him and all members of Congress saying, wait a second, guys, we don't got this yet. Don't let off the gas.
Right.
Just because we got some excitement doesn't mean this is over. And I genuinely think he plans for all scenarios. Democrats winning the House, not winning the presidency. Democrats losing the Senate, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that I wasn't able to check any of the polls for the House today. I saw another one from YouGov in the presidential race with the vice president still ahead in a three-way race with RFK in the race and then just head-to-head with Trump. But polls have consistently shown that we're the favorite to win the House. I don't think anything's changed there, right?
There's not a lot of polling showing that one way or the other. There is Cook Political Report will show how many races are toss-ups, but the best they'll say is toss-up. They're not moving a bunch over to lean Democrat. But again, it's such a small handful of seats that it's tough to predict. But yeah, the energy looks pretty good, There's not a lot of good polling district-wide either to show you.
Is there
what's
any
going on.
update on your favorite congressman, George Santos, and his legal woes? I know you said that he's probably going to, or he pled guilty.
He pled guilty and he cried on Monday, so he's probably going to prison for a decade. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Right? After running his mouth for like a year and a half, I'm innocent, I didn't do anything. And all of a sudden, oh, I'm sorry, I acted
Pled
foolish.
guilty and everything.
It's over.
That's crazy.
No more cameos.
No.
Like he was on Cameo making a lot of money, like doing messages.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they didn't take him away yet, so I guess he's out on.
They can milk the
out for
cameos
now.
a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Do you think he's worth more or less after the guilty?
More, I feel. Whatever he didn't pay to legal fees, but I imagine he's worth more.
Yeah, he's like, oh, Grandma, happy birthday. He's just.
Well, what's
dishing
funny
them out
was
now.
he was so cynical about it. Like, people would pay him on Cameo to basically humiliate himself. Like, he'd make fun of himself on Cameo. He didn't care.
He didn't care.
Money, yeah.
I can't imagine like selling your soul that hard for money. Like when you read like the January 6th court papers and seeing like Trump basically being like, look, we don't know if this is legal. It's probably not legal, but it might be. Which of you lawyers want to submit these obviously fake-looking electoral things so we can cause like a whole recount? Which of you wants to do it? Because remember, if I win, you're good to go. Like, it's just wild to me. Like, so many people are like, yeah, I want to do that.
And then to see,
I want to put my career on the line.
And then to see the consequences of it. So, like, one of my favorite before and afters is Jenna Ellis, Trump attorney Jenna Ellis. She was arrested as part of that Georgia RICO case, and in her mugshot, she's very smugly smiling. And then she pled guilty, and then we have like her reading her like confession or whatever the statement,
like, statement or whatever.
and she's openly weeping. So like the before and after, like the whatever, and then she's
I'm gonna
weeping,
get away with it.
And she
too.
did not. She did not.
not.
I mean, it seems like the quickest way to disbarment is to be a Trump attorney, IRI. I think quickest way to do it.
Good.
Is that the goal? Disbarment?
Yeah. It's like if you want to end your legal career the quickest possible way, just work for Donald Trump.
It's just so upsetting. It's so upsetting to have like the audacity to think my career growth is more important than the entire Democratic electoral system.
I think there's a lot of people out there like that.
I know, but
Because
I
think
hate them.
I think they think the system will survive.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
It'll be
We have
fine.
no reason to assume that.
It'll be good.
Well, I think they have no reason to be skeptical, you know. There's just like, it's impossible. America can't fail or whatever,
yeah.
you know. So,
yeah, exactly. Gross. Wild.
I can't believe that was his first DNC.
Yeah.
was
I'm
wild.
going
We can
to
get up
swap out
anytime,
with
yeah.
Austin. If you guys want to yak with him
Sure.
about his experiences at the DNC.
I can't believe that's his first DNC, man. That's crazy. You know,
Which one is awesome?
in the front.
Hey,
what's up, man?
Jesiah,
Nice to meet you.
Good guy. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
So Mike's on. Do I need a mic?
No,
Or
you
good?
can speak in
that's
Spanish.
right,
Speaking
man.
to it. Great.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Great.
What's your DNC experience been like?
You know, it's been good. I got here. Well, I barely got here because of all the flight delays and cancellations. But once I did get here, it's been pretty good. I got to see Hillary Clinton speak on night one. It's been a little hectic. Turns out once you get here around this time, you can't leave. Right?
Yeah, true.
So don't leave. I made that mistake a couple nights in a row, and unfortunately wasn't able to get in for Obama's speech. But I've met a lot of people, done some collaborations, and I guess this is one of them.
Do you follow politics super closely? Like, what's your involvement with politics?
Yeah, so I started ever since I was really young. So, you know, since like 2004, when I was like in grade school, I've always been interested in politics.
Okay, cool.
And, you know, have never had any desire to be a political commentator or a journalist or anything like that, but I've always been passionate about politics, specifically on the left. I followed the Obama 08 campaign, was really passionate at that time, obviously couldn't vote. I voted for the first time in 2012 for Barack Obama.
Cool.
And then again for Hillary in 2016 and Biden in 2020, and will vote for Harris in 2024. So yeah, always been politically interested, not really, you know, in an official capacity.
So it's interesting. So kind of similar trajectory. My first election was 2012. It was the first election which I was eligible to vote.
Great, yeah.
Obviously, I was pulling for President Obama during that election, but I remember thinking at the time that if Governor Romney won, it wasn't going to be the end of the republic, right? I prefer Obama to Romney, but Romney was a statesman. He had a history of working bipartisanly with Democrats.
Yep.
Isn't it interesting to see how the stakes of politics have changed?
No, I mean, certainly. I mean, you hit it right on the head. I mean, the stakes of this election, I mean, they do, unfortunately, they've been saying that a lot.
Every election.
And so that's why I think a lot of people are jaded and they don't think it can happen, is because they have been saying it every single election. But truly, I mean, Donald Trump has articulated word for word what they're going to do, what that party's going to do in Project 2025. And, you know, to your point, if Governor Romney would have won, it wouldn't have been great. A lot of, you know, they would have tried to deprive people of rights and things of that nature, but it wouldn't have been, you know, a destruction of our institutions.
No, it wouldn't have been the end of the republic.
Democracy.
If Romney won in 2012, ran again in 2016 and lost, he would have committed to a peaceful transfer of power. He would have left office. There would have been no January 6th.
Yeah, it's true. Now, that being said, I do think that, you know, this the Republican Party has been feeling a lot of these things for quite some time.
Yeah.
And now they're just saying the quieter part a lot louder.
Very loudly.
Yeah, very loudly. But I do think that a lot of these ideas are not new ideas. I mean, they've been trying to overturn Roe versus Wade ever since it, you know,
was the Supreme Court's decision, back in 72, decades.
They've been trying to do that. They've been trying to deprive, you know, queer people, LGBTQ folks of rights. So that, you know, this is nothing new. So I think that Trump is just the vehicle.
Yes,
right?
100%. He's not the cause. You're right.
Yeah.
There's some deep-seated resentments and political ambitions there, which he's tapped into.
Right.
I mean, he himself is not a conservative. He's an ideologically inconsistent populist.
Right, of course.
He just looks at the GOP as a cult for him.
Exactly. And he exactly. I mean, he is not. He doesn't care about the platform. He cares about being in power and in charge. Mm-hmm. And he's got such a huge ego. I talked about this yesterday. You know, as it pertains to Roe versus Wade, I don't think he really cares. He wants to just be the guy that did something that nobody else could do.
Of course,
you want me to do that? I'll do it. Yeah, whatever.
I'll do it. It's great. I did it.
He probably supports abortion.
Exactly.
Whatever. I don't care.
If there was some alternative universe where he could run as a Democrat and accomplish things and develop that cult-like following, he would.
Oh, you want me to make abortion the federal law of the land? I'll make it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a timeline in the multiverse where he's doing that.
Yeah. And it's interesting because Trump understands. He can be savvy at times, where he understands it's not politically, because I think he got upset at some Republicans when Roe was when the Supreme Court decided to overturn it. He was mad at some Republicans for celebrating it because politically he understands that it's not advantageous for him, and he understands that, but he just can't help himself.
Of course.
So there's this conflict between, like, he understands that it's not good, politically, but he's also got such an insane ego that he just can't help himself.
He has a foot in both worlds, where he wants to simultaneously take all the credit for, you know, overturning Roe v. Wade by way of his three Supreme Court justices, and he also wants to be seen as a moderate on abortion, because to your point, he recognizes it's not a political winner.
Right, but yeah.
You know, I can just tell right after talking to you for a couple minutes, you're like an optimistic dude about the future. I don't feel like you're negative. Is that true? Am I sensing it? Like, you're pretty optimistic?
I'm optimistic about the chances in this election now.
But,
right?
Okay, but what about what this administration can do? Are you tapped into that?
I mean, I do think that I am optimistic in the sense that, you know, I think that this administration, in the Waltz decision to choose him as a running mate, to me, tells me that the party seems a little bit more committed than historically to put forth a bold progressive agenda. I mean, you look at what Waltz has done in Minnesota and what he's accomplished there.
Sure.
I think by choosing him as her running mate, I feel like, you know, maybe it's a sign of good progressive policies to come.
And also,
so I am optimistic on that front.
I was going to say, too, also an understanding of power. One of the great things about Walz is, I mean, when he was a congressman, he worked bipartisanly with Republicans before, so it's not like he's a stranger to that.
Right.
But as a governor, as a Democratic governor, when he had power, when he tried to work bipartisanly with Republicans, and if they would get in his way because he had the majority, he would do what he wanted anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's an attitude of, hey, I have the power. If you're going to try to get in my way, I'm still going to have my way regardless.
Which is good, because there's certain things that you can't negotiate on.
Right.
Like, it kills me. People that'll be like, oh, well, why can't we meet in the middle? And it's like you can't meet in the middle on the rights of people.
Right.
There's no meeting in the middle on women's rights to control what they do with their own body. There's no meeting in the middle on whether gay people can get married or not.
Right.
There's no middle
Get
ground.
half married. What's that
there's
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
There's no middle ground.
Right.
So I really hate when people say, oh, people will be in the center. And to your point, there are times maybe that you can find a way to work with them.
Sure.
But there are also things that we cannot compromise on.
No, 100%.
And I hope that the Democratic Party continues to push through progressive policies and educate the public on progressive policy, because it is very popular.
Very.
And there are certain issues that maybe don't poll as well, but the reason for that is the Democrats historically have capitulated to their opponent, to the Republicans. Sure. You see what they've done on immigration. So I hope that they will continue to double down on progressive values and policy.
Yeah, I think at the very least try to do it in a winning way. So what's funny is I remember when that bipartisan border bill came down, it was certainly more conservative than progressive. There's no question about it. I also appreciate the position that Democrats are in, because we're so far behind in polling on immigration that we don't want to be seen as weak for doing it. But then you have Republicans come in, tank the bipartisan border bill that they helped create. It was basically giving them far more than we got, and they did it for purely cynical reasons.
Right.
It was just as a wedge issue politically.
Right. It hurt them in the end. They lost George Santos' seat to a Democrat, mostly on immigration, and they're going to lose now because we're calling him out for it too.
Sure. Now, I will say, my take on immigration is I think that the Democrats are making a mistake by moving their policy to the right.
Okay.
And if you look at it, it's clear in the polling. I mean, Democrats on immigration have actually gotten worse since they put forth a less draconian immigration policy. I don't think that's the way to go, and I don't think that the American public, I don't think it's going to make them win on the issue, because the Republicans are what created this policy.
The problem.
If you're not going to vote for the guy that now is copying the policy that they created, I don't think it's a winning strategy.
That's fair.
And we'll see how it plays out. But they're still not polling well in it.
No, they're not polling particularly well.
Cenk, how are you? Nice to see you, man.
Good to see you.
That was Cenk.
We had him on.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah,
great. He was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Cenk.
He's certainly feeling more optimistic.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely feeling more optimistic. I mean, when Biden was, I was a huge advocate for Biden to drop out. I don't know how you guys felt.
I thought he could win.
Okay.
I understand the energy and the excitement, but I still thought there was a path to victory. I know I'm in the minority.
It was risky either way.
Yeah.
I thought President Biden had been a good president, but the polls were not good for him. They were not moving in that respect.
Kamala was even lower than him in the polls.
Right.
But
but you're vindicated in terms of the decision. Hindsight being what it is, it was clearly the right call for him to step down.
My opinion at the time was that there was no pathway to victory. I mean, there theoretically could have been, I'm sure. There's always a chance.
There's a chance.
Right? But there was no risk on my end. The risk was far greater to keep him in than was to switch out. And I think, to your point about Kamala being lower in the polls, I think that was probably a symptom of her not being elevated to the platform.
Clearly that is the case. Now we're able to see that now.
Now, obviously, it's easy for me to sit here and be
no. I think that's a fair thing to point out. Where again, you're vindicated in that respect because now that she is the front runner and her profile's improved, clearly you can look back on it and say that was the right call. I was so cautious about it because I'm like, damn, what do we do if he steps down and the vice president steps up, and let's say it's not a factor of her low profile, relatively speaking, what if she polls about as well as she did in the Democratic primary in 2019?
Yeah.
But again, proof's in the pudding. I feel a hell of a lot better about the election.
Well, she's handled it brilliantly too.
Yeah.
She could have misstepped dramatically, like you said, picking Walsh.
Yes, very much.
She called Trump out. The messaging's been great. So far, everything's been great.
And Walsh was amazing. I mean, his calling Republicans weird, because it's weird. I mean, they're weird. They're freaking weird. They care. They care about what women want. They want to control what women want to do with their bodies. They want to control who we sleep with and who we marry.
What shoes the green M&M is wearing.
Yeah, what bathrooms we're in. They're fucking weird. Yeah. They're fucking weird, and that's a great way to characterize them. And they hate it, too. Yeah. They're so upset and so angry about it. I'm excited. I think Trump is. I mean, we've got them on the. The Republicans are certainly losing, but it's still close.
Sure. It's something to remind people that in the 2020 election, President Biden won by 7 million popular votes, but only like 44,000 votes because of the Electoral College in those swing states. So yeah, it's basically the population of a concert will determine very likely the outcome of this election. So to Austin's point, we're winning right now. That is true. Polling, fundraising, energy, we're dominating at the moment. That could shift tomorrow, so we have to keep that momentum up. That's a personal choice. We have to make it every damn day.
Yep, absolutely. And I look forward to, Trump obviously had to debate her on September 10th, which I'm looking forward to. He had to because, at this point, he's losing. He didn't have to debate Biden. No, I'm thankful that he did.
Right, and then we got this decision pretty early as a and he's regretting that. He's
he said I should have gone more lightly.
Yeah, no,
it shouldn't have been as harsh.
It kills me. Now all of a sudden they're defending Biden. He was treated so poorly. It's a coup. He said obviously they don't want to run against her. Of course not.
No. They're flailing. They have nothing.
They're flailing.
And what's funny is you have so many prominent Republican politicians and conservative commentators publicly begging Trump to do something different because you have Laura Loomer of all people, one of the most psychotic fans out there. She's like, Trump is going to lose if he doesn't reverse course, and he doesn't seem interested in it.
No.
I'm curious, as a content creator, with so many people getting their news from TikTok, live streams, YouTube, do you feel any responsibility to present a message a certain way or to get people motivated? I'm curious about that.
I mean, I don't necessarily feel like an overwhelming responsibility, but I do feel a passion.
Yeah. Just to share your passion?
Yeah, share my passion, and I do think. Let me rephrase that. I don't feel the weight necessarily, but I do think I need to do my part, do the best I can. You know what I mean? I'm not going to, completely upend and start a political show. But coming to places like this, being a part of this, I think things like this are really important. I do feel some sense of responsibility in that regard.
That's cool.
And encouraging people to get out and vote.
Hello, Mr. Beat here.
How are you, Mr. Beat? Nice to see you again. Yes. How are you? Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
So we just got Austin here. We get to ask him some questions. So
we're just hanging out.
I will say that it took me a while to get through security, but it was kind of cool because I was just hanging out with actual students of Tim Walz.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's awesome.
I was asking him 1,000 questions, and apparently he really was a good teacher.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No. And Obama, the speech last night nailed it. He is the guy that you want in politics.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's a guy that never had any ambition to become a vice president or anything like that. He came from rural America. He's a total, just typical dad, teacher, football coach, very authentic guy. What more could you want from a vice president?
That's typically what I say is I want people who are not in it for the power. They don't actively seek out the power. They just kind of fall into it. That's why sometimes some of the best presidents we've had were actually vice presidents, and then they did, Harry Truman, I always bring up, he ended up being a great president, in my opinion, and he had no intentions of ever running for president. It was beyond his wildest dreams. Wild card.
Yeah, you never know. So, go ahead.
Do you watch the House and the Senate? Are you following all that too?
Not as closely, but I know there's a lot at stake. Obviously, I saw what happened in 2022. There was supposed to be a huge red wave.
It did not work out.
And polling showed that there was going to be, but it actually ended up being the opposite. So, I'm hoping. Obviously, this could be a little copium, but I'm hoping that perhaps because the polling right now is obviously showing Harris in the lead in many swing states and nationally, but I'm hoping that maybe it's even underestimating. I was talking to a guy last night at Hotties for Harris at Pikes.
That sounds like a fun one.
And he was talking about how pollsters are kind of afraid. They're sick and tired of underestimating Republican turnout. Or their representation in the final vote.
Okay.
And so he said that maybe perhaps they're overcompensating now.
I see. Giving Republicans more than they deserve.
Yeah. So So I mean, certainly. We'll see what happens. But
who are you most excited to see here? It sounds like Tim Walz is high on the list.
I mean, obviously, I'm excited to see Kamala Harris's acceptance speech. I was really excited to see Barack Obama's speech, but I couldn't get in last night because the lines were like 3 hours long.
Wow.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I think there's a media entrance that I messed up, and I should.
Yeah, I went to the main entrance this time too, and that was a mistake.
Yeah, so I should have gone to the media entrance, but it was. I'm excited to see Waltz and Harris, and I think Bill Clinton's speaking tonight. That's cool. So that should be exciting. So what about you guys? Are you excited to see anybody?
Bill Clinton, because this will make it my third president and the third night in a row.
Yeah.
And I've never seen any president in my life.
Yeah.
Until this week.
In person.
In person.
I don't even know if I have either. I obviously saw Secretary of State, but Hillary Clinton, but I haven't seen a president in person. So I should stay for Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
So
I went to a Trump rally right towards the end.
Really?
Not as a fan, but just as a curious.
I would love to go to a Trump rally just to see what it was about.
It was cool. It was interesting. Yeah. I mean, I was excited to see Secretary Clinton. It was cool to see her get the love.
Yeah,
and it was cool to see Biden get the love from the crowd.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I was one of those people saying, "We love you, Joe."
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate what he's done. He has accomplished a lot for this country.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And it's good that he stepped out.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah. I really appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming here and chatting, man. Nice to meet you, too.
Maybe see you again. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. Yeah, take care, guys.
All right, man.
Yeah, enjoy.
Thanks.
Yep.
Mr. B.
Yeah, I finally made it. How's it been going today?
That's pretty good. We had Congressman Goldman on. And,
how'd that go? I need to go back and watch. Yeah.
That was great. Yeah, we had Jessiah and I have interviewed him in the past, so.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. It's pretty. How was your event?
Spicy. It was good. Yeah,
you want to tell people what you went to?
I don't even know what it was called. It was just a local restaurant, and it was a group of Gen Zers who. A lot of them were delegates, and there was one guy I met who I just saw him again. I think he's the youngest city council member in the country in terms of actual cities, not small towns.
How old is he? 18 or something?
He's early 20s, but he looks like he's 18. And he's on the city council of Indianapolis. Okay, so I interviewed him and just kind of trying to get. Really, I felt myself just thanking them most of the time.
Hey,
welcome.
Do you think I could get more credentials?
Oh my God, you're like tchotchkes with all the flair.
But I can only go two places. So.
Wow.
So definitely. So just so you know, we're live right now.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, I'm all hi.
It's just how we roll.
Just jump right into it.
Yeah.
It's Philip Frank.
So we have a special guest, a Twitter god here. If you don't mind introducing yourself, please, and letting them know your handle and all that stuff.
Hi everybody, I'm Allison Gill. My handle on all the socials is Mueller, she wrote. That's probably, and it's funny, every time I introduce myself to somebody, I'm like, I'm Allison Gill, Mueller, she wrote. They're like, oh. So it's awesome to be here. Thank you. This is my first time on this kind of platform.
Yeah, so I stream live on Twitch where I talk politics. I watch a lot of C-SPAN, get people to watch Senate hearings with me and talk about all the Pokemon, as I call them, the characters.
You know I have a C-SPAN and chill shirt, right?
I got a bunch of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I love C-SPAN. And then Mr. Beat here is, I'll let him explain what he does.
Yeah, it's a American political history channel. So I used to be a government teacher like Tim Walz, and then now I do YouTube full-time primarily. So, and now I'm capturing history as it's happening versus the 1912 convention.
Can we go back to precedented times? I remember when I didn't know who the deputy chief of staff was. Those days have been over for 8 years now for me.
Yeah.
And I miss them. But I think what's really important, provided we save democracy, I think everybody, especially from creators like you, are getting a massive history lesson and a civics lesson.
Yeah.
That I think a lot of people had kind of forgotten about how stuff works around here, you know?
Yeah, no. People are curious because Trump was so disruptive. They want to know, how did this happen and how do we prevent it from happening again? It turns out we have this whole system that people have no idea how it works. Yeah. And they're just mad. They think you push a button and things happen.
Did you know that I think I already told you this, so sorry. But did you know that 11 states in this country don't require a government class to high schoolers to graduate? Does that fact surprise you?
Yes. As with everything the last 8 years, it's shocking but not surprising.
Yeah.
You know, I've used that phrase to death now because I'm like all of our norms have just kind of gone out the window, and it's a little scary that this social contract, this civics contract that we were all sort of living under and sort of adhering to with these norms and mores and ethics has just been wiped away, and now we actually, I think, need to put some laws with teeth in place, like our Logan Act, for example.
Yeah, Logan Act. Yeah, there you go.
Enforcing that would be nice.
It has no teeth, right? It's never been prosecuted in the history of this country, and now we've got Donald Trump on the phone, according to PBS, with Netanyahu urging him not to take a ceasefire deal.
Outrageous. We have American citizens as hostages. Like, what are we doing here?
It's horrible, and you know, and
that reminds me of
Nixon,
well, in Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter days when negotiating with Iran. It's I think in some ways it's good. The silver lining is a lot more people are paying attention and learning the government and how it actually works. But yeah, it's terrifying to live through, and there will be good that comes out of it. I've been saying this a lot to everybody, but I think the Democratic Party is they're getting the message of why people are so upset. You know, at the root of it, I always say is a shrinking middle class, and so people desperate turning to anything that's different, that's appealing, and unfortunately, charismatic people continue to rule the world. So the more charisma you have, like, hey, and then people are like, okay, I'll follow you, you know. So what do you think about that?
Allison, you're someone who's in the trenches and you've been following this so closely for years. Like, what do you think the solutions are? Is it just tyranny of the minority and all the obvious things, like the Electoral College, or is there anything that you talk about that is like on your podcast that just, guys, if only we could get this done? Is it like money in politics? What is it for you?
I mean, a lot of it's money in politics. A lot of it is adding Supreme Court justices to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
It's the only way we're going to unplug this court and replug it back in. But, I mean, we have to be able to show, and I know Biden has said this in most of his big speeches, but we have to be able to show that democracy works. We have to show dictators around the world that while it may appear slow and clunky, it's by design and that it works.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we just have these charismatic salesmen who want it to, with fear and hate, and they want to make it easy to rip that system away and become a dictatorship because it's easier. Like, I think about it depending on whether you work for government or in the private sector.
True.
And in the government, man, it takes a long time to get anything done, but when you do, it's very satisfying and it's very helpful to people. In private business, you can just barrel in, fire everybody, start a new thing, and it's very different. And that's kind of how I compare it: the corporate world, the corporate private world, with kind of dictatorship and authoritarianism, and the government work and our democracy.
So you think democracy wins in the end? I hope so. I think that you seem like you wouldn't be involved. You'd probably go get into something else, some other interest, if you thought it was all over.
I'd be in Greece.
That's what I'm saying.
We're all a little bit. I mean, we're here because we're optimistic.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So, and I do agree with you. That's a really good point. That it's just easier to fear and hate because it's just like a knee-jerk reaction to something. Whereas, actually thinking. Thinking things through for solutions, reforms, that does take a lot of work. So.
And hope takes bravery. Michelle Obama was telling us last night. It takes courage. It takes work. And a lot of people would rather not do that work and would rather have the easy way out. So, but I'm very hopeful and optimistic, and I think we're going to continue to preserve our democracy as we did in 2020, in 2024.
That's awesome. Yeah, and you started, is it true, you started the journey with the Mueller investigation and all that?
Yeah, I want to ask, how did you get started? Like, how did you get into this? Because I'm always curious. I don't know your origin story with it.
Well, I worked for the Department of Veterans Affairs starting in 2009. Obama said, be of service, and I had already gotten out of the military. I was a disabled veteran, so I couldn't go back into the military. Okay. So I decided to work at the Department of Veterans Affairs to help veterans like myself get timely access to quality health care. And so I actually took the executive oath of office on the same day, January 20th, 2009, the same day that Obama did. And when I raised my right hand, to take it. I had this gem left over from when he won the Iowa caucus. And so that started my government career.
Okay.
But I've always been interested in politics, and in 2017, Mueller was appointed, and I felt like this is important, like the guy in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. This means something, with the mashed potatoes. So I was like, I want to be part of this somehow. I want people to be able to get all this information. So I started the podcast at my kitchen table. I think our first podcast had 80 downloads, and we were so excited. It's like all of our comedian friends only would get like 4. So we were really, really stoked.
That's awesome.
But word of mouth spread, and it got real big, and I started taking that responsibility really seriously. And now we just do daily news and a couple of other podcasts. I started my own podcast network because I didn't like the way that
That's awesome.
the networks were treating podcasters.
Yeah.
So here we are, and I feel like we're coming full circle, but democracy will continue to need to be
I like how you
preserved,
said you started
whether we
taking
want
it seriously after, like, you're starting to get an audience. That's how it was for me. I felt like, oh crap, people are actually watching. I better be more.
Yeah, because I would tweet something or say something, and I would get a whole ton, like the weight of the world of feedback on your shoulder, and you're like, I really have to be cognizant of the message that I'm putting out, and so it's been an interesting journey for sure.
She was anonymous for a long time, and so I never knew what went into decision making to come out, shall we say, and become a public figure.
Yeah, I can tell you because I didn't want to violate the Hatch Act, and I wouldn't have by using my name.
Yeah.
But I didn't want anybody to even find out what my agency was that I worked for, because I wanted to be so clear on the ethical lines that I wasn't violating anything, or I wasn't making any money off of my government job. So it was I'm AG, I worked for a government agency, that's the end, right? But after Donald Trump, they found out about my podcast, they monitored my social media, I found out through some FOIA requests. Then they investigated my podcast and myself. And when they interrogated me, they wouldn't let me have any representation present. So that was interesting.
That's illegal.
Yeah, we're in litigation now.
Wow.
Litigation pending. But they pushed me out of the job for being disloyal, basically.
Wow.
Man.
But the way that they did it was by moving my job across the country and saying I would have to move or quit. You know how they did that with the USDA, and they caught Mick Mulvaney telling a room full of donors, hey, we got this new trick to get rid of government employees that are disloyal that we don't like. We move their jobs, and then they quit, and we don't have to deal with it.
Sounds like a Project 2025.
It's very, that's why they want Schedule F, is so that they can fire government employees.
Make it easier.
Make it miserable. Send them to places and give them other jobs.
It's very difficult to fire a government employee because we have so many protections in place. The protections that I think all corporations should have. Against discrimination, but they actually, they didn't write down on paper, we're firing you because we don't like your politics, but they're monitoring my social media, they're interrogating me about my podcast and not letting me have a lawyer. It was very, pretty traumatic, honestly.
That's why I say you're like in the trenches on the front line. Like you really put yourself out there too, not just to create content, but your own personal life. And such.
But once they fired me, that's why I was able to come out and say, I'm Allison Gill, I'm fired. Now, here's what they did. They fired me in March of 2020. Okay?
Oh, just in time for the election.
8 months in front. So I'm no longer bound by the Hatch Act. So what do? I raised $500,000 for Biden and Harris.
Yeah.
So he fired me, but I helped fire him.
And you're bigger than ever,
Oh, snap.
They didn't quiet your voice at all, They didn't scare you away. No.
It's you got to get up earlier in the morning to get me to be quiet. It's not gonna happen.
That's awesome.
It worked out okay for you. Did it?
Yeah, everything. It's traumatic to lose my job. I loved helping veterans. I was the liaison to the Department of Defense.
But you're having more impact now for everyone.
I think, that's what I've heard. And so, it's hard. Do you know, it's weird. I don't know. I have imposter syndrome.
I think
all creators do. Yeah.
So I'm like, no one's listening to me.
And also, I think you see, though, it's good to come to events like this where you're seeing people come up to you and say, I mean, they're not going to recognize you typically because they don't see your face as often.
Perfect face for podcasting.
But like when they find out who you are, then they're like, oh my gosh, thank you for doing what you do. And I think that actually, it was the right choice, or it everything happens for a reason.
I mean, I'll give you an example. Right now, I've been able to. I helped veterans at the VA, yes, but through what I do now, I was able to get an op-ed in the Washington Post to tell my story about pregnancy resulting from rape in the military, but being able to have access to abortion care, which now women and people who get pregnant in the military, you don't get to choose where you're stationed. Right. So there's thousands and rape is prevalent in the military. So immediately after Dobbs, when we got the leak that they were going to overturn Roe, I thought about what had happened to me, and I thought about all of the people that would be in a similar situation now banned from that. So I asked in the op-ed, I said, please approve leave without asking questions about what it's for, and so that people can get reproductive health care who are stuck in states with these trigger laws on the books. And 4 months later, they did it. And when I went to the White House for the Inflation Reduction Act, I spoke to the chief of staff, and he said, that op-ed, we read it. We gave it to the Pentagon, they read it. And so I hope that I've maybe saved some lives there, or helped somebody be able to get that leave. And
I'm sure.
So it's that kind of stuff that, like,
very cool. There's so many people that you impact that you never hear from, you'll never know, but they're out there, because I've been impacted by people, and I didn't write to them and let them know. So.
And you've impacted people, and you've impacted people, and so it's pretty incredible. And you put all that together with the enthusiasm that we're seeing here at the convention, and I'm just very optimistic, like you said.
Yeah,
it's hard to not be optimistic here in this building.
That's true. That's very true.
This is a lot of fun. We have to wrap it up in a moment, but I just wanted to ask you, are you optimistic for the future now with everything that's going on? How are you feeling about things?
Yes, I am. I'm always kind of rosy. I've always been very hopeful. It's in my nature to find the silver linings in tragic situations. But I got to tell you, this last month, ever since Joe Biden did probably the most patriotic thing I've seen anybody do in the history of my life, the enthusiasm is palpable, and it's been very hopeful.
That's awesome. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you for making some time for us.
Nice to meet you.
Again, guys, please follow her on Twitter, Mueller She Wrote. And what's the name? It's Daily Beans.
The Daily Beans podcast. If you like news with swearing, check out the Daily Beans. If you give it a try. I think you'll like it.
Cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. See ya. Okay.
So Jesiah's going to come back, and they're going to sit here. Okay. Josh. Okay, yes.
And then Jesiah, whenever you're ready, you can pop down.
Hello, Josh. Matt, nice to meet you. We get a little intimate here with her.
That's right, I get it.
Attorney General Call, Jesiah with Pondering Politics.
Oh, good to meet you.
Yeah.
And I run a political history channel, mostly on YouTube. So.
Okay, great.
So
we're live actually. Right now.
So
all right, excellent.
We have Attorney General Josh Call of Wisconsin. Mr. Attorney General, how are you, sir?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, first and foremost, what's it like in terms of the energy here? How's it been here at the Democratic National Convention?
It's been incredible, and being in Wisconsin, we get a real sense of what the energy is like when it comes to a critical swing state.
Yeah.
So I was at the Vice President's rally just a few days after she announced she was running for president.
Oh, yeah.
It was in West Dallas, a suburb of Milwaukee, and the energy there was electric. I was one of the opening speakers, and I was joking with folks that if I had gone up there and read the phone book, I think the attendees would have been fired up to see it, because people are so excited about Kamala Harris being on the ticket. And what we've seen here at the convention is totally consistent with that. It is a ton of energy. When AOC was speaking, I couldn't hear what she was saying because the applause was so raucous.
Yeah.
Now, when President Obama was speaking, you could hear a pin drop. but it was incredible energy. Not because he wasn't compelling, but because he was so compelling.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to hear everything he was saying.
Yeah, the energy was palpable. I mean, it's so infectious that like people that might even surprise you the extent to which they received the response that they did. Like Secretary Hillary Clinton, received effectively like a 4-minute sustained applause, and she delivered a phenomenal speech. President Obama, as you said, President Biden, at the end of the first day, it was just this beautiful moment. The chance that he received, "Thank you, Joe. We love you, Joe." So yeah, there seems to be like a renewed sense of optimism. You mentioned Milwaukee, and it reminded me of what the former president happened to say about Milwaukee famously.
It's weird because he's usually so careful about what he says. It's funny for him to say something like that.
A man who's very, very precise with his words whatsoever, and also an honest man, right? So when he denied the reports, when he said, "No, I never said anything like that," we just have to take him at face value. We should say though, Milwaukee's a wonderful city. So
Milwaukee's a great city, and it's funny because the Republicans who were there for the convention loved it, and they had rave reviews because it's a great place.
It is.
But what Donald Trump is all about is dividing people up in every way he can think of, right? I mean, we've seen it over and over again. That was one where he tried to divide up, the city of Milwaukee against the rest of the state, and it backfired. And I was glad to see that. Hopefully, we'll see more of that backfiring. And you mentioned the enthusiasm, and there are two things I want to say about that.
Sure.
One is, this is how politics is supposed to be. We're talking about our future and how we can come together and strengthen this country and build a better future for the next generation, right?
Yeah.
But since we've had Donald Trump in office, it's been all doom and gloom, and
the country sucks.
Just a few weeks ago, he was, J.D. Vance was talking about how maybe the stock market was about to crash because there was a dip for one day. It didn't happen, but these guys are all about negativity, division, chaos. That's not really what this should be about. This should be about lifting people up and bringing people together. That's number one. Number two, I would just want to say quickly is seeing Hillary Clinton really drove home something for me too. It's obvious in a way, but I think it's worth emphasizing. When Hillary Clinton ran in 2016, I certainly thought she was going to win. And I remember seeing these viral videos of people who had voted putting their I voted sticker on Susan B. Anthony's gravestone that day.
Oh.
And I remember how moving it was to see this history unfolding before our eyes, or what we thought was going to be history. And then to see the shock of that election result took the wind out of all of us. And we had, of course, all these years of Donald Trump as president and now casting this big shadow over our politics. And to hear Hillary talk about the progress we've made, and to think about the fact that we're now on the precipice of electing our first woman president, thinking about what that means to little girls all across this country. But more than that, I'm the father of 2 boys. Thinking about what it would mean to have them grow up in a society where we're not just saying that we have equality of opportunity, they can see it. They can see it. That is a fundamental change, and it means so much. And that really came home when Hillary was speaking, and I don't think I was the only one who had that sense.
No, not at all. I mean, and others said during that day that, like the fight for reproductive rights, for example, is not just a woman's fight. It's a fight for everybody. That's a good example of it, where we are all locked arms, or we should be, in this political crusade. I will say, before we turn to the issue of reproductive rights and things like that, because you're the Attorney General of Wisconsin, I'm thinking back to 2020. Wisconsin was the site of an attempt by MAGA Republicans, by Donald Trump, to effectively steal the electoral votes of Wisconsin for Trump. Out of curiosity, I've got to ask you, the top law enforcement officer in Wisconsin, what is to prevent MAGA Republicans from attempting such a scheme in 2024?
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah. No, I read your mind, Mr. B.
It's a great question. So first, let's talk about what I'm expecting, because with Donald Trump, we've got somebody who didn't win an Emmy and said it was rigged.
Nice.
He lost the Iowa caucus to Ted Cruz and said it was rigged. And I get that it's tough to accept losing to Ted Cruz. I really do.
Right.
But he said it was rigged. And then he said the 2016 election was going to be rigged. And he said the 2020 election was rigged. So I have a good guess about what's going to happen after the 2024 election if Donald Trump loses, or maybe even if he wins. But we're prepared, is what I can tell you. In 2020, we were worried that voters might be intimidated going to the polls. So we made clear that voter intimidation is a crime, and if you commit that crime, you've got to expect to spend time behind bars. Now we've got threats to election officials, so we're also talking about how threatening election officials, intimidating them through threats, can be a crime, and people will be held accountable. And then after the election, in 2020, of course, we had suit after suit after suit.
Yes.
My administration defended against those. We won every single one. The facts and the law were on our side. And Joe Biden was sworn into office because he won the election. Now, I am confident that if Donald Trump challenges the results after he has lost again, that we're going to see more of these challenges.
And we can hear them out.
But I'm also confident we're going to win them. Because the facts are not on the side of these claims. And look, in Wisconsin, close elections are not something new. I won my first election in 18 by 0.65 percentage points.
Wow.
My second one, I doubled it. I'm not here to brag, but I had 1.33 as my margin. 4 of our last 6 presidentials were less than 1 percentage point. So we're used to close races. Our elections have been tested, and consistently our system has been shown to be safe and secure, and one where the results reflect the will of the voters.
Yeah. So what other, voting aside, what are your other priorities as Attorney General in Wisconsin?
Yeah, well, you mentioned reproductive freedom a minute ago, and that's a critical issue for us. In Wisconsin, after the Dobbs decision came out, we went 15 months without having access to safe and legal abortion. And hearing, particularly from OBGYNs, about what their patients were going through was heartbreaking. Not only about some of these horrific cases, like we heard about the other night with Kate Cox was recently in the roll call. Yeah. We also heard from some speakers on the stage about the danger that their health was in. Yeah. But I also heard from OBs about people going in with planned pregnancies, what used to be the most joyous events that a doctor sees. And I remember those with my own kids. The ultrasound at 20 weeks, you count their fingers and their toes. It's incredible. Well, one OB was saying to me that during that ban period, people were coming in terrified about what might happen if they had a health complication they weren't expecting. And you think about the parent who's got kids at home, who gets pregnant with another child, having to worry about leaving their kids without a parent. It's awful. So we filed suit 4 days after Dobbs was overturned. And after 15 months, we had restored access to safe and legal abortion in Wisconsin. Now, that case is still going on. The fight isn't over, but I'm optimistic about it. But we also know that legislation could change what all happens. And if Donald Trump gets a Republican Congress, there's a very high likelihood there's going to be some sort of national restriction on access to abortion.
Mr. Attorney General, he promises he wouldn't do that. I mean,
and he's never lied.
Right, never. Yeah. Most honest president we've ever had, said no one ever. But I mean, of course, he's so contradictory when it comes to reproductive rights. He takes credit, and rightly so, in terms of his Supreme Court justices overturning Roe v. Wade. It is his fault. But then the next day, he'll be like, I'm a moderate on abortion. I don't want to institute any sort of national abortion ban. Sounds like you don't take him at his word. It sounds like you don't trust Donald Trump.
I think it's pretty safe to say that Donald Trump will say whatever he can to try to get himself elected. But look at, somebody made this point the other day, and I thought it was really powerful. If you want to see what Donald Trump cares about, look at what the promises he kept when he was president, and look at the promises he didn't keep.
$2 trillion tax cut for the rich.
Yep, that's one.
Stacking the federal judiciary.
Yep, that's two.
Yeah.
Now, he had a lot of other promises he didn't keep. He said he was going to have an infrastructure plan.
Yeah.
You know, every week was infrastructure week. Never happened.
Yeah.
You know, he talked about standing up for the middle class. Well, what's his middle class policy that he was pushing? You can't name it. He initially claimed to be more pro LGBTQ rights than most Republicans, and ended up being the exact opposite. So I believe that if the Republican Congress were to pass an abortion ban, he's going to sign that ban because his base would support it. Now, I don't want to see a Republican Congress. I don't want to see Donald Trump in office. But those are, you know, we could go very strongly in one direction with a trifecta Republican government, or we could go the other direction with a trifecta Democratic government.
I also want to draw your attention to, you know, kind of back to state politics for a moment, because I canvassed in Wisconsin when Justice Janet Protasiewicz was running for office, and thank God she won. Yes, and it has had an enormous impact. As a consequence, we're seeing the tide roll back on gerrymandering in Wisconsin. How do you feel about the progress of that? I'm sure there's still more work to be done, but in terms of correcting the gerrymandering in Wisconsin, how do you feel about that particular conflict?
Well, first, I feel great about it. It's you know, my office, and I was personally involved in that litigation. When I represented the governor in that case, among others who represented him. And the maps we have in place are now fair. And just to give you an example, in 2022, I won, as I mentioned, by 1.5 3-3. So pretty close to neutral statewide.
Right.
If you map my results onto the new legislative maps, I would have won 50 and lost 49 districts. So that's pretty fair. So I think we've got a real shot of flipping the majority. But more importantly, frankly, is the voters are now back in control of who's in charge of our legislature.
Right.
Republicans have a little bit of an advantage, but it's not much. It's now fair. And with this new court, we are seeing progress being made on some critical issues. And I believe decisions that are comporting with the law, which is what we should expect from a court. So on the election potentially being challenged again, in 2020, we had a 4-3 conservative majority, and in one of those cases, we won, and we defended the results successfully.
Yeah.
But it was a 4-3 vote.
Yeah.
I mean, that is very, very close.
You had a conservative flip. I remember that so vividly because it was a nail biter.
Yeah. Now we've got 4 progressives.
Right.
And so, hopefully we'll win 7-0 if there's a challenge.
Agreed.
But it's nice to have another justice who we're confident will apply the law fairly.
Well, Mr. Attorney General, I appreciate it. We appreciate your time, your fight for reproductive rights, your fight for voting rights, and your advocacy for the Democratic Party. And I also appreciate that you love the energy and you see it and you've advocated so strongly for the Vice President. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We'll continue to watch Wisconsin closely.
That's right.
Great. All right, take care.
All right. I guess. Oh, this way? Okay. So we can rotate for row.
I'm going to swap both of you guys.
Okay, and Adele, yeah. Nice to meet you. Thanks for stopping by.
Hi, bro.
Hey, Congressman, how are you?
Good to see you.
So we're live, so we're just rolling here. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll let Jessiah. Do you have a question?
Oh my gosh, where to begin? So Congressman Khanna, you're on the Oversight Committee. They just concluded the impeachment effort against President Biden. I think with a whimper and not a bang.
That was a total bogus effort.
Yes.
It had concluded a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why you're like, what?
And they just were dragging it out because he was going to be the candidate.
Mm-hmm.
And now they know he's not the candidate. And so they have bowed to the reality that everyone knew a year ago.
Yeah, it was, I say on my channel all the time, it's interesting how that was the one major commitment of the House Republican majority is to try to impeach the president, to fail so spectacularly. They do allege that he committed impeachable offenses in that final report, but curiously are not going to recommend a vote. Why is that, Congressman?
Well, because they don't have the votes. Because I've never seen when when you have a hearing, you have Republican witnesses and Democrat witnesses, and because the Republicans have the majority, they get 3/4 of the witnesses. I've never seen before when the Republican witnesses themselves would contradict the Republican point of view.
Yeah.
They'd try to say, oh, there's impeachable offense, and the Republican witnesses, who they've called, would say, no, this doesn't rise to the level of impeachment. So they didn't have the votes, they didn't have the testimony, and now they're bowing to the reality.
My follow-up question to that before I turn it over to Guy is, I say this like tongue-in-cheek because, of course, it was a disaster, but, my hope was, and this was the case when President Biden was the presumptive nominee, is that Republicans would pay a price at the ballot box for this misuse of political capital, this terrible priority, especially when it was debunked time and time again. Do you think now that Vice President Harris is the nominee, that there is a potential that this impeachment effort against President Biden will still manifest at the polls, that it will still backfire against them, that they could suffer consequences politically?
Unfortunately not. I think there are other reasons that Vice President Harris is going to win, but given that they didn't actually impeach him, I think, frankly, most people don't follow the Oversight Committee, don't know what the Oversight Committee does, and they kept it from being front and center in the news. So I think had they done, though, an actual impeachment vote, and if they start to talk about impeaching Harris, then there would be a backlash.
Fair enough.
So are you saying the Kamala Harris investigation isn't going to go anywhere?
Have they already announced?
They've already gone.
I know they're doing the border, whatever issue. She never was the border czar.
Right.
From the day one, her goal was to deal with economic development in Latin America.
Right.
And what's wrong with that? Obviously, you want economic development there so people have less reason to migrate here. And that's all she was doing. And they made this whole conspiracy theory about it, but I think those kind of things are going to backfire.
I think so too. I'm always curious, how do you get along with some of these Republicans? I know you try very hard to be bipartisan, but do you interact with Marjorie Taylor Greene? Have you ever try to reach out to these people? Hey, we should get coffee and just get to know each other.
I haven't with Marjorie Taylor Greene because that one is a
challenge.
Is a challenge.
Yeah.
But with others, look, Andy Briggs, we share a common goal of stopping the war in Yemen when that was taking place, or not having military intervention and getting into war in Iran. And there are places where I have reached out for policy goals.
Sure.
And ultimately, I got criticized. Why are you working at all with Matt Gaetz? And the reality was he was working to stop the war, and where kids in Yemen were dying. And my view is I'll put anything aside if it's for the good of people. And that's how I try to approach it.
I appreciate that. And I just like that you get to share that. I always try to pull that out of you if I get a chance to talk to you, because I think bipartisanship is so important. It's a legislative body. You got to work with anybody you can to get stuff done.
And they're all there because of the voters. I mean, they represent people.
Right.
And we've got to get to a point where we can respect voters without compromising our ideals. So I have never said, okay, I'm going to sign on to a anti-reproductive rights or anti-LGBTQ or pro-corporate tax cut bill. People know I'm a strong progressive, but I'm willing to look for where there are areas of common ground. And I just think we need more of that.
I have one more question I'll pass to my colleague. You had a great op-ed in the Wall Street Journal recently where you talked about bringing manufacturing to America. And you had 3 points in there, but your third one was about immigration and how the Republicans' rhetoric is on it is just dead wrong. How do you change that? Because Americans have this negative view of these migrants when they've been a blessing, and our economy is the envy of the world, partly because of them.
They really have, and they spend money, and people forget that.
Yeah.
They pay taxes, they contribute to Social Security, they can't get Social Security, but they pay taxes to Social Security. They're spending money creating jobs. But I think the point I made in the Wall Street Journal, which is really important to understand, is J.D. Vance and the Republican platform is not just about securing the border or folks who are undocumented.
Right.
They are saying that they need to reduce legal immigration. They keep making this, we're for legal immigration. No, they're not. They want to reduce legal immigration. That's their own words. And you look at the steel industry, for example, Lorenzo Gonzalez, who's the CEO of the biggest U.S. steel industry, Cleveland-Cliffs, he's a Brazilian immigrant. And he's doing incredible work to expand the steel industry. And they've got tons of incredible immigrants. And what the Republicans are saying is let's lower the threshold of legal immigrants. They're just going to go to Canada, they're going to go to Europe, they're going to go and start businesses there and create jobs there.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, Guy is emphasizing the importance of bipartisanship. I've always found it's hard. I mean, I do appreciate your efforts to do so, but you also have to have a party that will reciprocate. You have to have a good faith party. And quite frankly, sir, seeing that on the outside, I don't see much good faith from the current iteration of the Republican Party. It's the least productive iteration of Congress since the Great Depression, according to documents. And it's something that we don't see from Democrats when you're in the majority. Like when Speaker Pelosi was running the House of Representatives during the Trump administration, it was still more productive than what we're seeing right now. We're favorited to win the majority in the House in this upcoming election. But if we don't, do you expect that MAGA Republicans will have learned their lesson from the dysfunction of this past term? Or do you expect if they keep the majority, they will continue to be obstructionist and dysfunctional under a Harris administration?
The latter. I don't think that they are going to go away unless they have massive defeats at the ballot box. And that would require not just defeating Trump, but defeating Trump decisively so that he doesn't have the influence he does on the primaries. Right now, the MAGA wing is winning their primaries easily, and it's the non-MAGA wing that's losing. I mean, I know we love Adam Kissinger. I think he's speaking here.
Sure.
We respect Liz Cheney. They have zero power in the Republican Party. They have zero influence in the Republican Party. So until that changes, you're going to have the obstructionism in that party.
Before I pass over to my colleague here, Mr. Beat, I guess my follow-up question would be, the selection of Governor Walz by Vice President Harris suggests, this is a man, when he's governor of Minnesota, he leverages powers. He's in the majority, and so with a single, margin in the Minnesota legislature, he passes his agenda. I'm in power, you're not. I'm going to pass my agenda.
I love Walz.
I love it too. If Democrats take the majority, will we see, I guess, a more progressive agenda? Will we see Democrats leverage power? bring that fire, bring that heat that we see Governor Walsh do in Minnesota?
Yes, and we did when we had the Congress for 2 years with President Biden. We got inflation reduction, largest climate bill, American Rescue Plan, $100 billion to schools, child tax credit, largest infrastructure bill. Those were all party line votes.
Right.
There was not a single Republican. So we will have a bold agenda. Now, I think what we've got to do is tackle the debt that people have in this country, medical debt, credit card debt, college debt, vocational education debt. All these people are drowning in debt. Cap the interest rate on credit cards so you're not paying 30%. Have free public college. I had to take out over $100,000 of student loans, and that thing kept piling up because you have 6-8% interest. It's crazy. I never got down to the principal for decades. Have free medical care in this country in terms of Medicare for all. You know, we have got to, as a Democratic Party, address the actual pocketbook issues of why Americans are hurting. And most Americans I know, they can't afford a house, their rents are too high, and they're drowning in debt. And if we start to talk about those real issues, that's when we're going to build a sizable majority.
Fair enough. Mr. B.
Yeah, just so you know who I am, I run a American political history channel on YouTube.
Love it.
So that's where I'm coming from.
Love it.
And yeah, just to...
What's your favorite speech in American history?
I mean, Gettysburg Address. I know it's cliche.
No, it's a great one. Mine is Frederick Douglass's Composite Nation, 1869, where he defends Chinese immigration.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Look at you. Well, yeah, so I wanted to bring up the issues I care about the most just because thinking about how we got ourselves into this mess to begin with, where the minority has such power. And so, like, I want to get your thoughts and also, like, the vibes from your colleagues about voting reform.
Yeah.
Particularly for things, ending gerrymandering, reforming, if not abolishing, the Electoral College, and ranked choice voting or some other kind of voting where it's not first past the post. And then finally, something that maybe is not talked about a lot, I bet, expanding the size of the House that you work in. So we've had 435 members since 1929. So are you hearing, do you care about these issues?
I do.
Much?
I am all for the reform of the Electoral College, and that 270 is the best way to do it. There's this organization getting states to voluntarily commit to vote for the popular vote winner. I think that's an easier way than having an amendment passed, and I support that effort. I am all for ranked choice voting. I'm all for looking at expanding the numbers of the House because right now you're not as representative. You're just too many people that you're having to represent. And I think having a more granular democracy where people really get to know their member of Congress will help. And I have proposed a reform on ranked choice voting and having a multi-candidate districts with Don Beyer.
Representation. Yeah. There's a colleague of yours from Oregon who's going to be leaving actually soon. What was his name again? I don't know. But he introduced a bill last year to expand the size of the House.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so like I think
Peter Fazio maybe, or Earl Blumenauer.
Yes, Blumenauer, the bicycle pin.
He's great.
Anyway, I just wonder because all other issues that are important to people, I think, are rooted in the fact that we can't. I mean, the filibuster is another example.
Yeah.
Like, how do you think that this is something that your colleagues are taking seriously? I know you take it seriously.
I think filibuster they are because they saw that we didn't get Roe versus Wade codified. We didn't get voting rights. We didn't get an assault weapons ban. We didn't get a minimum wage increase because of the filibuster. And that, I think, is something that the Democrats, the next time we have an opportunity, a majority, House, Senate, President, we're going to get rid of that.
That's exciting. Congressman Khanna, I do have a question for you. I know that I can't remember. You don't sit on the Judiciary Committee.
I do not.
But I am curious, but given that you're so exceptionally well-read and you're like a bold progressive, I do want to ask you about the Supreme Court because it's a recurring pet peeve of mine, a recurring thesis of my channel. We have so many conservative institutions in this country that just skew towards the Republican Party. Gerrymandering, the filibuster, the Senate, the way it's structured, it gives outsized advantage to the right. The Supreme Court of the United States seems to be a real impediment to progressive reform in this country because any law you pass, in theory, the Supreme Court could strike it down because it's a federal statute. Do you support changes to the United States Supreme Court reforms? Do you think they're necessary?
I think the term limits that the president's proposed, he's basically adopted the bill that I had introduced 4 years ago from Don Beyer. And that it says that a justice should only serve 18 years. Every president gets 2 appointments. It would significantly diminish the partisanship on the court. It would diminish the vitriol, and it would diminish the influence of the court.
Yeah. So you would support pretty aggressive reforms.
I would, and I think the term limits is one that is doable because it's also popular.
Do you think that the Harris-Walz campaign will make it more of a front-running issue, or do you think that that's something going to be after they win the election? Do you think they'll campaign on Supreme
I think they should, because it's overwhelmingly popular, and it'll help get out our base. And right now, and it highlights, it's connected to standing up for Roe versus Wade and standing up for a court being in touch with modern life. I mean, the court, you have people there 40, 50 years, appointed 40, 50 years ago who don't understand what it's like to live in modern America. That was not supposed to be the case.
I completely agree. So I love it. I think we're out of time here, but Congressman, I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Your having me.
Yeah, you're one of the coolest members of Congress because you do stuff like this. So,
well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate your history focus, because we needed to really understand American history to move forward.
I also appreciate your regular contributions with Thom Hartmann. We actually got a chance to interview him.
Oh, is he here?
Yeah,
he's brilliant.
Wandering around.
He's
he really
is. Most thoughtful people.
I appreciate it, Congressman. Thanks again.
What up, man?
How are you?
Are you joining us next?
I am.
My name's Matt Neitz.
Matt, how you doing?
Good.
Aaron Ford.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Likewise. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for doing this. We've been doing a live stream all afternoon, so it's like we just jump right into it once we go. So
yeah, we keep rolling.
Okay.
You could join us here, right in the middle. We'll be a little tight quarters.
Oh, it's all good.
The mic's just pointing at you, so you don't have to speak any direction in particular.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just a camera. Be there once the battery's changed. Yeah, the mic's on and they can hear us.
So I should behave myself?
Well, just don't reveal anything secret yet.
Here.
No, right on. My name is Aaron, not Aaron, just so y'all know. Since they listening.
Yeah. Where were you at right before this? Did you have another media spot or something?
Yeah, they're waiting. They're waiting for me to go over. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going. I'm not the boss of me, man.
I know that feeling today. I know it.
I just show up.
We're good? Okay. Well, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. And do you mind just introducing yourself so that our audience knows exactly your position and what you do and all that?
Sure. So my name is Attorney General Aaron Ford of Nevada. Been Attorney General for the last 6 years. I'm in the middle of my second term.
Yes, sir.
Before that, I was the Senate Majority Leader in the Nevada State Senate, Senate Minority Leader before that, and just a person who's interested in ensuring that we have better lives for all Nevadans. So.
You got a tough job coming up with the election. I feel like there's a lot on the line here. Nevada was a very close state in 2020, and it's going to be close again.
That's right.
And so how do you prepare for those challenges, and what have you guys changed from 2020 to now in anticipation of that?
Well, I have a saying, and my office knows it. We stay ready so we don't have to get ready.
Okay.
We anticipate, and we understand. We think, frankly, what we saw in 2020 was a test run for 2024.
Sure.
The Trump administration, his cronies and colleagues, oftentimes have filed lawsuits. Unfortunately for them, they filed them at the very last minute. They weren't well thought out.
Right.
They didn't know all of the intricacies of the election law. Frankly, it just wasn't good lawyering. On the other hand, you have my team, which are great lawyers, and we were able to prevail on every single lawsuit that they brought. They brought no less than, I would say, about a dozen lawsuits in our state, 6 of which my office had to contend with because they sued my client, Secretary of State or someone that I had to represent. And each time we ran them out of court because they had no leg to stand on. And so we anticipated then that they would bring it back. They started earlier. They're a little more savvy, a little more nuanced with their arguments, but they're still not better than my lawyers.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we've been able to demonstrate to the courts that have had to entertain these pieces of litigation that the cases should be dismissed. We prevailed at every single level so far.
Yeah, I just heard of like Kamala Harris's team has beefed up their lawyers in anticipation of that, and everybody's acting like 2020 is going to be a repeat. But I'm saying these offices learn. Yeah. They learned lessons from 2020, and it's not going to be the same game this time.
Yeah.
So, what else are you doing in Nevada to just protect people's vote? Because I know like there's other shenanigans that Republicans have been doing in various states, like moving polling locations, for example.
Right.
Other concerns for this election?
Well, look, I think again it goes back to what I just said. We're staying ready, and we anticipate that they're going to try to do some things to disenfranchise voters. You might recall that in 2020 during the election debate, Trump said he told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by.
Correct. Yes.
I immediately went to Twitter and I said, I know what that means. I'm a black man from the South. I know voter intimidation when I hear it at the end of the day. And I immediately put it out saying that poll watching is legal, voter intimidation is not, and if you do it, we're going to prosecute you.
Right.
And I meant it. And so we are prepared to prosecute those who cross the line from legitimate poll watching, which you can get credentialed for and sign up for and do, legitimately. But if you are there intimidating folks at the polls, for example, this is just an example, right? There are other efforts that they'll undertake to stop folks from registering or to go to litigation and try to keep people's votes from counting. But if they are, intimidating folks, we're going to prosecute them.
I mean, you mentioned, I got to bring up Shelby County v. Holder is a Supreme Court case that I think is actually one of the most devastating recent Supreme Court decisions in American history. What's your opinion on that decision?
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Now, Nevada was not a state that was under preclearance, and so it didn't apply to us. But I'm from Texas.
But you're from Texas. I was going to ask what state you're from. Okay.
Yeah, born and raised in Dallas, Texas. And so, voting rights is, if you ask anybody in Nevada, they will tell you that's one of the things that I'm most passionate about.
It's
protecting the right. 100%. Protecting the right, expanding the right, and employing the franchise as appropriate, right? And so at the end of the day, I do agree with you that that was one of the most devastating opinions. And we've seen the immediate aftermath. I mean, in the immediate aftermath of that case, dozens of states began to file bills and pass bills that ultimately they wouldn't say, but they were absolutely intended to disenfranchise the vote, suppress the vote. And so I keep that in the forefront of my mind at all times.
What's it like to go from the legislative branch to the executive branch you've done?
Yeah, look, I really enjoy it. It's different. I really enjoy being in the legislature, passing policy, getting it implemented, getting it put into law, into our codified books. I enjoy being Senate Majority Leader. But there's a main difference. Even as Majority Leader, I had a lot of power, to be sure, to determine which bills I would even entertain, let alone allow to be voted on and sent over to the governor for signature.
Yes, sir.
But I always had to convince half of my own caucus or my own chamber, half of the other chamber, plus one, and the governor, right? In this case, and the reason why I ran for the office was because, frankly, I felt as though our country was under siege by the last administration, and I wanted to help more people quicker on more things more efficiently. And now all I got to do is convince one person. Me. Right? And at the end of the day, it's something that we've taken advantage of the entire 6 years that I've been in office so far.
It's interesting, because the legislative branch is always messier and is always like. I used to be a classroom teacher, and I did this exercise.
Oh, so did I.
Oh, nice. Social studies. Math. Oh, wow, impressive. But no, I would do this simulation where they would try to get a bill passed into law, and half the students in the room would be, House of Representatives, the other half would be the Senate, and then I would act like the president, and I would just veto things just to be out of spite or whatever. The whole point of the simulation was to show how difficult it was. But I think what's more fascinating is Nevada, their laws are quite different than I think most other states. Is there something what is it about Nevada that makes it different than other state governments? I guess is my question.
Well, look, there are a lot of unique components of Nevada, not the least of which is that we are the first and remain the only majority female-led legislature. Absolutely. The majority of our legislature is female. And the leadership in the state Senate is the Senate Majority Leader Nicole Cannizzaro. And that's a different mindset. Yeah. And that's a different level of progressiveness that we see and that we embrace in our state. And so that, I think, tells you the type of mindset that we try to embrace. Although, to be sure, a lot of people disagree with it, but the fact of the matter is the vast majority of our state likes the direction of our state from a legislative perspective, and that helps us to pass more progressive legislation, more legislation that's helping people on a day-to-day basis, more legislation that is being responsive to what people are telling us they need help with, whether it's housing, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's the environment, you name it. Our legislature is able to respond to it almost in real time. Although I shouldn't say that because they meet it every other year, which I think they need to change. But it is a very responsive legislature in that regard.
How does it work with attorneys general in other states as well? Are you coordinating on a regular basis? I mean, are there regions that work together?
We spoke with the Wisconsin Attorney General.
Yeah, oh, did you?
Yeah, we had him on here.
Josh is my man.
Yeah,
I talked to Josh Call.
Yeah, he's
we should take our show on the road.
Two of you?
I was with him a minute ago and I told him how handsome he was.
Yeah, good looking guy.
Yeah, so we coordinate quite a bit, frankly.
Okay.
The Democratic AGs in particular, there are 24 of us. I'm co-chair of the Democratic Attorneys General Association.
Oh, okay.
One of the co-chairs.
Cool.
The other co-chair is my colleague Kathy Jennings from Delaware. And we have 22 other colleagues. We get together every other week at a minimum via a Zoom call.
Wow, really?
But frequently in between those meetings as necessary, right? We meet quarterly in person at a minimum. At the end of the day, we work together. We coordinate. We sign amicus briefs. We file litigation together. And we stand as a bulwark against some of the most, some of the vilest legislation that the last administration, for example, will try to pass. And so, absolutely. Now, let me be clear. We also oftentimes are able to work with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
I'm sure.
Yeah, the Republican Attorney General Association, they have their own, but there's a bipartisan organization called the Attorney General Alliance. I'm the chair of it.
Yeah, cool.
And there's an organization called the National Association of Attorneys General. Both of those are bipartisan, and we work together. For example, we sued a lot of opioid companies to address the opioid crisis.
Yeah.
We sued a lot of the social media companies, frankly, for their impact, we believe, on the mental health of children.
Yeah.
Right? We worked together when we had to deal with the housing crisis.
Okay.
So there are opportunities to work across the board, across the aisle, so to speak, on a lot of issues as well.
Yeah. I'm sure your legislative experience makes you a natural leader among the group as well. I'm sure do a lot of them have experience in a legislative body?
Some of us do. I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to quantify, but I can name, for example, Governor Josh Shapiro, who was the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, who I worked with, was also in the legislature beforehand.
Well, yeah, I just feel like most people who rise to Attorney General, they have a career in
especially
being a prosecutor.
You're a majority leader, right?
I was.
Yeah. No, that's quite a change. That's pretty fascinating. Yeah. I'm intrigued.
So you're on the path to the presidency, is what we're saying.
Okay, right on. Well, Kamala Harris was a former Attorney General, to be clear.
There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
Wow, that's great. Do you have any questions, Mr.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my big issue I'm asking a lot of people is just the most important issue to you, your pet issue that you, your whole career you've been fighting for.
Oh, well, there's not a most, frankly. Voting rights has been something that has been my passion, as I've indicated, right? But I've also always felt it very important that we protect the humanity and dignity, and we respect the humanity and dignity of the entirety of what I call the Nevada family. Right, and I define that as broadly as you can. You could be there. You could be a third-generation Nevadan, or have been in Nevada for 3.5 weeks. Yeah. In my mind, if you live in Nevada, you're part of the Nevada family. You can be, black or white, Asian or Latino. You're part of the Nevada family, right? If you live in our state, you can be gay or straight. You can be married with 2.5 kids, or single parent with 3 kids. And in my mind, everybody deserves dignity and respect, and ensuring that we have legislation that recognizes that has been an important component of everything that I've done in my professional career.
Wow, no, that's great. It's impressive. I mean, I'm just so blown away by people that rise to the rank of Attorney General. You're the top cop. I mean, there's so much responsibility. Like, is it tough to go to sleep at night with everything that you know that's going on and all the terrible things that are happening? I mean, how do you balance that with some good?
Yeah, look, I have dreams about my job.
I'm sure.
To be clear,
you can't leave that at the office.
But I sleep fine at night because I know that is this person in the Office of Attorney General who's working hard to make things right. So, listen, I appreciate being here with you all.
Thank you, sir.
It's been fantastic to hang out with you. And
thank you.
Good luck with everything, everybody.
I appreciate it, man. Thank
Enjoy
you
the
so
convention.
much.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
Yeah. It's all good. Appreciate you.
Two attorney generals. Okay.
Turn off the stream.
We'll just keep. Yeah, we're going to cut the mics here in case. So we're going to take a short break. Cut the.
get the middle. All right. Are we live and hot?
All the things. All the things. No, give her more things. Yeah. Everyone's purse.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to not my channel, but
Hi. We got Anna Scholl here, Jessiah with Pondering Politics. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing very well, thank you. And we have Kyla here as well. Yeah, looking forward to this conversation. So, first and foremost, what's it been like here at the DNC?
It's been so much fun. Everybody is in the best mood. So excited to nominate Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and win this election. And the energy is just really contagious.
Now, I've been given to believe, according to Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans, this is all AI generated, it's all fabricated. So, are you saying it's real? Are you saying it's not artificial?
Is the hologram of me isn't flickering?
It's
right
like it's
now?
flickering probably right now. We need to make sure we fix that in post, please. Yeah. No, I agree. The energy has been off the charts.
It's been wild. It's like a Taylor Swift concert tier energy.
I have my Swiftie friendship bracelets for voting.
Harris one.
I think those are probably coming tomorrow. I have a Tim Walz one for tonight. I've got. No, they've all been gifts. I think it's really like a Swiftie concert that like everybody's trading like democracy friendship bracelets. It's great.
I need you to manifest that so well because apparently she's got a gap in her like touring schedule. I am convinced that at some point she's going to emerge on stage, like the fog will clear, and I feel like if you configure those bracelets,
holding Kamala in her arms, like a small gap.
Exactly.
I need here's what I need. I need an unburdened friendship bracelet,
Yes.
and then I need to manifest Beyonce.
Yeah.
See, that's who I'm
There you go.
manifesting. I want the queen.
Yeah.
So, if you could tell like our audience specifically about, I would call it a mission. You're on a mission. You're advocating. Could you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, so I run an organization called Progress Now, which supports state-based communications hubs in 28 states. And our folks are year-round progressive infrastructure who are there day in, day out, whether there is a campaign or not, and they are advocating for progressive values, progressive policies, and progressive candidates, because we know that the work really happens in the states, and nothing good ever happens in Washington, D.C. without us doing the work in the states to lay the groundwork and make that happen, whether that is talking to voters, whether that's driving a media narrative, whether that's supporting our partners in the campaigns that they're building to hold folks accountable or pass good policy. All of that originates in the states where the voters are. And so our affiliate staff at Progress Now are thinking every day about how do we drive good narratives, how do we promote our values, and share the great message about what we are for as progressives and the vision that we have for this country and our families and our communities.
So to clarify then, it's about a wide range of policies, not just reproductive rights as well. Okay. So you have a presence in how many states? Is it in all 50?
We're in 28 states right now, so a little over half. Yes, and so lots of work happening this year in all of those states up and down the ballot. We have an incredible battleground program that is doing an insane amount of work to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, but our states are focused on Senate races, on congressional races, on state legislative races, looking at where we can pick up state Supreme Court seats, where we can pick up state legislatures, and do really incredible work to move forward progressive policy. So in 2022, our Minnesota affiliate did incredible work to help build a Democratic trifecta in Minnesota that has delivered incredible successes. I think you're probably going to hear Tim Walz talk about them tonight.
I see. So you are responsible for feeding breakfast and lunch to school children in Minnesota. You helped create that. I hear Republicans complaining about that all the time. That Governor Walz is a monster for feeding school children.
Well,
you're responsible for that.
I have school-age children, and when they are hungry, they are little monsters. So I think anyone who is interested in kids learning or in teachers making it through the school day need to make sure that kids come to school ready to learn, which means they're not starving and in a terrible mood.
I mean, all kidding aside, that's one of many enormously progressive and really common sense policies. Like, it shouldn't be a particularly partisan issue that has happened in Governor Walz's Minnesota because of this trifecta. One of the things that we've been talking about here with everybody that we've been interviewing is it's important not just to keep the White House. We have to get a trifecta at the federal level because MAGA Republicans, I don't think, will be particularly cooperative. I think it's fair to say, even with comments.
These last 4 years. So.
Yeah, and so So you're saying that it's not just like you're not just looking to get Governor Walsh and Vice President Harris elected. That you're looking also. You said Supreme Court seats as well in states.
State Supreme Court seats. You're looking at places like Arizona, Ohio, Michigan, where those state Supreme Courts have so much control about making decisions about how legislation is interpreted. So in Arizona, I think people have heard a lot about the pre-Civil War abortion ban that their Republican state Supreme Court put back on the books to ban abortion in Arizona. We got the great news yesterday that the referendum to make sure abortion access is legal in Arizona is on the ballot, so voters can vote on that. But they also have retention elections for these Republican state Supreme Court justices who thought that reverting back to a pre-Civil War abortion ban was a good idea. When it comes to the policies and decisions that impact our lives every day, a lot happens in DC and a lot happens in the White House and a lot happens in Congress, but a lot happens a lot closer to us too. And so if people are going to be voting and engaged and paying attention, they've got to educate themselves up and down the ballot. They've got to be engaged up and down the ballot and pushing for good policies locally and at the state level and at DC as well.
I'm super curious if you could tell us more. I know one of the sneaky ways where kind of abortion and just like women's reproductive rights have been somewhat attacked is through this term abortifacient. Are you familiar with that? And could you maybe tell the audience kind of what they should be paying attention to, what it means, and how Republicans are using it to kind of attack women's contraceptive access?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we know and agree that everybody should have the ability to make decisions about their own body, and make decisions about whether and when they want to start a family, right? And so an abortifacient is the medical word for medication that induces an abortion. And truly, at the end of the day, that is a doctor's decision about what is the best medical procedure for their patient, right? Whether it is a medication abortion or a surgical abortion. And we should not be legislating those medical decisions for people in communities across the country who know best what they and their families need, right? And so when MAGA Republicans are out here throwing around medical language, they're trying to distract us from what their true agenda is, right? Which is banning abortion, controlling people's decisions about whether and when they can start a family. And we know that's not what Americans support. That's not what they're going to vote for in November when they vote, to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. They're going to elect, we think and we hope, the Democratic Senate and Congress to protect and expand abortion access.
Yes. I really like what you're bringing up about kind of the importance of federal versus state versus like municipal level. We were just having breakfast and talking about how you can pass a bill to get infrastructure at a federal level or to increase access to internet, for example, at a federal level, and then the moment it gets to the state level, it just hits roadblock after roadblock. So even though the bill is passed, everything's signed off upon, it might be 10, 15 years of fighting state level to still get these approved bills through. How do you go about advocating to people, because the federal stuff is so sexy.
It is.
And it's interesting, but it's the state level stuff that's really going to change your life for the next 1 to 10 years almost.
It's true. So I'm from Virginia, and I think the best example of this is the fight around the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid expansion. So, when the Affordable Care Act was passed and Barack Obama and Joe Biden got that through, one of the things that was in there was federal money to expand access to Medicaid for low-income families, so that the states didn't have to pay for 90% of the cost, and the federal government was going to pick up the tab. And through a lot of partisan politics, a lot of states decided, no, we're not going to take that money, and we are going to block the ability of poor people in our states to access affordable health care coverage. And so in states like mine in Virginia, it was a long political fight, and it took a lot of years. It took winning elections, electing Ralph Northam and a lot of Democratic legislators in order to get that through. I think the thing that we learned that is true on a lot of issues, whether it's infrastructure or broadband, is that the way that we build political momentum around moving these sometimes complicated policies forward is in telling stories. And the thing that helped us build political momentum to move legislators to get this done or defeat ones who weren't going to do it is to tell the stories of people who didn't have healthcare coverage and what it meant for their families to be facing bankruptcy, to not be able to afford the care that they needed if they didn't have healthcare coverage, and that there was something that we could do about it. That was so compelling around Medicaid expansion. I think it's compelling around broadband access and what it means for kids not to be able to do their homework because they don't have reliable internet access, or how challenging it is for somebody to get to their job day in and day out because the transportation options and roads aren't there that they need. So those are the stories that our affiliates work on telling in the states every day and are a big piece of making complicated governing and policy real for people.
I'm super interested because there's no class you can take how to become a political rights activist. So what are the steps that are required? What's the journey that take? And I'm sure it's duplicitous and that there's a ton. Duplicitous is the wrong word, but I'm sure there's a ton of different things that lead into that. But what got you here?
So for me, when I was little, my family actually lived in Northern California, and my family lost our home, and my parents lost their small businesses to an earthquake. And when that happened, it was terrible and traumatic for our family. And some of the really important things that helped us get through it were the supports from FEMA for finding emergency housing and having a place to live. And then, as time went on, support from the federal government when it came to low-cost small business loans for my parents to start a new small business, build a house. That's how they put my brother and I through college and were able to do that. And, what I learned from that experience is the power of government. And I think of government as a place that we come together to make decisions about the communities that we want to live in and how we make our lives better. And my own life, I think, an experience is a testament to what happens when we make decisions in government to do, as I think, Governor Walsh talks about, and I think we'll talk about tonight, you can't lift people up by the bootstraps if they don't have any boots. Right. And the value of government safety net programs to do that, I feel really strongly about. And I think for anybody who has a passion about things that have impacted them, everybody has a story about how they interact with government, things that they have been challenges for them in their lives. And I think taking that in motivation and running with it is the most important part to do this work and make change.
Awesome. That's good to know.
I think it's really important that what we've seen in this convention is it seems like the Democratic Party is starting to reclaim notions of patriotism because for the longest time, the Republican Party has laid claim to that they love this country, Democrats hate this country, when in reality, we are critical, and rightly so. If we love something, sometimes we want it to improve, and that means being honest about the faults. But I think, too, there needs to be a rehabilitation of the notion of government, because I hear you talk about government and how it can be a tool for good. Under President Reagan, there was this radical, concerted effort to brand government. I think he said the 9 most harmful words ever is "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Right. There's a demonization of government when in reality it's a tool, and in the hands of bad faith actors it can hurt people, but it's also a powerful force for good if in the right hands. And so I think that's a really compelling case that your organization and Democrats, I think as a whole, need to make to people. Government's not going anywhere. Libertarian societies don't exist on a massive scale. So at the end of the day, it's who do you want to be wielding government? Do you want the people to be wielding government on behalf of the people, using its power, awesome power for positive change? Or do you want to do what it seems like MAGA Republicans do, get part of government, break government, then campaign that government doesn't work, and somehow they've had this enormously successful racket where they're rewarded for breaking government with further government jobs. It's just a fascinating train that Republicans have been able to do. In terms of where your organization, these 28 states, are there, I know there's none that are your favorites, but are there
I love all my children
Yes,
equally.
exactly. But are there specific areas, because you said swing states, but it seems like we're getting more and more swing states. North Carolina, where I live, is becoming even more of a swing state. It seems like they're opening up left, right, and center.
I think that's very much true, and I think the thing that I have really had the honor and benefit of seeing from my position is the way in which any place is winnable enough if you put in enough effort and give it enough time. There are very few places that are winnable overnight, but the places that are swing states right now that are our battlegrounds are that way because they have been invested in and poured into, and people have been organizing and working for years and years and years, and we can do that in more places. We did that in Virginia over 10 and 15 years to turn Virginia from a red state to a purple state. They're doing that in North Carolina now and pouring in the work and effort and energy, and I think we see more states that are on tap for that. No place is unwinnable forever.
No, I think that's. I mean, I use North Carolina as kind of a litmus test because having lived there and knowing that, it is a purple state. The polls show it, the voter registration shows it, and yet when Republicans win elections, they do everything in their power to maximize those institutional advantages. So here's a state that has 14 congressional districts. It was 7-7. They win the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, and now it's probably going to be a 10-4 congressional swing. Do you think? You have North Carolina on one hand, and then you have places like Wisconsin that seem to be rolling back the gerrymandering. Are you optimistic? Are you cautiously optimistic? Are you a bit cynical? How do you look at this race, the current state of it?
I am optimistic. I think that voting rights, voting, and the power of that voice is at the core of everything else that we want to accomplish. And when politicians seize power through rigging the maps, right, to gerrymander them, so voters don't have a real say in electing who they want, it takes the power out of our hands. It takes our voices away. And I think sometimes that can be hard to make tangible, right? Gerrymandering is a big word. The process of drawing these maps is complicated, and it's often, honestly, really boring, right? And not a thing that people
What are
pay
you talking?
attention to.
Everybody. There are so many TV shows and blockbuster movies about map drawing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, but I think voters understand the impact of it, right? Of when your representative doesn't have to listen to you because you don't have the power to vote them out because the maps are rigged, when they're not voting the way that you want them to, when it comes to abortion access and voting rights and climate change and student loan debt and minimum wage and all of these things, that gets really real to people. And I think what we're seeing now in a lot of states, North Carolina and Wisconsin and a lot of other places that are looking at how you put rules of the road in place to make sure that voters are the ones choosing elected officials and not the other way around. I think you really see voters seizing their power and bringing it back in a way that is really, absolutely.
Yeah, that's really important. I really appreciate you coming on today. Thank you. Is there anything that you hope that if people want to find out more about the work that you do or the companies that you work for, what should they look up?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys can find us at progressnow.org, and there's a map there with all of our state affiliates, so you can click through to them, sign up to get involved and volunteer.
There's a map. Prove that maps are exciting, right? Yeah.
Maps are exciting.
Please more maps. Anna, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Nice to see you.
That was great. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much.
Oh my gosh. That is Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear right there. Governor Beshear. Kentucky Governor.
I think we might have to switch up the mics here. It's just getting a little too noisy at this convention. So if there's clicks and pops, we may just have to deal with it. You guys just let me know in chat if it's bad. I know it's getting real loud. We're gonna switch up.
Okay.
It's getting too noisy in here.
Yeah,
It's loud in here now, right? All right. Well, I guess we'll get it started.
So, yeah, we're live already, right? We're still live?
Maybe not.
Supreme, we're still live? Okay, yeah, so just so you know, just to give you my background, I'm a political history YouTuber. So, like, I focus a lot on the past, but I feel like we're witnessing history now, so that's why I'm here to cover it. So, yeah, and then here we got Pondering Politics.
Scott, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Mayor of Baltimore. Duh.
Yeah.
See, he's more knowledgeable than I am. I can tell you everything you need to know about Daniel Webster, but he died 150 years ago. So anyway, yeah, tell us your story, like how'd this happen?
Well, listen, I'm just a boy from Northwest Baltimore whose families moved to Baltimore from the rural South. My dad's family coming from a pig farm in Enfield and Littleton, North Carolina. My mom's family coming from outside of Richmond. But gun violence is what pushed me into public service. When I was 6 or 7 years old, outside of my house in the 90s, playing basketball on the lot behind my house, and someone just started shooting. Not at me, but someone got shot. And I remember vividly not being able to make the 20-second run from the lot to my house and pondering why did this happen, but also spending the next few days harassing my parents and my aunts and uncles and grandparents about why no one cared, why we were just supposed to go back to school and go on with our lives. And my mom just quietly looked at me and said, if you wanted to change it, change it yourself. And I said then that I wanted to be the mayor, and I knew about being the mayor because my uncle would take me to political fundraisers and events and would tell me who was working for the community and who wasn't really working for the community, and was able to do that. Came to City Hall 17 years ago first as an intern in the city council president's office, then the staffer in the president's office, staff in the mayor's office, ran for council at the ripe old age and won as 27, and was elected as mayor in 2020 at the age of 36.
The Wire is my favorite show of all time. Sorry, get that out of the way.
Who's your favorite character?
You probably could guess. It's the same as Barack. Yeah, Barack Obama's favorite. Yeah, Omar. But yeah, so like, I feel like I really got to know your city through that show. How much influence has that show had in your opinion, and how accurate really is it, and what's changed since those days? Because that show came out a long time ago now at this point.
Yeah, I think that, listen, those of us from Baltimore, we have a love-hate relationship with The Wire, right?
Yeah.
Because for all the negative things that they show, there's just as many positive stories, and we unfortunately get to see that. But we also know the true people, and we know that they were putting a long span of time into a smaller time frame. But now we can actually look back at that show and see significant progress in our city. And we know we have a long way to go. So for example, we had a season strictly about the school system and how there was no books, no money, no air conditioning, all of these things.
I'm a social studies teacher.
Yeah. And no urban school district in this United States of America have built or renovated more new schools than Baltimore over the last 10 years. We've done 28 new buildings and have another one opening this January and 4 more to come after that, right? That's a huge progress. Tackling gun violence, the thing that we talked about there. When I became mayor, we rolled out Baltimore's first ever comprehensive violence prevention plan, where I said that we were going to reduce gun violence by 15% from one year to the next. People laughed at me, especially in the media. And then last year, we hit a 20% reduction, the largest reduction that the city's ever had from one year to the next, and we're beating that this year with another 27% reduction.
Holy crap, that's amazing. I'll let you add.
No, absolutely. So, Mr. Mayor, you're here at the Democratic National Convention. Obviously, you know, as a state level official, you have people from multiple jurisdictions. So much attention right now is being paid to the presidential election. As a mayor, you tell me, what is the relationship like between a mayor of a major city and the federal government, and how has that relationship changed depending on a Republican administration or a Democratic administration?
Well, I'll tell you like this. We have never had the relationship between cities and the federal government and the White House like we had under this administration, right? I can't tell you the amount of times that I've been called down to the White House or they've come. I've had literally every secretary come to Baltimore City. When you think about that relationship and hearing from the vice president and the president himself, the president told me that I have the hardest job in America, right? And that his job is to make sure that they're investing in us. The vice president, after the tragedy of the Key Bridge, when people were calling me the DEI mayor, which I of course turned to duly elected incumbent, I see the shirt, right?
That's awesome.
The vice president told me when she saw me how I could see it, how angry she was about that, but also telling me why I have to continue to do the work and how I'm doing a great job and how they're going to be supportive. And they've shown that in actual dollars, cents, and work. I was a part of that first group of mayors that met with the White House around gun violence in 2021, where we asked to be able to use our ARPA funding for community violence intervention and public health approaches to gun violence, to have the president say that gun violence is a public health issue, and they did it. I put $50 million of my ARPA funding into our community violence intervention ecosystem, and now we can see the results. When you think about them saying that we're going to have infrastructure week every day for decades, and then we actually have it, right? We're getting a new Frederick Douglass tunnel for the Amtrak in Baltimore that's going to change transportation, allowing folks to get from Baltimore to DC by train in 25 to 29 minutes. That's life-changing, right? When you see the direct working connection, and it does matter who. We have a vice president who comes to the city to lift the city up, and we had a former failed president who came to the city to put it down, who didn't answer us, who didn't support cities. And we have to understand how important that is, because while we in Maryland are blessed to have a fabulous governor and Governor Moore, and we have that great relationship at all three levels of government, that's not always the case. And now we have this administration understanding that and doing something that, quite frankly, isn't always popular with state governments, and going directly to work with the cities, directly to work with the mayors. And that means a lot to me, but to mayors across the country, because they know mayors are where the rubber meets the road, and we're the ones that get it done. That's why they appointed so many mayors to be in their cabinet.
So it's Secretary Buttigieg. Yeah, it's a great point.
Secretary Fudge was a mayor. You know, Steve Benjamin in the White House was a mayor. You have so many of folks who were mayors working for them, because they know the mayors are going to get to the policy and, most importantly, to the people very quickly.
Yeah, so you said that President Biden, said that you have the hardest job in the country, and so it sounds like that under a Republican administration, they could take that hard job and make it even harder.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like. I can think about some things. I know that support for investing in community violence intervention will go away. For mental health services will go away. Support for folks who have student loans will go away. Voting rights will go away. Women's rights will go away. LGBTQ plus rights will go away. And those are things that I just can't have happen on my watch, right? Police reform has gone away. We just had our federal consent decree judge say out loud in federal court that all of these folks who have been talking about whether you reform a police department's crime is going to go up, look to us, because we're reforming and we have a 20% reduction. And that's the kind of stuff that we have to understand while this election is so important, because we have to continue this progress. And I want to say this, and say this very clearly about my president. This man is such a patriot that he did something that you don't normally see in politics. That pandemic is going to look very fondly, and we're going to continue that work when we elect Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, the Biden administration has been wildly successful, to your point, when you consider the circumstances of the president's election. Probably the most successful legislatively since President Johnson.
Yes.
Even if you disagree with the policies, which I don't know why you would, but the fact of the matter is he got more of his agenda accomplished than most did in 4 years. I saw you earlier give favorite Congress people, and I want to talk about that for a minute, because I just now saw the reference to duly elected and incumbent. You redirected this racial slur. You basically took it, disarmed it, used it against them. Congresswoman Crockett is a rhetorical powerhouse. And she's bringing the fire to the Democratic Party in the House of Representatives. I think she's had an impact, by the way, on a fellow a person from your state, Jamie Raskin. Just like she's raised his game too. So I would like you to talk about the importance of messaging and rhetoric and bringing this passion, because so many people look to our party, sir, and they say that we're weak. That it's Republicans who bring the fire and the heat, and we turn the other cheek. Can you talk about that?
I love the Congresswoman. The campaign has had us do surrogate things together, which is a great thing. We both were together in Philadelphia for the Juneteenth celebration to deliver that fire. And I want people to know that those of us who are out there, when they called me the DEI mayor after the bridge collapse, I said, I absolutely am. I'm the duly elected incumbent, whether you like it or not, right? And to see what she does with that precision, that laser focus, because we have to, and especially, I want to say this very clearly too, because Congresswoman Crockett, Vice President Harris, right? They are overqualified for the position that they're running for and the ones that they're in, right? When you look at it, this vice president is the most qualified person to ever run for this position. If she were a man, if she were white, they wouldn't be questioning her at all, right? That's just the truth. But we have to understand that they're black women, and black women are the most disrespected human being on the planet. Even though they've saved this country from itself time and time and time again through elections, it's now way past due for us to elect one of them to lead us. But all also, we have to have folks like myself stand up to support them in every way, calling out every man that says any sexist thing, any racist thing, anything against them, because it's our duty to lift them up, because they've lifted us all so much. Now, they don't need it. They don't need the help. They can handle their own. But I'm going to be there to support them in every way and show people that it's okay. You can be a strong man and stand behind women and let them lead. You can be a strong man and support women in everything that they do. I try to do that with my beautiful wife, Khanna. I want every man to understand that a real man doesn't always have to be in the front. A real man doesn't always have to be the quote-unquote lead or the head. A real man will be there to support these folks. And us as Democrats, we have to, and I say this to folks all the time, stop being scared. I've never been scared. Those folks are going to come after you anyway because they don't like you and your policies and what you stand for. Don't hide. Stand up strong. Stand up tall. Call things out. Be brave. Because what can they do to me that they haven't already done to my ancestors?
Right, they're gonna
do it anyway. They're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah. That was really good as far as communication. I do have one more final question that kind of shifts the conversation a little bit, though. Something that's really important to me right now is, the housing crisis we're seeing everywhere in the country. What do you think are the best solutions to that? And for Baltimore, I know there's been different proposals like zoning reform and stuff like that. But what do you think is the best path?
I think there is no one thing. I think we do have to have zoning reform, and we're going through that. We'll go through that process in Baltimore. We also, we have to be reminded that Baltimore is the birthplace of redlining. Redlining was first passed in my city, in my office, where I sign bills every single day.
Right? Where I'm from, Kansas City, one of the earliest as well. Yeah.
Same thing. So shout out to Mayor Lucas, my man. Not to
Chief Mayor Lucas. Yeah. Oh yeah, I get it.
but we have to have policy to undo these, because in Kansas City, in Baltimore, in places around the country, some of these systems are still there, and we have to tear them down. For us, the legacy of redlining looks like us having had 20,000 vacant properties in the city for over 20 years, right? And we have seen that number go down under my term, but we now have a $3 billion plan to deal with vacancy, and we're going to do it the way that they built up all the nice fancy things in Baltimore. So we're going to give tax breaks in those communities, allowing people that are renting to have those houses, right? We're going to look at that, bring some of these houses we'll be able to sell for even $1. It's about making sure that we have the investments, the support for people who are first-time home buyers. We have a buyback the block program for people who are renting a lot. All of that stuff has to matter, but it will not matter if we don't have the federal support. I'm using $100 million of my ARPA funds to support housing projects that have been installed in my city for decades to create more housing in the city, and that's only a drop in the bucket. We have to look at every single policy. We're going to have to go have a deeper conversation about banks and regulation and how they treat people of color, how they treat poor people. All of those things has to happen, and we know that that will begin with Vice President Harris.
Yeah, damn. Woo. Yeah. Inspired.
So we talked about, of course, the great Jamie Raskin. We talked about Jasmine Crockett. Angela also Brooks is running. Let's talk about Angela. Okay, the future senator.
Yes.
Right? So I assume you guys have been able to work pretty closely together during her campaign. How optimistic are you that she will become the next senator from Maryland?
We're going to win. My grandmother told me not to say that I don't like people, but I despise Larry Hogan. We're talking about a former governor that canceled a brand new subway line for our city. That's his first big thing. And actually, who gives back $1 billion in federal funding? And then he put out a map of the state of Maryland for transportation improvements that he was going to make that didn't even have the city of Baltimore. That's telling you who he is. And I work wonderful with the county executive because she's a county executive. Baltimore is like our sister city in St. Louis. We don't exist in a county, so I'm also a county executive. We work with tremendously. Being the two predominantly African-American districts in the state of Maryland, we partner on many, many legislations at the state level. She's going to be a fine U.S. senator. We will not replace the statesman, the hero of Baltimore that our U.S. Senator Ben Cardin is with somebody like Larry Hogan. We will elect our first black woman senator, and Angela also Brooks, because we know what she stands for. But I want to be very clear about, a lot of folks will say that Larry Hogan's a moderate or this or that. No, we have to be reminded that if you heard of a supermajority, In Maryland's House of Delegates and House State Senate, it's a super majority. Everything that he takes credit for, historic school funding in the state of Maryland, he vetoed, it got overridden.
Yeah.
Things about gun violence, he got overridden. Everything you're going to see him stand up and take credit for, it happened in spite of him, not because of him. And I want everyone to understand that. And we will turn out the vote. We know that black women in Maryland are going to come out in droves, and we're going to send press conference Larry back into retirement.
It's funny you say that because while you're talking, it reminded me too of something that Donald Trump did when he was president. He tried to zero out in his budget HBCU funding. Yeah. Then it was overridden by a Democratic Congress, and then he tried to. Yes, exactly. Right.
That's just like all these Republican folks showing up for ARPA things after they said no to it. That's what they do.
So in terms of the overall election, the Maryland Senate seat, the presidential election, how confident are you that we have a Democratic president, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic House, and in that Democratic Senate, Senator Alston Brooks, the whole thing? How confident are you?
I'm extremely confident. When we vote, when we turn out, when we mobilize, we win. And we're going to win. We got our direction. Now we just have to deliver. We have to keep. They're scared right now. They are terrified. JD Vance is like trying to find a couch.
Yes, he is. He's sofa shopping right now.
He's sofa shopping right now, getting the armor all ready for the leather couch, right? But we have to keep our pedal to the metal and our foot on their necks through election day to make sure that we deliver the presidency of conservative democracy.
100%. Mr. Mayor, man, you got me fired up. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
It was an honor to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
All right, well, enjoy the rest of the convention.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. May, have anybody lined up next, or? Okay.
Bro, am I hallucinating?
Well, yeah. I guess I'll sit in the middle, and you two can sit here. Yeah.
It's up to you. I'm fine.
You don't. Oh, yeah. You don't have to. I don't want to put pressure on you. Okay. All of a sudden you look scared. I'm like, it's okay. It's just 1,000 people. It's okay.
It's fine. We'll be fine.
How you doing, sir? I'm good. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. I'm trying to talk to as many delegates as possible.
Yeah.
So if you could just tell the viewers, like, start with you, your name, if that's okay. Your name and what state you're representing and how this happened, and then.
Sure. So my name is Nico Parra, and I am a proud Georgia delegate from Gwinnett County, Georgia. I'm the youngest Latino delegate here, and I am just so excited for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah.
And then I'm Blake Robinson. I am from Lowndes County, Georgia, which is like deep South Georgia. And I'm here representing the 8th Congressional District of the great state of Georgia.
That's awesome. So you recognize me, right?
Yeah.
So it was a trip going in there, and like I had a few people like Mr. Beat, and so I think I'm still tripping out actually. Like, how weird is it that people that grew up watching my videos are now like, you know, making history themselves? Like, what are your, like, I guess, how has that shaped your where you are today, like being a delegate?
Yeah, so what's funny is that I actually watched one of your videos on conventions in the past. I forget which one it was, but I watched it. And
the crazy 1912 convention where Teddy and his boys like, we're out of here.
Yeah,
okay.
It was that one. And I watched it and I was like, oh, that's crazy. Conventions are crazy. Well, not anymore, but like, you know.
I mean, they could be.
Yeah, they could be. This one could have been. But like, you know, I saw that and it was like crazy, and I thought it was really cool. And I started watching your videos to learn a little bit more about like a little bit of the behind the scenes of American politics that I really didn't learn in the classroom like that much. Like, I learned a lot because I took AP US history.
Nice.
But I didn't learn some of those other like funny details, I guess. That you learn in
because there's only so much time.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
So when I finally, you know, when I became a delegate and I came down here, I didn't realize as to the extent to which I would actually run into people that I've seen on TV or on YouTube videos or whatever, or been like, oh my goodness, it's that person. And like, I mean, I've seen Congress people, I've seen folks who I've seen, like I ran into Nancy Pelosi at the welcome party for the, like me and Nico ran into Nancy Pelosi. Like her entourage just came by and we were like, oh my God. And then, and you know, running into people like Chuck Schumer as well. He passed by in the concourse when I was getting
Was he
food.
dancing? Oh.
No, he didn't seem too lively. He was like, get me out of here, please.
He was dancing last night in case you missed it. Okay. Out to the podium. Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah, it is surreal though.
Yeah. And then now I saw you, I was like, oh my gosh, that's Mr. B. I watched this man on YouTube, so it's super incredible.
Well, I feel lucky to be here. I feel like I'm watching history as it's happening. My video will end up just being mostly about, you know, why we have nominating conventions, and really I'm calling the video, it's like, it's a political party's biggest party.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is just as much a celebration as just, you know, the formality of it. But yeah, what are your thoughts on all of this?
I know, and actually before I get into that, I remember seeing your video. It was on...
you've seen the video of mine too?
I did. You were calling every single congressman, right?
Yeah, that was,
and then,
oh my God.
I don't know if you remember, but you called David Scott, right? I don't think he picked up or not, but he is, you know, of course, a congressman down south in Georgia. Yes. And I used to work for him, actually.
Oh,
and
nice.
so I remember watching the video, and I was, I knew it wasn't going to be me, because at that time I wasn't working, but I thought I would recognize one of my coworkers, right, who picked up the number. But I don't know, I was just fascinated by the whole concept of, you know, calling your senators and your congressmen, making sure that they are responding to the people who elected them in the first place. So I just want to say that I'm also a big fan of you. I just remember that your videos were great, so I just want to put that out there. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, and like, I mean, what's been the biggest surprise these last 3 days here at the convention?
Biggest surprise, I think Blake can agree as well, that we had Little John, who was
that's right.
Yeah, and he was going down at the roll
Georgia.
call. Yeah. It was amazing. And I mean, everyone was hyped up, right? Everyone knows Georgia for the whole Little John roll call thing.
Yeah.
And so we're just happy to be here. Yeah.
You get lots of big names walking by, like we had John Legend walking by.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, we're always distracted.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I feel like that may or may not be Drake. I don't know. I feel like that was. I don't know why.
A lot of big names passed by.
Wild. Anyways.
Okay, well.
This is the Democratic National Convention.
You know, we also go to a delegate reception breakfast, right, every single morning.
Yeah.
We get big names. We had like Governor Wes Moore, Governor J.B., right, Pritzker.
Yeah, J.B. Pritzker.
Senator Raphael Warnock. You know,
Big Gretch stopped by.
Yes, we did. And they're so inviting, so wonderful to Georgia delegates because they know we're important. You know?
Well, yeah, let's talk about that. Like, it's not exactly the easiest thing to become a delegate. So maybe if both of you can speak to the process of like, how does it actually look to, if you want to become a delegate, like the viewer was thinking about it, what do you have to do?
Sure. So I guess I can go with mine. Mine was a bit different, I think. I actually stumbled upon this by accident. It was because I had attended my Congresswoman Lucy McBath, I had attended one of her constituent events, and in that event, she was going on about how to become a delegate. And so, I mean, I took the pamphlet home with me. I took some time, and ultimately I decided that it was a good idea to get myself out there, especially if I want to be involved with politics. And so it took me a few months for campaigning, right? Just creating my poster, you know, emailing out, making phone calls, and then making sure that people actually attend the caucuses, right?
I mean, you're running for it's like running for office.
Exactly. So I use that same level of importance, right? I decided to just go out there and put my all into that. And I also built a coalition, right? We also had some of the older Democrats within my county committee who wanted to be more involved with young Democrats. So it was sort of like a coalition of old and young. And together, we got the highest number of votes in all of our caucus. So we did great. You know, I think that was a great opportunity, you know, at least in where I live in Gwinnett County.
Can I ask you how old you are? You said you're the youngest Latino delegate.
I am 20 years old. Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
And then what's your story with that?
So, mine was actually a lot easier than that. So I found out about it through one of our mutual friends who's also a delegate, and I was like, this is interesting. And so, like, I'll admit, I am a man of faith. So I like prayed on it for a little bit. I was like, do I really want to put myself into this and like what am I gonna do with this? I'm probably not even gonna win. So it's like, I mean, I don't really need to. And then I was like, you know what? Let's do it. And I did it. And threw my hat in the ring. And then I campaigned for all of like maybe like 4 or 5 weeks. Wow. And by campaigning, I mean I just posted my stuff on Facebook and Instagram. And the difference between me and Nico's area is that Nico lives in Metro Atlanta,
More
which
people.
is and I live in rural Georgia.
Yeah.
So for me, it was a lot easier because most folks, they weren't really paying attention to it.
Yeah.
But you know how many people show up to our caucus meeting?
How many?
30.
30 people.
Yeah. How many were at yours?
More than 60.
Yeah.
But still, that's impressive.
30 people showed up to our caucus meeting, and of those 30, I got about 25 votes. 2 votes shy of being the top vote getter, but that's okay. And I got that by talking to folks and just telling them what I really want to do, which is like, if I'm a delegate, which is what I've been doing, which is go around the convention, talk to people, connect with people, highlight what we're doing in Georgia, really use our newfound influence on the Democratic Party and say, hey, look, Georgia is a place you need to invest in, especially rural Georgia, because rural areas are so, I mean, as you talked about in your rural versus urban video.
Nice.
There's such a lack of investment in rural America at least with the Democratic Party.
And that's why they turn to Trumpism.
Yeah. And so, like, I want people to realize that, hey, the party, you can invest in us, please. So that's what I showed, that's what I told them, and now I've been doing that constantly. I've been talking to a whole bunch of rural folks all across, from literally all across the country, and asking them, their opinions and stuff like that. So it's been an experience.
Well, how do you two know each other?
So,
how did we meet?
Yeah, wait. Oh God, I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how we met. I just know like we met one time, and then.
I think I know. It was at a Young Democrat, because we're both Young Democrats. He's a Young Democrat of Lowndes County, and I'm a Young Democrat in Gwinnett County.
Yeah.
And we met somewhere, I think it was a Young Democrats Day at the Capitol, the Georgia State Capitol.
Yeah.
And I think we met each other then.
That's right. We met. Okay, so we met each other then, but we like saw each other at the last convention. Yeah. And we met each other at the Young Democrats Day at the Capitol, and then we got really a lot more connected because we were both running for delegates. And then we got. I was involved with an organization called Men for Choice, which is all about activating pro-choice men into the fight for reproductive freedom as allies. And one of the things that we talked about was Men for Choice and reproductive freedom, because we both, of course, we support that as Democrats. And then Men for Choice, along with at the time the Biden-Harris campaign, and Planned Parenthood hosted a in-person event with the Second Gentleman, and Nico went, and we connected there. I was like, hey, Nico, what's up? And now Nico is actually a fellow in Men for Choice, because we do a fellowship as well. And I'm his fellowship coordinator.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. That's awesome. So, and he's almost done. Literally, like, next week he's going to graduate from the fellowship, so I'm super excited.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, Blake was great. He is a fellowship coordinator. So what I did is I had community conversations with other male allies, right, to get them mobilized, to get them activated to support reproductive freedom and justice.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's also how we really got involved, trying to do what's best for our communities.
Yeah, and I know you probably want to get in there to watch some speakers, or get some lovely concession stand food.
Yeah.
So I have one last question for you that I have not asked the other delegates yet, and that is, it's crazy that a month ago it was Joe Biden, and now it's Kamala Harris. So and then just the fact that everybody, all the delegates, just all of a sudden on board. So did that surprise you guys, or no?
Not for me.
Right? Yeah, she was already on the. That's what I kept telling people, because I was like, there's a lot of people worrying before Biden announced that. I don't know if everybody's going to get on board with Kamala Harris. Well, maybe they sound foolish now.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest. When I was talking to a lot of people before, after the debate and before Biden officially, he dropped out. As a Biden delegate, of course, I was like, you know what, it's fine. He can recover and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I would talk to other people who were Democrats, and they were like, man, if Kamala was at the top, I'd be so much happy. I'd have so much more faith. And like, I feel like that underlines that statement right there, and that like feeling that people had already is what made the public gather around Vice President Harris. And now, that translated straight into the delegates. Because the delegates were like, you know what? No matter, we support Democrats, and we were elected as Biden delegates, and we got advice from the party about like what that even meant. The fact that we were no longer Biden delegates now. I mean,
but you were already supporting a ticket anyway.
Yeah, we were supporting the ticket. We were supporting Biden and Harris.
Right.
And so when Harris just replaced Biden, we were just like, all right, well, we're behind Harris. And that's
so that just leaves the question, like, what do you think about Tim Walz, who speaks tonight, by the way?
Oh my God, I love this man.
Okay.
He's like everybody's favorite uncle. Oh my gosh, I love him.
And we were also there at different caucuses and councils throughout the week.
Yeah.
And he made an effort to visit every single caucus.
He
right?
did.
API, Latino,
LGBTQ+,
LGBTQ+, right? So he wants to get to know the people, right? Like he's a good-hearted man.
Yeah.
I can see that in him, right? So I am so excited to vote in, Tim Walz and Kamala Harris in November.
Yeah. It worked out then.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for stopping by, and I kind of forced you to be like in front of a bunch of people. Perfect. Thanks for your service. Like being a delegate is a big deal. Seriously, it's a big deal. So you should be proud.
Yeah, we are.
So enjoy the rest of the convention.
You too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Take care. We gonna wrap up?
Sign it off.
Okay.
You can go there.
So long, farewell to you, my friend.
Okay, this is getting weird.
I hope we meet again.
Oh, we're still doing
That's
it.
all I know. Yeah.
I'm backing him up.
That was
I'm not gonna
beautiful.
leave him out there.
You're a musician. You should have been like doing like the air drums or like the high harmonies. So yeah, that was day 3 of the Democratic National Convention with Guy and Mr. Beat and me. I hope you had a lot of fun. I told you each day was going to be better than the last.
Yeah, honestly, it has been getting better. We've had great interviews today. Some Congress members, attorneys general.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
I like how you say it the proper
Exactly.
way.
I knew he was going to nerd it.
Yeah,
he did a double take. Mr. Beat's like, you didn't say attorney generals. The plural is attorneys general. I hope you all know that. Tomorrow's going to be even better than today.
Tonight we got speakers. Bill Clinton is speaking. Tim Walz is speaking.
Nancy Pelosi. Yeah.
John Legend. Is not speaking. He's going to be performing.
Governor Westmore.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Some heavy hitters. One more day. Tomorrow we'll be back live streaming again, all 3 of us, with a bunch of new guests, and we'll see who we can get to pop by. I mean, this is guerrilla streaming right here, man. We're trying our best, but so far so good.
Appreciate you all.